Hollywood Stories. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 begins. Seeking recommendation votes. On New Year's Day again, Roland, who had washed himself, looked at himself in the mirror and picked up the hairdryer without hesitation. Since today was his last audition, he had to dress more maturely. When he appeared in front of James with the shiny slicked back hair and glowing leather shoes, looking very handsome, the little guy, who was still in a dilemma, turned into a bumpkin who had never seen glowing food, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. "Roland, do you have an appointment today?" James had a weird look on his face and poked Roland with his elbow secretly. "Who is it? How come I don't know?" For 600 consecutive days, the morning grumpiness that lingered around him disappeared and was replaced by a curious look of winking. America doesn't have the concept of early love at all, because in their primary and secondary school students' education textbooks, dating and falling in love are two different concepts. Dating is the beginning of the relationship between men and women, learning to get along with the opposite sex. One-on-one hanging out is called dating. Hanging out in a group is also called dating. Dating may involve intimate actions, but dating does not have marriage commitment. Only when the main purpose is to get married can it be called falling in love. Feeling the knowing look from James, Roland, who was in a good mood, left the time loop and decided to tease him. "Don't you know?" Roland pretended to be surprised. "Of course it's her. She." James was confused, his double chin trembling with his tone. "Who is she?" "She is her. We are brothers, and you don't know about this?" Looking at Roland, who was the first to complain, James felt that there was a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his throat, which he couldn't cough out or swallow, and just when he racked his brains, thinking hard, trying to search the list of opposite sex he knew, so as to get a satisfactory answer, suddenly the brakes came. Roland ignored James, who had fallen into the black hole of searching, and ran directly to the entrance of the yard, and took the newspaper. When his brother handed the newspaper to David for the 601st time, the couple who were preparing for the meal were already stunned. Not only that, with his arrival, the Olsen sisters, who had originally had lifeless eyes, also looked at him a few more times. Looking at Roland's informal attire, the four of them were all confused. As they asked questions, James, who knew the truth, rolled his eyes. He first hit Roland's shoulder hard, and then opened his mouth, dissed Roland crazily, saying that he cheated on his feelings. James's series of dirty words such as "You actually lied to me and said you were going on a date. Didn't you tell me last month that you didn't want to act? I didn't expect you to prepare secretly," etc., successfully led the Olsens astray by their son. They simply ignored that they didn't seem to have told the children about Roland's specific audition time. "Since you are ready, let's go directly there later." Faced with David's tentative questioning, Roland would naturally not refuse. Perhaps because he was happy, but more like to have a good performance in the audition. Roland ate surprisingly little this morning. A bowl of muesli was enough to fill his stomach. As for green milkshake and scrambled eggs, he stuffed all of them into James's chattering mouth. When he walked into the audition room with his number tag and a steady pace, his adult-like attire immediately attracted 8 sets of attention. The two casting directors looked at Roland with surprise, while Chris Columbus, who was leaning on his chair, adjusted his sitting posture and scanned Roland with an obscure look. "Your name is Roland Allen. Please briefly introduce yourself." Just like the more than 100 auditions before, all the questions were asked by the two casting directors without Roland introducing himself, and Chris Columbus and John Hughes just sat aside and listened quietly. However, unlike before, when the casting director asked Roland what his hobbies and specialties were, he directly asked the director for a guitar. "I have learned guitar for more than a year. This should be considered my specialty, right? Since I learned guitar, I have only practiced 2 songs. One is Come and Get Your Love by Redbones, because it is my wake up alarm, and the other is Changes by David Bowie, because I like his lyrics. Come and Get Your Love is not suitable to sing here, so I'll sing Changes for you." with the appearance of the name David Bowie. John Hughes, who was holding his chin with one hand and looking down at his resume, immediately raised his head, and when Roland plucked the strings and presented the familiar music in front of him, this man who had experienced too much social beating already clasped his hands together, and his chin naturally rested on the back of his hands. Why did John Hughes like the song Changes? Even when he was in the loop, Roland did not confirm this question with director Zemeckis. Not only that, after learning that this song was John Hughes' favorite, Roland never came to Fox again and talked nonsense and talked about morality to test the other party's thoughts. Because there is no need. The lyrics of Changes have already stated everything. Time may change me, but I can't trace time. When Roland sang these two lyrics in a child's voice, John Hughes, who was sitting behind the audition table, raised his mouth. The pupils under the lenses flickered with a nostalgic light. These two lyrics are actually a true portrayal of John Hughes. Time, like running water, can make him successful, but it can also wash him away. Back then, John Hughes entered Hollywood with his dreams, but the capital game was not so fun. While time gave him fame and fortune, it also smoothed his edges and corners, making him gradually forget his original intention. He didn't want to change, but he had to change. When the song ended, Roland didn't care whether the other four people had any questions to ask. He held his guitar and stared at John Hughes. His red eyes showed sadness, and tears as big as beans slid down the corners of his eyes one after another. After my parents passed away, it was this song that helped me get out of my sadness. At that time, I didn't know how to face others. I just wanted to stay at home quietly, hoping that everything around me was a false dream. I felt that my parents were not dead, and they would come back eventually. But Uncle David and Aunt Ganetti, who adopted me, didn't think so. They hope that I can be cheerful. They hope that I can accept it all and make changes. But I didn't understand their thoughts at the time. I didn't understand why they had to force me to do something I didn't want to face until Uncle David played this song for me. After listening to the song, I found that I completely fell in love with it. Because I understand that Uncle David understands me. He doesn't want to simply and rudely tamper with my world. He asked me to make changes so that I can live a better life. Roland started acting. Chapter 27, getting a role, asking for recommendation votes. In his previous life, Roland didn't really like watching variety shows. Did Takeo Conference become Selling Misery Conference? Strange Talk became Selling Misery Talk. I'm an Actor became I Want to Cry. Almost all variety shows, after one season, start to be crazy sensational, with bloody stories, and as many tear-jerking stories as possible. It seems that only when the audience contributes their tear glands can it be regarded as the best reward for their program. Roland hates all this, but when it is his turn, he will still do it. The reason is simple, because America in this era is like this. Many people say, why do our reality shows have to be bloody and sell misery every day? Can't they play some exciting things like American variety shows? In fact, they started from selling misery and walked step by step. Is Lu sensational? But compared with the sensationalism of the opera talk show, it is at most a child who has just learned to walk. The sensationalism of others is so straightforward and honest, just to make you cry. As the most watched talk show in American history, and a show that even celebrities are invited to attend, its audience covers all walks of life. And now, in the 1990s, it is the time when the opera show is on fire. In this era when people all over the United States want to hear stories, when Roland pretended to be strong and finished telling the story he had just made up, the two female directors in charge of casting had already covered their mouths with their hands. Columbus, who was leaning on his chair, leaned forward and hugged his neck with both hands, and John Hughes, who was most touched, took off his glasses and raised his resume. Is the Uncle David you are talking about the David on the resume without a surname? Yes, John Hughes spoke up when Roland did not introduce himself. At this moment, he was very interested in Roland. What was John Hughes most interested in? Was it the song Changes? No. He was interested in the concept conveyed by the song. John Hughes once said, "Children know very well that many youth films are just exploiting them. Only those films that treat teenagers as ordinary people can resonate with them. My films focus on the beauty of growth itself. People have forgotten that 16 may be the most serious period of your life. Many major events require you to think carefully, and after this period of time, this opportunity may never come again. It is precisely because of this concept that Roland showed his inner world to the other party without caring. He wanted to let John Hughes understand that he and he were actually the same kind of people by telling his own experience. John Hughes suffered a beating from reality and had to bow to the Jewish gang. Roland also suffered abuse from reality and lost his parents. He had to make changes like David Bowie sang in Changes. If the strategy of attacking John Hughes is the reading comprehension of the college entrance examination, then Roland has already scored full marks at this moment. He has perfectly mastered the ideas of the questioner. Even if there is a strange light flashing in the fish's eyes, he can't be stumped. Yes, he is actually my guardian. Roland nodded in response. Why did he bring you to the audition? John Hughes raised his head and looked at Roland's face. Because this is the advice of a psychiatrist. Roland said without hesitation. During the time when my parents passed away, I became taciturn. Uncle David was worried that I would sink into despair, so he consulted a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist suggested that he change my environment and develop my interests and hobbies so that I can get out of the shadows as soon as possible. My mother used to be a Broadway actor, so he brought me here after he learned that there were people recruiting here. Just try it? John Hughes raised his eyebrows. I guess so. Roland rubbed his nose with his fingers and forced a smile. Seeing that Roland was trying to force his smile, John Hughes took the initiative to change the subject. You said your mother is a Broadway actor, so what did she play? Do you remember? The Phantom of the Opera. The neat question and answer made it impossible for others to interrupt. To John Hughes, Roland in front of him was like a replica of himself. He had a rich family, but suffered a sudden disaster. He made changes and hoped that his life would be better. If the strong Roland reminded him of himself when he first entered the industry, then Roland's frankness was a microcosm of his life. 10 years ago, he knew nothing. Even if the 6 big companies took out a script buyout contract, he stupidly signed it. I don't know how many minutes he asked, but it must be longer than a normal audition. When John Hughes emptied Roland's life, he put down his resume and silently asked, do you want to act yourself? If Roland got this role by scouting Chris Columbus, then he would definitely nod and agree without hesitation at this moment, because he was going for the glory and wealth. But, after listening to John Hughes' story, he understood how much weight the other party's words had. Acting and getting rich are two different concepts. If Roland was going for a fortune, John Hughes would never welcome him. I do. After about 5 seconds of silence, Roland nodded carefully. After hearing the affirmative answer, John Hughes' calm face also flashed a smile. He waved his hand and signaled the casting director to turn on the camera. When the light on the camera came on, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that the door to John Hughes' heart had been opened by him. Just like the situation when he introduced himself before, Roland finally got the opportunity to face the camera this time. And this time, Roland, who had gone through 81 difficulties and successfully obtained the true scriptures, did not let down. Facing several clips selected by John Hughes, Roland performed them with ease. In the camera, the appearance of the little devil left a deep impression on John Hughes. When Roland finished performing all 4 clips selected by John Hughes, the two who had been staring at the monitor suddenly looked at each other. Columbus, who had not spoken during the whole show, winked at John Hughes, and John Hughes, who got the other's idea, nodded and responded. Roland Allen, right. Can you please call your uncle over? The information on your resume is not complete. We want to know the details. Good. Roland sighed in his heart, because he knew that the people behind him had been eliminated. Note, in the 1980s and 1990s, when the opera talk show was popular, it was really full of sensationalism. Opera's favorite thing to do was to hug the guests and cry together on the show, and then the ratings of the show would rise. The later America's Got Talent, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and The Voice of America were all sensational. They just learned from her, and the key point was that the effect was very good. Don't think it's fake. Oprah was also crying when Will Smith, Johnny Depp and Tom Cruise were on the show. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Oozes Feelings. Roland's words, asking for recommendation votes. Is John Who's stupid? A fool can't make it in Hollywood. From the moment Roland sang Changes, he, who was sitting behind the audition table, had already seen the end of the matter. If Roland was really just a pure child, how could he figure out whose preferences thoroughly? The precise answer was just a beautiful accident. Don't be kidding. How can there be so many coincidences in this world? When David Olsen followed Roland with a puzzled look on his face and walked into the audition room, the two directors in charge of casting whispered in the ears of Columbus and Who's respectively. When the two learned that the middle-aged man in front of them who didn't understand the situation was the father of the most popular child star sisters, everything became clear. Half an hour later, after sending Roland and David away, they directly skipped all the subsequent auditions. Nestled in the office, staring at each other, no one knew where to start. After a long silence, Columbus picked up the teacup and took a sip. I called and asked. Roland's resume was delivered by Howard Storm, and Howard heard the news from Robin Williams. However, according to Howard, the couple really has no intention of letting him join the circle. Do you believe it? Who's raised his eyebrows and smiled. With his hands around the coffee cup, he asked directly, do you think a 10-year-old child can't know my preferences? Don't tell me that he thought of playing and singing Changes after watching The Breakfast Club. If so, why would he tell his own story after he finished singing? Are you sure his personal experience is really just inspired by his feelings? Even if he was inspired by his feelings, what about his attire? Among the 50 people today, he is the only one who dresses like an adult. Facing the teasing look from Who's, Columbus shrugged dumbly. You mean, pass him? Pass? He repeated to himself, picked up Roland's resume, looked at the form with only a check mark but no evaluation, and asked, what do you think of his performance? Without waiting for Columbus to answer, he continued, I know it, even if you don't say it. You think he is the person we are looking for. When watching his performance, I once suspected that he might be the guy recommended by Fox. I even thought that he had read the script in advance and received targeted training, because he doesn't act like a novice at all. But now, everything is clear. It doesn't matter who recommended him, right? I only know that he has made a lot of preparations for this role, or rather, they have made a lot of preparations for this role. And these preparations make me very happy, and I think you will be very happy too. Looking at the satisfied face, Columbus smiled, without making any response, but picked up the receiver on the table and dialed a short number, to inform the production director appointed by Fox that all the auditions in the next few days could be turned down. He knew why Who's was happy, because Who's felt that he had received the respect he deserved. Who's was also a human being. Not only that, he was also smooth, and understood the principle that power was stronger than people. He could accept recommendations from all sides, but he hoped that those who wanted the role would respect the fruits of his labor. Tell him nicely, here is an actor, do you think he is suitable? Facing his invitation, even if you don't like it, you can respond in a softer way. In the case of friendly communication, how could Who's not understand? As long as you don't use force and deal with him in a superior manner, he is willing to open the door for him. Roland today is like this. If you say it according to his heart, he will naturally not continue to embarrass him. As for whether Roland was recommended by the Jewish gang, is it important? It doesn't matter. Who's just needs to know that he has saved face and made a very satisfactory choice in this role. That's enough. Even if Roland has read the script in advance and received special training, so what? He will not care about these things, but will be happy because his talent is valued. As for Columbus, he proposed the audition just to find a suitable actor. Now that someone has brought the trained guy to his door, then why not accept him with pleasure? This is his movie. If it is well made, it will increase his reputation. What's more, Roland got in through the relationship of those guys. New York. After giving the order, Columbus asked Who's the last question. It's just a phone call. If I don't choose his son, what can he do to me? Who's waved his hand indifferently compared to them? I'm more curious about Roland Allen's situation. When David Olsen took Roland away, his eyes were full of doubts. If I'm not mistaken, Roland may be in trouble. The king of children is the king of children. Just as who's guessed, when he and Columbus cut the Gordian knot and decided to use Roland, the little guy who left with David was facing huge troubles at the moment. Just like the situation in the third time loop, after the car drove out of the Fox studio, David did not take him back to Universal immediately, but called Ganetti to go home by himself, and he himself? He found a restaurant with Roland and sat down. Tell me what's going on. In the time loop, David helped Roland twice. With his IQ, it is not difficult to see the strangeness of the matter. Bring Roland to play, but he ended up playing as the leading actor? If it weren't for the big back hair with mousse, the thin golden belt, and the shiny little leather shoes, David might have really been fooled by him. However, facing the scrutinizing eyes, Roland did not feel timid. The time loop made him understand that, although David has the temperament of the head of the family, he is the one who cares about the feelings of children the most. Not only that, he is also a very superstitious one. So, while combing her hair, Roland had already thought of an explanation. When I was 6 years old, my mother won the role of the female lead in the B group of the Phantom of the Opera. But she only performed for 2 years, and then left the troupe. Many people are very surprised why she would quit at the peak of her career. But you and Aunt Canetti know that she did it for the whole family. Moving from Manhattan to Sherman Oaks was a torture for her. She longed to return to the stage, and even after coming here, she did not give up her previous diet plan. Returning to the stage was her dream, but this dream is now impossible to achieve. Aren't you and Aunt Canetti curious about why my mood changed so suddenly? Because when I miss them, I don't know what I can do. But when you told me that you would take me to the crew to play, I knew what I wanted to do. Filming may not have been my hobby before, but it is my dream now. Chapter 29 A Different Contract. Please recommend. In Farewell My Concubine, Duan Zianala used the phrase no prophecy without acting, no life without madness, to describe Cheng Di's crazy attitude of concentration, and when Roland wanted to get this role, everything in the world could become a tool for him to use. Making up a story? No, he was just stating a fact. When he brought his own personal experience to David, who wanted to delve deeper, shut his mouth, raising his hand and patting Roland's shoulder a few times. The middle-aged man who looked like a rough man gave a blessing with a complicated look. Come on, act well, and I will help you with other things. Roland, of course, didn't think about managing other things. Not only that, in the time loop, he had seen David's energy and had already thought about leaving all the signing, contracts and other miscellaneous matters to David. The reason was that David had a group of professionals under him. Since Joe Pesci, who was about to play one of the thieves in Home Alone, had been flirting with Oliver Stone, the two of them wanted to make the movie JFK, and another thief, Daniel Stern, was also going back and forth with Columbia, wanting to shoot a western comedy City Slickers. So, when John Hughes felt extremely respected and satisfied from Roland, he and Columbus did not hesitate, and the next day, they asked Fox's production director to take the drafted contract to Roland's home. If Roland was an adult, facing the contract submitted by Fox, he would probably sign it directly with his eyes closed, because now he is a newcomer who has not yet entered the industry, and this contract is his stepping stone to enter the circle. No matter how bad the terms given by the crew are, he will sign it. Even if this is a film history project, he is also a small person. Wanting to get a share of it is simply a foolish dream. However, when David brought in the Olsen sisters' attorneys, the situation was different. Faced with Fox's harsh terms, these attorneys picked out loopholes word by word. They didn't want to give up Roland's image rights at all. Not only that, they didn't want to sign a guaranteed renewal contract. Our client Roland Allen is not a member of the Screen Actors Guild, so we don't have to abide by the minimum daily wage standard. Our asking price is not high, $10 an hour, based on a 6-hour day and a 90-day production cycle. The total pay is $5,400. We don't want overtime pay either, and we can voluntarily give up this overtime compensation. Not only that, according to the law, underage actors must be provided with tutors, and you don't need to intervene. You don't have to worry about the nanny car, food and lodging, and the treatment of the accompanying personnel. Our client David Olsen will handle these matters personally. We also found that there are some dangerous shots in the script. We will pay for the insurance premiums incurred by our client Roland Allen due to dangerous shots, and you don't need to worry about this. Then, we heard that your crew hasn't found a suitable filming location yet. Our client has a newly completed residential area in Inglewood. If you are satisfied, we can rent it to you at a low price. The taxes and renovation costs that may be involved will be borne by us. We have made such a big concession, and there are only 2 requirements. First, our client hopes that you will change the portrait authorization clause in the contract from 5 years to 2 years and delete the clause of the guaranteed renewal contract. Second, we also hope to add a symbolic box office bonus plan, which will be triggered only after the global box office exceeds 300 million. If it exceeds 300 million, an additional one-time bonus of 3 million will be added. If it exceeds 400 million, an additional 4 million will be added, and 5 million is the cap. Wealthy. When Roland, who was sitting in the study and listening, watched the several attorneys hired by David trying their best to cut benefits for him, he was actually confused. At that time, he seemed to be possessed by Zyroken. Watching the golden coins flowing away, his heart was in pain. He wanted to pick up a knife and stab those money-spending boys to death, and take back his own interests. But, as the concession clause gradually disappeared, and the opinion of changing the treaty emerged, Roland realized how terrible David Olsen was. As a businessman, he actually gave up his vested interests, and paid for the crew. How tempting was everything David gave up? Not to mention the millions of rent for the residential area, or the illusory value of the portrait, the total price of the film remuneration, overtime compensation, insurance, board and lodging, and daily expenses alone would have to be in the 6 figures. Not only that, with David at the forefront, Roland's filming and the crew might involve all the problems of the Child Protection Association, and they don't have to worry about it. Even if Roland is a newcomer, this concession is huge for any crew. Because no crew is willing to deal with the Child Protection Association or the Animal Protection Association. Of course, David is not a good boy. The bonus plan of up to 5 million is also Roland's expected income. But, this clause is simply a joke to Fox. Can Home Alone break 300 million and reach 500 million at the global box office? If it really reaches 500 million, the 5 million bonus will be given. Because they can earn more. What's more, Warner and Fox were not optimistic about this project. If it weren't for the 2 big names coming to Columbus, Fox would not even bother to invest. In addition to these major clauses, they did not change the terms such as DVD, videotape, CD packaging box, poster ranking, etc. because Roland was the leading actor and they did not need to emphasize these things. So, when the crew learned that David Olsen, the child pampering sucker, was going to provide them with a filming location, all the project directors in charge of the set came forward. Not only that, who's in Columbus, who wanted to wait until the contract was signed before meeting with him, also went to Inglewood in person to check the construction site. It took only 3 days to finalize more than 200 contract terms. Witnessed by the lawyer, David and the crew officially signed the contract. Such strong support also made Roland a little curious. When he asked David what was on his mind, the guy who was sorting out the contracts and putting them into the safe said without even turning his head, "The contract between Ashley and Mary is the same. We are not short of money, you can shoot if you want. But if one day you don't want to film anymore, you who own the image rights and are not tied down by a guaranteed renewal contract can quit at any time. Don't worry, you have retired, but those guys are still using your images to make money. Don't worry, you have retired, but have to continue filming because of the contract. After you have the power in your own hands, your life will become incredibly easy. As for me to pay all this, if money can buy freedom, what does it matter if I lose 2 or 3 million? Having spoken here, David, who had already closed the safe, stood up. He touched Roland's head and said with a smile, "As long as you can keep laughing, it's worth it for me to spend more money. If you really feel bad, then act well. You can earn back the 5 million. Not only can my loss be compensated, but I can also make a lot of money. If we are lucky and there is a sequel, we can still bid up the price without signing the minimum contract renewal clause. Note, the crew of Home Alone was really poor. According to their editor RJ Gosnell, the crew couldn't even find a formal shooting site. In the end, they shot in an abandoned school, editing while shooting, and staying wherever there was an empty space. The reason why the Olsen sisters can accumulate wealth in a snowballing way is mainly because their father holds all their authorizations in his hands. Of course, this is the way the rich play, and those guys who shoot for money can't learn it. Even if you are not a member of the Actors Guild, you can still sign a film project contract with the Big Six. Woody Allen is a well-known non-unionist, but he is still very successful. Not joining the union just means no guarantee and no fixed resources, but it does not mean that you cannot make a movie. You can sign a contract without an agent. Many child stars' agents are their parents, but they are not agents, they are called managers. The difference between the two is that one has a license and the other does not. The union stipulates that all actors must obtain contracts through agents, but if you do not join the union, you do not have to comply. Chapter 30 Tutor. In the previous life, perhaps because of their success, the news about the Olsen sisters was all over the sky. They seemed to be darlings kissed by God, and they were shrouded in luck from the day they were born. Exaggerated news headlines always make people imagine. Under the guidance of the media, many people feel that they are only a little bit of luck away from success, but when Roland experienced it personally, he realized that the little bit of luck was not the popularity in his career, but the difference in reincarnation. Compared with those big guys, David's assets may not be enough, but for those rich children who can only regard family affection as a luxury, this David, as a businessman, may be the harbor that everyone envy. In front of interests, he is a businessman, and in front of his family, he is a father. After the official signing, David still has a lot to do. In addition to asking his employees to contact the crew of Home Alone, he also held a party at home through his wife's channels, and invited the crew of Full House to come as guests. At the party, the couple announced that Roland had signed the contract. Not only that, they also took Roland to thank director Howard for revealing the news. If it weren't for you, Roland wouldn't have had such a good opportunity to enter the circle. Facing the Olsen couple's enthusiastic thanks, director Howard waved his hands repeatedly, without any intention of taking credit. You are too polite. I just handed in a resume for you. The most important thing is that Roland has the acting talent. Since you have signed the contract, then act well. It doesn't matter if you have no experience. Tomorrow I will say hello to Robert, director of Back to the Future, and ask him to talk to Chris, director of Home Alone, and ask him to tell you in more detail when discussing the play. Even if there are any questions, Roland, you can directly ask Joe and Daniel, the two thieves. They just look a little fierce, but they are actually very good people. Don't be afraid when you meet them, just call them uncle. Thank you so much. Although Roland had dealt with Robert and Howard countless times in the cycle, they were still strangers after leaving. Director Howard was willing to take the lead, so Roland naturally had to express his sincere gratitude to him. After all, since you choose to enter the circle, everyone hopes that they can have multiple relationships. Oh, don't say thank you. Looking at the excited little guy, Howard laughed and shook his head. If possible, I hope to replace your thank you with Mary's silence. Mary really likes to make trouble on the set. You must not learn from her. Especially now, she is exactly the same as Jerry. When director Howard changed the topic and mentioned the two naughty girls, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out at the party. Looking in the direction of the other party's finger, Mary, who was sitting on the seat and picking at the cake, raised her head with a blank look. Her innocent eyes matched her face covered with cream, just like a little cat. When he found that his daughter was about to fall into the cake, Ganetti smiled and stepped forward and took her off the table. As the timid eyes were slowly drowned out by the figures that came up one after another, Howard tilted his head and said, "Oh, by the way, David, have you completed the procedures for dropping out of school? Since you have decided to film, it is better to go with the homeschooling model. Time waits for no one. When the crew is filming, And if you take a long vacation at school, the guys from the Child Protection Association will definitely come to your door. So I personally think that dropping out of school is more in line with the current situation. In the 1990s, although the United States had not yet officially signed the No Child Left Behind Act, compulsory education had already existed. If children of school age did not receive the education they deserved, their guardians would definitely encounter considerable trouble. However, although the law requires children to receive education, they do not force children to study in school. If a child cannot stay in school for a long time due to personal reasons, or if the child's parents feel that the school's educational philosophy does not match their own, they can also hire a tutor, or personally go to the battle and let the child study at home until high school. Since Roland decided to go to film, David naturally had to handle the procedures for him to drop out of school. This was also the last preparation before Roland joined the crew, and it was also a preparation that he had to confirm personally. He could leave other miscellaneous projects to David, but he had to meet with him first as a tutor. The teacher has been found. This kid has been obsessed with computers recently, so I went to UCLA to hire a fresh graduate for him. David smiled at Howard and shook his head, saying, although he is a fresh graduate, he has actually received an offer from Western Digital. I have read his resume. He is a very good young man, right, Roland? David's last question made Roland, who had always been a tool at the party, nod helplessly. In fact, the tutor that David mentioned was the most unpleasant point for Roland after he got the project. On the day of negotiating the contract, when Roland heard that David did not want the tutor assigned by the crew, but wanted to select and hire one himself, Roland's heart was full of expectations. The reason was that the tutor series, whose unit of possession can be calculated in T, his requirements were not high, just give her a Vanessa. Roland could accept Vanessa Van Cleef, whose father just died, or Vanessa Kobe, the White Widow. However, when David called Roland aside to discuss with him, his heart sank to the bottom. A beautiful tutor? Not at all. And all of this was due to a misunderstanding. After leaving the time loop, Roland asked David to equip him with a computer. In the face of the internet user base of less than 2 million in the United States, Roland's request surprised David. However, although he was surprised, he did not refuse. After equipping Roland with a computer, he would often go into Roland's house to wander around. Whenever he came, he would always find that Roland had been buried in front of the computer, without any intention of moving. This situation puzzled David. He didn't know why Roland liked to hold a keyboard and stare at the screen and type frantically. Is there something you want to write? Wouldn't it be faster to use a pen? Whenever he asked Roland about the reason for the tapping, Roland, who was recording the treasures in his mind in shorthand, would always bring out those introductory computer books as a shield. In this way, David misunderstood. He thought that Roland entered the entertainment industry to fulfill his mother's last wish, and he himself liked computers. If Roland knew David's thoughts earlier, he would definitely not shoot himself in the foot. In the time loop, he could still teach himself, but after the time loop, would he have the time to understand pointers, callbacks, recursion, and Fibonacci numbers? These things were simply heavenly books to him. He wanted a computer, just to record the treasures in his mind, and wanted to hide things, while David Bonetti didn't know anything about it. The shorthand records were simply heavenly books to the Olsens. He could say that he was programming by tapping on the computer, but if he used paper and pen to record, wouldn't he be regarded as a lunatic? Unfortunately, he was not regarded as a lunatic now, but David regarded him as a school idiot. Because of this, after discovering that Roland was so obsessed with computers, David narrowed his search when looking for a tutor. After all, it was not difficult to teach elementary school knowledge, and any college student could master it. What he wanted was talent in computers. Regardless of whether Roland needed it or not, there was no problem with having a teacher ready. In this way, MPG, ASF, MOF, WMV, 3GP, RMVB, all of them were far away from Roland. Whenever David mentioned to others that the tutor met Roland's requirements very well, he felt a little pain in his liver. But what can he do? All of this was done by Roland himself. Just when Roland thought that he would live with a bald and dull man in the crew for 90 days, the other party appeared. This man had a standard figure and was no different from the programmers Roland had seen in his previous life. They all wore short-sleeved jeans, looking extremely casual, and their hair was the most common dark brown in America. Although it was carefully combed, the rough edges still revealed his daily living habits. Under his deep eye sockets, there were clearly visible bags under his eyes. After seeing Roland, this guy who was about to graduate smiled modestly. If Roland had looked at his appearance, he would not have had any reaction at all. But when the other party introduced himself, Roland, who was still uninterested, suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Hello, I'm the tutor hired by David Olsen, from the Department of Electrical Engineering at UCLA, and my full name is Mike Morhaime. You can just call me Mike." Chapter 31, Resentment from the Past Life. "What? Mike? What's your name?" "Mike Morhaime." When Roland heard the other party's self-introduction, he was surprised. Squinting his eyes, he scanned the other party, trying to find the residual image of the person with the same name in his head. "Yes, is there any problem?" Morhaime didn't know what Roland was surprised about. While letting Roland look at him, he asked back, "Is it because my name is the same as your friend's? I'm used to this kind of thing. After all, there are too many people named Mike in America, such as Mike Tyson." "Same name? Of course not." Roland got rid of the depression in his heart with a light response. At this moment, how could he care about the tutor series? He looked at the other person very rudely, and his eyes seemed to want to dig a piece of flesh from the other person. "You said you are from UCLA, Department of Electronic Engineering? Then do you have a friend named Adhan?" "Yeah." The rapid-fire questions surprised Morhaime. This was his first time as a tutor, and he didn't know if Roland's reaction was normal. However, after hearing the name Adhan, Morhaime's eyes seemed a little strange. "If I remember correctly, this should be the first time we meet. Or maybe we knew each other before." "Know each other before? No. How could Roland know him?" Although Morhaime did not answer Roland's question directly, Roland's pupils shrank instantly as he asked back. His heart was also completely occupied by the sudden emotions. Who is this man in front of him? If he only looked at his appearance, Roland, who did not have a photographic memory, would never be able to directly report the other person's identity like the protagonist in Diane Nyang's novel. But, he had heard of the name Mike Morhaime. This is indeed an ordinary name, so ordinary that it is only Mike, not Michael. But if you add a series of suffixes such as UCLA, Department of Electronic Engineering, and Adham to this ordinary name, he will become one of the three founders of Blizzard. The world-renowned StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo and the online game World of Warcraft were created by this guy who is dressed like a programmer, and led his team to tinker with it. Of course, the above are not the point. The point is, that a few days ago, Roland typed out the other party's name on his new computer. Although Roland has decided to make a good movie, the treasures in his head can't be wasted, right? Even if he doesn't have a complete idea of treasure hunting, it won't be wrong to copy it down according to his general memory. And Blizzard, or the game World of Warcraft, is actually the big head in his memory. He has been playing since the end of the 9 Cities, and has been playing for more than 10 years. Nothing can make him remember it more vividly than this game. When he was a student, he played World of Warcraft in the internet cafe. When he changed his career to become a webmaster, he also explained the movie of the same name. Although World of Warcraft shot by Duncan Jones was edited in a mess due to funding and refugees, this is not a reason for them to condense the entire film into a trailer. The 124-minute foreshadowing makes the whole movie more like a pilot trailer for the sequel. The worldview that is for the sake of foreshadowing is really helpless to complain. But even so, Roland still recommended this movie to others. He recommended this movie to those World of Warcraft players because he didn't want to be alone. Even so, the sequel to World of Warcraft is something he has been looking forward to for a long time. Unfortunately, until he traveled through time, World of Warcraft 2 was still silent. This made him very uncomfortable. When Roland sat in front of the computer, writing a treasure list, and typing about the company Blizzard, his heart was a little complicated. Since the company is located in Los Angeles, Roland has even thought about it. When he has the opportunity, he must go to the door to take a look. Although it is impossible to prank Ubisoft, a company that likes to make CG with heart and games with feet, like sending a truckload of potatoes, it is still okay to go to the company in person, to see what the company, that once cheated me of a lot of time, money, and emotions is like. However, before Roland put his ideas into action, before the future game Kingdom appeared, he had already come into close contact with Blizzard founder Mike Morhaime, because of his tutor. This is simply, Roland can't describe his feelings at the moment in words. Happy. Bullshit. He wanted to clench his fists and jump up to hit Morhaime's knees. World of Warcraft is indeed a good game, but what kind of movie are you making? What kind of character setting are you writing? Take Jaina for example, it's full of flaws. It's not wrong to leave your boyfriend, but it's wrong to take care of your filial son and act on your own. It's not wrong to betray your father, but it's wrong that your father destroyed the peace in Kalimdor. There were also things like killing his father for the sake of the overall situation, disturbing the souls of his fathers, and getting furious at his undead brother. When Roland thought of these behaviors that he couldn't stop, he wanted to stab him with a knife. Of course, since the other party had left in 2018, in battle for Azeroth, Quincy just shouted for the tribe, and before the end of a version, it became the tribe is all trash, so it was not put on Morhaime's head. But even so, after confirming the other party's identity, Roland's eyes were still unfriendly. However, just as Roland was thinking about how to vent his complaints, David, who had already parked the car, went into the living room. When he saw Roland and Muhammad standing at the door with eyes wide open, he immediately said in confusion, "Roland, why don't you take Muhammad in? What's there to talk about standing at the door? He's the tutor I found for you with great difficulty. Don't chase him away. Like you, he's a young man with dreams. Although he got an offer from Western Digital, he still wants to start his own business. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the startup capital, so things have been delayed. He's willing to come here to teach you, in large part, because he wants to prepare for his own business. If you don't know something, just ask him directly. I've talked to him, and he's very easy to communicate with." As David spoke, Muhammad, who was blocked at the door by Roland, smiled and nodded. Although he was still confused, Roland caught the kindness in his eyes clearly. That's right, Morhaime is not the billionaire he will be in the future. He is penniless and still trapped by money. Even with the offer from Western Digital, he is still a poor student with great ideals. Although he can imitate HP, Apple, and Google and start a business in the garage, he still needs to make a living. How can he start a company when he has no money and lives on credit cards? That's why he took the initiative to sign up after seeing the recruitment advertisement sent by David. After all, the conditions David gave were too generous. About 100 days of tutoring and $20,000 in compensation. This was a huge sum of money in the 1990s, when the average salary was only more than $20,000. Morhaime, who wanted to start a business, had to get this money. So, even if Roland behaved strangely, he would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but would greet him with a smile. However, after hearing David's words and seeing Morhaime's performance, Roland, who was originally full of malice, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Wait, even if I fight him, I can't change what happened in my previous life. Even if he drives Morhaime away, won't the character design full of flaws and the screenwriter team that made up stories randomly appear? In this case, why don't you just be my teacher? From now on, just focus on making games, and don't worry about other things. Thinking of this, Roland, who was still thinking about how to give the other party a kidney shot, suddenly showed a sweet smile. Mike, I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. Because in my imagination, programmers should be like Steve Jobs. He likes to wear black sweaters, but you are wearing white today. David and Morhaime were stunned by the weird words. Although they felt that Roland's train of thought was a bit strange, the two of them did not dwell on it too much. Especially Muhammad. When Roland mentioned Jobs, the boy who was about to graduate immediately forgot Roland's eyes that wanted to dig flesh out and shook his head and said, "He is the founder of Apple, how can I compare with him? But our dressing styles are actually the same, both casual. Of course, I don't like the clothes you're wearing today. They're too plain. I actually like black clothes too. They don't look dirty that way. Note, in 2008, when the number of paying users of World of Warcraft exceeded 10 million, IN did a special report on Blizzard. Before Blizzard was founded, the three founders had no money. Mohammed did get an offer from Western Digital and wanted to go to work. It was after Allen had Hans' repeated persuasion that he started Silicon and Synapse Studios. The startup capital at that time was $15,000 that Mohammed asked from his grandmother. At the beginning of their establishment, they didn't even have money to pay salaries. They did a lot of things to raise money. In the end, they had no choice but to get more than a dozen credit cards to cash out to pay employees' salaries. If they hadn't received the order from Nintendo, they would have gone bankrupt. It is a fact that Warcraft failed. As for the 40 minutes that were cut, who made them unlucky and had to postpone the release? It was released in 2015 without any problems, but it was postponed to 2016, just in time for the European refugee crisis. Of course, the problem of Warcraft funding is different from the refugee crisis. There is no real evidence for this. There have been media reports that after Warcraft spent all its budget, no one was willing to continue to invest, and then it had to postpone the release. The final money was invested by the company that acquired Legendary Pictures, that is, the Hollywood project of Principal Wang's father. Unlike the editing of the refugee crisis movie, no one has ever directly responded to the funding issue. In 1990, the per capita income in the United States was $20,000. That was the statistics of the World Bank. They didn't find their own data. Chapter 32. Continue to lie. When Roland made up his mind not to let his phone slip away easily, he and Mohammed were still very happy. The reason was simple. It was just that the elementary school textbooks were too simple. Although Roland had completely forgotten trigonometric functions, quadratic roots, geometry, and probability, elementary school mathematics did not involve these things at all. Similarly, although natural science covers many aspects of knowledge such as physics, chemistry, biology, and geography, at Roland's age, even if it is difficult, he can easily solve it. As for language arts that include reading, writing, spelling, and grammar, and sociology that introduces American history, geography, and law, Roland has cheated to catch up on these. In the later period of the time loop, Roland, who was bored, looked through all the books in his own home and Olsens' home. He had touched all the books used for decoration on the bookshelf. It is no exaggeration to say that he does not have reading difficulties. As for the history that he did not understand, these contents written by the victors were also read by him as stories. So, when Mohammed wanted to take Roland to review the textbooks prepared by David before joining the group, so as to start to formulate a teaching plan, the perfect score test paper on the table made him look up in surprise. David didn't tell me that you have mastered all these things when he hired me, but he didn't ask you to come here to teach me these basic knowledge. Roland replied with a smile. Do you really want to learn programming? Mohammed frowned. When I applied for the job, David told me that your next main goal is to play the role in your hand well. That is a project with an investment of 15 million. If you mess it up, you won't be able to make movies in the future. Although David was curious about Roland's behavior of holding the computer and invited Mohammed to him according to his own guess, he still hoped that Roland could focus on the movie. Concentrating on doing one thing well is the key to success. Being distracted will only distract people's attention. Therefore, when hiring Mohammed, David had already specifically reminded him, Mohammed can satisfy Roland's thirst for knowledge during his studies, but if it conflicts with acting, then programming and computers will have to give way to acting. Acting is Roland's main job now, and everything related to computers is just a hobby at most. Roland actually guessed this on the first day of communication between the two parties, because no matter how Roland asked, the other party was unwilling to introduce his school and his major to Roland, but kept pulling him to the basic subjects. Roland did not comment on David's little tricks, but was very interested in Mohammed's ideas. Are you afraid that you will not get the $20,000 if you lead me astray? That's right, I don't want to be fired by your uncle before the filming of the movie has started. Honest remarks are Roland's biggest gain in the past few days. Perhaps because he has not started a business yet, Mohammed now does not have the glib tongue of later generations when he defaults on the project. After all, in later generations, they dare to say anything to default on the project. For example, I had a great idea while taking a shower today. Are you sure you won't get water in your brain while taking a shower? And we are going to upgrade to the new Battle.net platform. What does upgrading the platform have to do with your not announcing the game? And we are considering changing the engine. Are you sure the fall of Titan is related to the engine? It's really not EA's fault. It was precisely because Roland was used to this guy's lies, so when he found out that Mohammed was an honest man, when he was a student, Roland cherished the present time especially. After all, it won't be long before he will be as slick as David. Don't worry, Mike, I won't get you fired. Feeling Mike's uneasy gaze, Roland smiled and said, in fact, I'm not using the computer to write programs at all. I'm just using the computer to play games, but I'm afraid of being discovered by David, so I just typed randomly and used programming books as a cover. What? Mohammed was full of disbelief. Is it true? Of course it's true. I'm playing Tetris. When Roland showed Mohammed the small game hidden in the computer, the other party's expression was very interesting. On the one hand, he was excited after knowing that Roland liked games, and on the other hand, he was worried that Roland didn't learn programming at all. He was excited because he felt that he and Roland had a common language in the days to come, and he was worried because he felt that if David knew about this, his job would probably be in jeopardy. Don't worry, if you don't tell me, who would know? You keep the secret for me, and I'll help you get the startup capital smoothly. Isn't this a very cost-effective deal? Looking at Roland's winking expression, Mohammed thought it made sense. It doesn't matter if you can't be a tutor, you can be a babysitter. This profession is very common in America. Many parents take care of their children by themselves without the help of the elderly. If they have to go out for something and don't want to alarm the Child Protection Association, they have to hire a temporary babysitter. People who do this kind of work are usually young people, and most of them are actually part-time college students. This kind of work is not shameful, not to mention that, even if it is shameful, Mohammed will tolerate it for the sake of $20,000. Then we have reached an agreement? Roland raised his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Of course. Mohammed smiled and nodded, waving his hand and gently touching it. Reaching an agreement with Mohammed was actually Roland's basic plan. David really couldn't understand what he wrote in the notebook, but if he put it in front of Mohammed, there would be many problems. In this case, it would be better to tell Mohammed directly that he had never learned programming at all, but was just playing games. In this way, he could not only get closer to Mohammed through the game in the following days, but also let Mohammed help him to cover up his treasure. Anyway, David didn't understand. As long as Mohammed insisted that Roland didn't learn it thoroughly, could he find someone to verify it? Even if he really wanted to verify it, Roland would just say that he was no longer interested in computers. Wouldn't that be the end? Although it might be a bit immoral to fool a guy who cared so much about him, Roland didn't feel guilty at all. This was not in a time loop. He could just say whatever he wanted and play around. After entering reality, everything was naturally based on safety. And shortly after Roland and Mohammed reached a consensus, news came from the crew. The venue provided by David has been renovated, and the film Home Alone can officially start shooting on February 14th. Note, Tetris was launched on PC in 1986. Chapter 33 The 28-year-old movie king. Please vote for recommendation. In February, the average temperature in Los Angeles hovers between 10 and 20 degrees Celsius. If you go out at night, you may need to bring a windbreaker jacket. At noon, you can just wear a t-shirt. Although it is not as exaggerated as wearing a cotton padded jacket in the morning and a gauze dress in the afternoon, or eating watermelon by the stove. Everything related to entertainment in this area is like a flaming mountain, scorching the world. But even so, the news that the movie Home Alone, invested by Fox, produced and written by John Hughes, and directed by Chris Columbus, has officially started shooting in Inglewood, only got a small piece of land in the entertainment sector. Not to mention the headlines, it didn't even make it to the main board. The reason is actually very simple. 4 years ago, Tom Cruise, who officially became a hotshot with the most expensive commercial ever produced by the American Navy, Top Gun, defeated Oscar winner Jack Lemmon, Al Pacino, veteran actor Daniel Lewis, and comedy master Robin Williams at the Golden Globe Awards, the last important indicator of the Oscars, and won the Best Actor in a Drama with the anti-war film Born on the 4th of July. If that were all, it would be fine. The important thing is that he is on the list of nominees for the Best Actor just announced by the Oscars this year. Such a hot momentum has made him the brightest star in the night sky. Although the possibility of winning the award at the first nomination is very small, the effect exaggerated by the media is almost the same, as if Tom Cruise has already won the award. When Roland arrived at the parking lot of the crew, he even heard people talking about whether Tom Cruise would be the youngest actor in history. An actor who is less than 28 years old? Are you dreaming? I don't think it's possible. Why not? Kenneth Branagh is a newcomer from the UK. Robin Williams' movies are not pleasing. Morgan Freeman is unlikely, and the only one who can compete with Tom is Daniel Lewis. Even if that's the case, I think Daniel is more likely. But I heard that Tom's movies are very much to the taste of the judges. Okay, stop talking. Just tell me how much you bought. $2,000. My information tells me that I will definitely make money. All bought for Tom? No, I bought Daniel. The whispering conversation coupled with the sudden change of attitude almost made Roland burst out laughing. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw two guys with crew ID cards huddled in a corner smoking and chatting. Since they had their backs to Roland did not see their facial expressions. However, judging from the stiff and trembling squatting posture, the guy in brown trousers should be a supporter of Lewis, and the round man in the baseball cap may be a loyal fan of Tom Cruise. What are you doing? Has the interior been set up? Just as Roland looked at them with curiosity, wanting to know if the fat man would come up with another golden sentence, a middle-aged man holding a folder shouted at them, "Who allowed you to hide here and smoke? This is not a studio where no one can find you if you hide. Today is the first day of filming. Don't cause trouble for me." The sudden voice startled the two guys who were chatting idly. Under Roland's gaze, the fat man jumped up and rubbed his hands lightly. The cigarette butt that was originally pinched between his fingertips disappeared, and instead, he smiled ingratiatingly. "Gary, we are here to discuss how to set up the scene. No smoking, no smoking." "Really? Then why did I hear Tom Cruise?" The middle-aged white man named Gary glared at the fat man fiercely. Although his expression was fierce, his tone was softened. "If a guy like you went to the crew of Top Gun, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to work for a day. Every day when you get out of bed, you'll be thinking about how to be lazy. With your attitude, how can you get into that kind of epic crew with huge investment?" The epic crew Gary mentioned was not the SSR in Itchy Mouse or the Galaxy Opal in NBA 2K, but serious films and TV series like Ben-Hur, Band of Brothers, and Top Gun. When working in that kind of crew, even the smallest screw cannot be sloppy. After all, no one can guarantee that the entire project team will not make a real mistake because of their own mistakes and really burn an F-14 and stick a pilot on it. But we are not shooting that kind of movie now. The fat man smiled and said, "Even if it's not you, you can't be lazy." Gary glared at the fat man and shouted, Okay, go back to work." When the fat man was driven away by Gary, Roland, who didn't hear more fun, looked regretful. He originally wanted to pull the other party to ask what the betting and gambling were like, but after hearing Gary's serious scolding, Roland put away the idea of bothering the other party and didn't want to cause trouble for the fat man. He was just curious about how big the odds would be for a young man like Tom. As for going into battle himself, even if he knew that Tom would not get the little golden man, he was too lazy to gamble. Who let the river crab beast have no standards? Putting away the gossip in his mind, Roland followed Mohammed, who had been waiting for a long time, and got into the crew. After deciding to take this job, Mohammed, who had completed all the credits, met the GPA requirements, and applied for graduation from the school, was naturally promoted to a babysitter, and the working hours were completely consistent with Roland's filming period. As for how to study well, while ensuring the quality of filming, The crew won't worry about this kind of thing. David won't worry about it. Roland won't worry about it. Only the Child Protection Association will worry about it. Hi, Director Chris. Hello, Roland. Maybe it's because Roland has a background of connections, or maybe David has provided great convenience to the crew, or maybe Director Howard has communicated with them. In short, when Roland greeted Columbus, this guy, who was leaning on the director's chair with a script in his hand and his chin on one hand, smiled and nodded at Roland. Not only that, he raised his hand and introduced, Roland, this is Joe Pesci. I don't know if you have seen his movies. His acting is superb. Like Ashley and Mary, he performed on radio and television programs when he was 4 years old. This is Daniel Stern. Don't be fooled by his big beard, but he is not a bad guy. Note, when filming Top Gun, the crew had the biggest accident in film history. On September 16, 1985, stunt pilot Art Scarl failed to recover in time when filming the F-14 entering a tailspin, and the plane was destroyed, and the pilot died. Not only that, when filming this movie, the US military also deliberately launched a missile as ballistic material. Tom Cruise is not popular for no reason. Although the film cost $15 million, the military aid was not counted. Because of this, it is called the most expensive recruitment advertisement in history. Unfortunately, the sponsor of the film is the Navy, and it shows the naval aviation. However, the next year, the call-up rate of the US Air Force increased by 400%. The bureau chief confirmed this in the lecture at Station B. Chapter 34 Familiarity, Seeking Recommendation Votes. Following Columbus' introduction, Roland immediately turned his gaze. When he found that the people sitting on both sides of Columbus were smiling and nodding in response, Roland also showed his kindness. Uncle Joe, Uncle Daniel, hello, I'm Roland Allen. Director Howard mentioned you at the party last month. He told me that you are very kind. Oh, Howard is right, I'm not a bad uncle. Joe Pesci replied with a smile. Yes, I just look fierce. Daniel Stern put down the water cup in his hand and winked at Roland. Besides this, didn't Howard say anything else? Of course, he also said that, if I have any questions, I can ask you directly. Roland nodded in response. Really? Then he's a big mouth. Joe Pesci rolled his eyes, as if he was a little dissatisfied with Director Howard's unauthorized assertion, but after a moment, he laughed again and said, but he's right. Daniel likes to teach others the most, right? Yeah. I like to teach children how to act the most. Daniel Stern nodded his head like a pile driver. Although everyone mentioned the corresponding names in their words, the tone was very easygoing. The entertainment industry is so small that everyone knows each other every day and nods to everyone. If there is a grudge of stealing a wife or killing a child, the crew will not put them together when selecting actors. In this case, the guys who can get together to film will at least maintain their superficial glamour. For example, Dwayne Johnson and Vin Diesel, even if they don't like each other, they didn't turn the crew upside down. And the direct tearing of Angelina Jolie and Winona Ryder is quite rare. As for Julia Roberts wanting to have a real-life park with Steven Spielberg in the crew, such a big-name guy personally took action, and it seems that there has only been such an example in the entire film history. Although the main creative team met for the first time, it was relatively easy to get familiar with each other because they had various connections. For example, Joe Pesci was brought up by Martin Scorsese, the director of The Jewish Gang, and Daniel Stern has also worked with Woody Allen of The Jewish Gang many times. Not only that, he also has some intersections with Sofia Coppola, the daughter of Francis Coppola. In this case, when Roland took out the carefully prepared notebook and asked the 3 people on the scene for autographs, the 3 guys who knew each other well immediately burst into laughter, and when they took the notebook, wrote down their blessings, and left their names on it. Roland also took the opportunity to gossip. For example, he asked Joe Pesci if he really had a rib broken by Robert De Niro when filming Raging Bull. Another example is that he asked Daniel Stern how the bull terrier in Frankenweenie was sewn together, and whether the horrifying surgical marks were special effects makeup or post-production. You ask about the ribs. Yes, that guy did beat me down back then. Joe Pesci satisfied Roland's curiosity. Of course the bull terrier is special effects makeup. Tim Burton is not really crazy. What's more, even if he wants to make it real, Disney will not allow it. After all, special effects make Upalona scary enough. Daniel Stern shrugged. He thought Roland's curiosity was really weird. Gossip is the best way to bring people closer. As long as the other party is willing to talk to you, it proves that you have a common language. Although Roland was always asking, and they were answering, the continuous laughter proved their mood at the moment. After Roland asked several questions in succession and satisfied his curiosity, he handed the topic back to Columbus. Seeing that the time was almost up, Columbus clapped his hands and signaled his assistant to call all the other actors over to officially enter the last preparation stage before filming. Unlike the burning incense and worshipping the gods that Roland experienced in his previous life, the opening ceremony of Hollywood is more of a publicity function. The word press conference can cover everything. But the problem is that all media are reporting on the Oscars now. Who would care that a project that was almost killed is back on track? Even if this project is completely occupied by the Jewish gang, it is still not good enough compared to the road to the Oscars of Oliver Stone and others. Because of this, the press conference that requires a certain amount of money was naturally cancelled, and this behavior also made Roland, who had never seen a big scene, feel relieved. He didn't want to be like Jay in his previous life, facing the media and being out of tune. After abandoning the press conference, the only thing the crew could do was to read the script. The main actors sat together and read aloud all the scenes to be filmed today. Although Roland was a newcomer, he did not act like Marilyn Monroe played by Michelle Williams, who got stuck in this link. It took less than 40 minutes to go through all the scenes to be filmed that day. After that, everyone returned to their dressing rooms to change clothes and put on makeup. After that, it was just waiting. Yes, no matter whether it is at home or abroad, before you become famous, the most important job of an actor is not to act, but to hone your patience in the crew. Wait for your shot, perform according to the director's instructions, and then go back to wait after the performance. In many cases, it is one scene in the day and one scene in the evening. As for the time in between, this is for you to learn. Of course, the situation where you can only be scheduled every 3 or 5 days does not apply to Roland, the main actor. But the problem is that today is the first day of the crew's start of filming. Even if Hollywood does not have any activities to worship gods, there is still a mentality of asking for a good omen. So, even if Roland is the main actor, in order to be able to get a good start, the first shot of the official shoot was assigned to Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern by director Columbus. Although he was not trusted by the director, Roland did not care. As a bystander, he stood directly behind Columbus and peeped, learned, openly. Unlike the consultation in the time loop, the questions there were more like theoretical discussions. Although director Robert Zemeckis would answer his questions and Chris Columbus would point out Roland's shortcomings during the audition, they would not go through Roland with real swords and guns as they did now. It's just like the saying talking without practice is fake. It's useless to talk big, but not do it. So, when the stage manager shouted first scene, first act, February 14th, 1990, 9:30 am, action, Roland's heart, like the atmosphere on the scene, quickly calmed down. He wanted to see how Joe Pesci, who could win the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor this year, would perform. Note, the conflict between the two is no longer a secret. Johnson was asked about his conflict with Baldy Fan during the promotion of Rampage. He himself said that during the filming of Fast and Furious 8, the two never appeared in the same frame, and it was all edited in the later stage. Julia Roberts actually had a real-life park with Spielberg on the set, but was unfortunately stopped by the staff during the filming of Hook. Jay's joke is that when he was filming a movie, although he participated in the ceremony of burning incense and worshipping gods, he stood there and did not worship because he did not believe in Taoism or Buddhism, but Christianity. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Joe Pesci's performance. Please vote for recommendation. As the clapperboard disappeared, a close-up shot first appeared. The red electric car moved back and forth on the pink carpet, and the dull gear sound made by the movement was faithfully recorded by the radio. The whole picture lasted only about 1 second, and the photographer controlled the lens and slowly moved up along the power connection line of the car. When the funny figure with 2 knees on the ground, holding the controller in his hand, wearing a tweed coat and a buzz cut appeared, the concentrated look instantly appeared in front of Roland. Joe Pesci, who played the thief, raised the corner of his mouth, frowned, bit his silver teeth slightly, and tilted his head. Perhaps because the controller was a little inflexible, he had to use all his strength, but it was more like he was immersed in a children's toy and couldn't extricate himself. His eyes were always focused on the car, and as his hands manipulated and fiddled, his body did not stretch naturally like ordinary people, but instead, like a shrimp, showing a slightly bent curve forward. Cut. Seeing this, Chris Columbus picked up the director's baton and shouted with a smile, "Good. Excellent." With sparse applause and laughter, the first shot of the first day of shooting was over. The ultra short shot of less than 3 seconds was just for a good omen. The crew would not choose those difficult clips. If it was so, and it couldn't be passed with one take, a continuous shot without stopping, then Joe Pesci would not have been chosen by Columbus. But even so, Roland still saw the problem. As the crew members came forward to clean up the scene and prepare for the next scene, Joe Pesci also came to Chris Columbus's side, leaned in front of the monitor, and watched the playback. Just when he wanted to take off his woolen coat to cool down because of the heat in his body, Roland, who was standing next to him, raised his hand and took it very naturally. Looking at the little guy holding his coat with his hands raised high, not letting the hem touch the ground, Joe Pesci smiled and shook his head and said, "Roland, just let my assistant hold the coat. Why are you acting as a hanger here?" "No, Uncle Joe, I'm standing here to see how you perform." Roland's serious answer made the other party grin. While signaling his assistant to be more alert, Joe Pesci also remembered his friend's entrustment, so he asked back, "So what do you think of my acting?" "Director Chris thinks you acted very well, but there is one thing I don't understand." "Oh, what's the problem?" This time, before Joe Pesci could speak, Columbus, who was sitting in front of the monitor, had already turned around. Not only that, Joe Pesci also raised his eyebrows and nodded at Roland in response. Although they were asking, the two had no ill intentions. Facing their doubtful looks, Roland did not hesitate and asked directly, "I want to know, Uncle Joe, why do you hunch over when acting? We talked about this scene at the script reading just now, and the script also states that you should be in a happy mood at the moment, because stealing is a means of making a living for you, and it is also a way to vent. You did show happiness when you were acting, but your hunched body also reflects your nervousness, and the emotion of nervousness is not mentioned in the script." The crisp voice reached the ears of everyone present. The staff who were cleaning up the scene twisted their necks and looked towards Roland. There was a flash of surprise in their pupils. They seemed to want to know whether the child in front of them was questioning Joe Pesci and Chris Columbus. If not, why did he emphasize that the emotions of Joe Pesci were not in the script? While the staff were looking around, the leading actors beside Roland raised their mouths. Before Chris Columbus could speak, Joe Pesci had already raised his hand and touched Roland's head. Under his guidance, the three of them lined up in front of the monitor. "Roland, your question is very interesting. You ask me why I was hunching over? I'll tell you. Director Chris called me excellent because I was hunching over. I do play a thief, but I'm not Frank Abagnale. In our movie, I'm just a stupid thief who will be defeated by you in the end. In the script, I, the stupid thief, have a series of bad habits such as arrogance, conceit, and insolence. Then how do I show these things? Fierce words? If that's all, it's definitely not enough. I have to add more body language. For example, like just now, I was obsessed with children's toys. The focused expression and the hunched body are actually to create a sense of difference. On the one hand, I want to steal something, but I'm worried that the police will come to my door. That kind of thief-like caution can be reflected by my tense body. On the other hand, I'm unwilling to give up the toys in my hands. Doesn't this behavior of doing the wrong thing at the right time reflect my unprofessionalism? In this case, if I shout the slogan of winning in other clips with a confident tone, wouldn't the arrogant character label required by screenwriter John be interpreted? Do you understand my explanation? At this point, Joe Pesci winked at Roland. Yeah, thank you, Uncle Joe. Roland nodded and thanked him sincerely. I understand. Columbus, who had been listening without saying a word, smiled and patted Roland's shoulder. After seeing the assistant's okay gesture, he turned his head and said to Daniel Stern, Daniel, the second shot is yours. Don't lose to Joe. If Roland doesn't have any questions later, then there must be something wrong with your acting. I know. How could I lose to him? Daniel Stern smiled and waved his hand, and then buckled the diving glasses hanging around his neck on his cheek. As he entered the scene, Roland had no intention of retreating. This situation also made director Columbus wave to the staff, signaling them to get a chair for Roland. After hearing Roland's question just now, he was sure that this kid had no intention of making trouble. Because there are too many schools related to entertainment. Not to mention the different majors offered by various universities, there are countless private training institutions alone. But, have you ever seen a big name actor who really learned from school? Almost none. The teachers in the school can only teach you the theoretical basis and make your basic skills very solid so that you can normally play some script roles or change your accent and play guys from different regions. But if you want to go further, in addition to being talented and suddenly enlightened, a good guide is the key. Just like Johnny Depp and Tim Burton, the light of the gothic cult makes Depp dazzling. For example, Leonardo DiCaprio and Scorsese. Under the training of old Martin, little Leo is becoming more and more like De Niro. Or Harrison Ford and Spielberg. If Captain Solo made Ford famous, then the pure personal charm in Raiders of the Lost Ark made him one of the first superstars. But unfortunately, the real big names are all filming, who would have nothing to do to teach students, and asking for advice from the other party and the crew is not realistic. I acted well. The director thought it was okay, and then he had to analyze it for you and help you solve your doubts. Who do you think you are? Unless someone like Roland has said hello, who will care about you? Joe Pesci is a super B-level star after all, with a salary of $5 million and up. If Roland was not recommended by the same camp, why would he explain to you with a smile? What exactly did he want to interpret in that less than 3 seconds of performance? The same is true for Columbus. If there was no call from director Howard, no casual remark from director Robert, and no indirect introducer like Robin, would you, an actor, want to sit with him and watch the monitor? Dream on. Note, Frank Abagnale Jr. is an American security consultant. He is famous for his early experience of forging checks, impersonating others, deceiving people and escaping. In the 5 years since he was 16, he forged checks worth $2.5 million in 26 countries and was wanted by many countries. His story was also made into a movie by Spielberg and Leo DiCaprio called Catch Me If You Can. Chapter 36 cut. Good, please recommend. Of course, in addition to this, the difficulty of the questions Roland asked was also the reason why they were willing to let Roland observe. Relationships can only make you different. If you are not smart and ask Joe Pesci some childish questions, then others may explain one or two to you at first because of your background, but after too many times, it will be goodbye. You can't always ask people why they want to play with toy cars, right? The script is written like this. How else can he act if not like this? Roland's deep digging into character creation is what these big names are willing to see. After all, only these questions can prove that you are really watching carefully and learning with thinking. When the staff brought a chair to Roland, the stage manager hit the board with a crisp sound. Daniel Stern's performance was also presented to everyone. His shot was not long, and it ended in a few seconds. After that, it was a rivalry between the two thieves. After 2 hours of swaying shooting, the morning scenes were all over. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the crew entered a 1.5-hour lunch break. In his previous life, when Roland was filming with the crew, a TV series of 30 to 50 episodes could be finished in 3 months, and a 2-hour movie could be finished in 30 days. But this kind of situation would never happen in Hollywood, where the crew's time is quite luxurious. It is normal for evergreen American TV series to take several years to shoot, and it is even more common for a movie project to take more than a year. Of course, all of this is actually based on having a union. The labor protection law does not allow the crew to have 3 shifts or shoot crazily. Reasonable overtime must be paid overtime pay, and this overtime pay is also terrifyingly high. If the crew does not comply with the regulations and is found out or reported by the union, the entire group will be investigated, and the loss of work stoppage during the investigation can be much greater than shooting on time and extending the shooting time. If you still don't have an idea after saying this, you can also watch American Factory about the Glass King. That movie will tell you how terrible the union is. So, when Roland, who was reborn, stood in front of the camera for the first time, the time was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Roland has made sufficient preparations for the role of Kevin that he is about to play in the past 2 years. Although his acting talent may not be comparable to those geniuses, time can smooth everything out. When the crisp sound of the board rang out, Roland moved. This is a store full of Christmas atmosphere. Kevin, wearing a brown cotton jacket, a red scarf around his neck, and a knitted hat, walked to the cashier. With his arrival, the clerk wearing reading glasses and checking today's account book was stunned at first, and then squeezed out his own surprise and smiled and said, "Can I help you? Is this toothbrush recognized by the American Dental Association?" Kevin raised the toothbrush and asked the other party with a serious face. Looking at the toothbrush in Kevin's hand, the elderly clerk instinctively answered, "I don't know." However, at the same time she said this, Kevin turned his wrist and handed the toothbrush to the other party. The look of the other party probing made the old woman look at him a few more times. The puzzled eyes almost said directly, "You kid, are you here to cause trouble?" There is no description on it. After taking the toothbrush, the elderly clerk just glanced at it and put it on the table. Faced with continuous denials, Kevin frowned and continued, "Can you please check it?" The innocent and unpretentious voice made the old woman lean back strategically, looking down at him, then turned her neck and shouted Herb to the outside of the scene, where the camera could not reach. "Yeah?" The bold actor who was already prepared outside the scene responded quickly. "Someone here has a question about the toothbrush." The old woman called the other party over in a helpless tone. However, before she finished her words, a crisp bell rang. After hearing this voice, Director Columbus, who was sitting in front of the monitor, shouted, "Cut." He deliberately lengthened his voice, and when Roland unexpectedly turned his head to investigate, he said his evaluation. "Good. Oh, Director, are you trying to scare me?" Roland rolled his eyes at the director, thinking he had failed. As he spoke, a good-natured laugh broke out on the set. "No, I think you performed better than in the audition." Columbus shrugged and explained his behavior. "So I was fascinated by you." "Really?" Roland raised his eyebrows and asked in disbelief. "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Columbus waved his hand and signaled the camera to turn around. "Roland, it's the same feeling as before. Let's do another take. This one will be a close-up. Although it needs to be filmed again, everyone on the set knows that this is not a white lie after NG. In fact, after the action was called out, Roland had already entered the state. Unlike Joe Pesci and others who need to figure out the heart of the thief, Roland's scene is actually very simple. He plays a little boy shopping alone. Because he is not accompanied by his parents, the old lady clerk is suspicious of his behavior. After Roland asked a lot of questions, the clerk showed his impatience even more. It is no exaggeration to say that this scene is not a test of Roland's acting skills, but the state of the old woman. Compared with the old woman's complex inner activities, Roland only needs to act calm and composed, just like when shopping normally. But even so, Roland's performance has already satisfied everyone at the scene. Because Hollywood has an iron rule to avoid animals, water, and children. These are elements that are difficult to control during the filming process. This is also the real reason why Warner and Fox are not optimistic about this movie. A 10-year-old child as the protagonist? Thank God that this movie can be successfully filmed. As for how the child can act, they don't have any hope. After all, not everyone is Shirley Temple. In fact, when deciding to use newcomers, Chris Columbus had the same concerns. But now he is no longer worried about these things. He doesn't want to know whether Roland is a relative or not. What he knows is that this child can act. At least, his camera sense and ease have surpassed beginners by nearly 10 years. And in the following scenes, Roland did not disappoint Columbus. In 4 scenes in one afternoon, Roland only failed once. The only time he failed was because he did not perform hard enough and did not achieve the effect required by comedy, so Columbus called for a stop. Because of this, after finishing the day shooting happily, Roland, who changed out of his old cotton padded jacket and put on a short-sleeved sweatshirt and got along well with everyone, suggested, "Director Chris, Uncle Joe, Uncle Daniel, let's have dinner together tonight. How about going to cut? Oh, how much is your salary? Don't spend it so recklessly, okay? We know you want to express your gratitude, but those extra words should be said after the movie is finished. After the movie is finished, we will talk about dinner. Now, of course, we will go home." Roland's little thoughts were naturally seen clearly by these shrewd people. Although the film remuneration is a confidential matter, everyone knows that Roland can't make much money under David's money spending operation. Moreover, they are not here to help Roland solve his doubts for a meal. So, after Roland proposed to treat them to a meal, the 3 of them shook their heads and refused. Not only that, Joe Pesci decisively got into his car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Looking at the taillights of the car that was driving away quickly, Daniel Stern said, "Roland, don't worry about it. He is very busy now. This year he was nominated for the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. It is not realistic to invite him to dinner at this time, because he has a lot of things to do every night." "I see. Thank you. See you tomorrow." Hearing this, Roland, who didn't care at all, waved to Daniel Stern. "See you tomorrow." Daniel also got into his car and started the engine. However, just when everyone was about to go back to their own homes, Joe Pesci, who had been far away, suddenly came back. "The road ahead is blocked. Take Highway 101 on the right." What? The sudden words made Roland and Daniel a little confused. "Joe? What's wrong?" Daniel asked. "Someone is making trouble at the entrance of the crew. Let's not go over there." Joe Pesci, who had just returned from the main entrance of the crew, shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't go over there. I just looked from a distance. It should be a man. I don't know what he was arguing with the staff." Note, Hollywood crews are certainly not as decent as I wrote. There are endless rushing situations, but the rushing crews have one characteristic, that is, they will not shoot in Los Angeles. The crew will hide in Canada, New Zealand, and Europe. Even if something happens, the union will not know. Even if they know, when they rush over to investigate, the matter has been settled. Hollywood crews are not as standardized as people imagine. The standardization here refers not only to the already chaotic independent films, but also to large crews. Jet Li once said on a date with Liu Yu, a day out for big names, that when filming Lethal Weapon 4, no one knew what would be filmed the next day. It was only after the first day was finished that Mel Gibson asked people in the crew to write the script for the next day. The process was exactly the same as when filming in Hong Kong. Chapter 37. It's none of your business. Please vote for recommendation. On the first day of filming, someone came to the scene to make trouble. The few people who just got into the car looked at each other, and they all saw the confusion in each other's eyes. It's not that making trouble will never happen in Hollywood crews, but this kind of situation usually only happens to crews that shoot far away from Los Angeles, or like to make trouble. For example, when filming Top Gun, because the F-14 needs to fly at low altitude, the residents around the route directly sued the crew members. For example, in order to shoot the scene of Tom Cruise running, Vanilla Sky submitted an application to New York City and closed the world's busiest section of Times Square during the day on Sunday, and then was complained by local residents. For example, Manhattan, Chinatown, and Lower East Side Street are the favorite filming locations for Hollywood crews, and every time a crew goes there to shoot, it always interferes with the normal lives of local residents. Because of this, the public satisfaction in this area has been hovering below the standard line for many years. After all, not every crew can be as rich as the Matrix and directly build a private highway for a car chase scene. People can't learn from Johnny Depp and Jerry Bruckheimer. forcing Disney to continuously increase the investment amount just to build a railway for the Lone Ranger crew to shoot. According to normal people's logical thinking, no one thinks that the crew of Home Alone will provoke the surrounding residents. This residential area was invested by David Olsen, and it has not yet started to sell. It is a long way from other residential areas. Even if the crew makes a big move, it will not affect others. What's more, their crew does not have any explosion scenes, chase scenes, and will not make decibel noises that make people tinnitus. In this case, they are unlucky enough to cause trouble? This is really hard to understand. However, just as Roland was puzzled, Joe Pesci, who had already reported the news, stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the scene. Daniel Stern did not want to ask any more questions and followed closely behind him, disappearing from Roland's sight. The two of them were just actors and did not want to get involved in this muddy water. Director Chris Columbus' attitude was much more interesting. He summoned the production director of the Fox crew and gave Roland a few instructions in a voice that Roland could not catch. Then he turned the car key neatly and started the engine. He did not look like the boss of the crew at all. He smiled and nodded at Roland, and then he left too. Looking at the gradually leaving car shadow and the empty parking space, Muhammad, who was sitting in the driver's seat, blinked his eyes and felt that something was wrong. Looking up at the central rearview mirror, staring at Roland with empty eyes, this guy who is about to leave school and start his own business asked in confusion, "Roland, is there no one in charge of the entire crew? Since you know someone is making trouble, doesn't anyone go over to take a look?" Roland was stunned by this question. When he saw Mohammed's confused look through the reflection in the rearview mirror, Roland, who was still thinking about things, reacted and said with a smile, "Isn't the production director a person? Wouldn't it be enough to let him take care of it? Their existence is to solve all problems in the crew, including these emergencies. What's more, they are still Fox people. When facing troublemakers, wouldn't it be better to let Fox's spokesperson come forward to solve it?" That's right. In Roland's view, it is normal for these guys not to take care of things, because the production director of the crew did not go on strike. Although the production director has the word producer hanging on his head, in fact, they are actually the number one handyman in the crew. Under the producer-centered system in Hollywood, the producer is the boss of a project. Whether it is the director or the leading actor, they are all employees recruited by him. In this case, how can the investor control the real progress of a project? Naturally, one or more production directors are assigned to the group to work. These production directors need to solve various problems encountered by the crew and cooperate with the director and actors to complete the entire film. It is precisely because of their existence that other people will naturally not take the initiative to step forward when encountering various emergencies. After all, everyone will worry that a situation of getting into trouble for no reason will befall them. Joe Pesci, for the sake of being in the same camp, is already very good to go back and report the news. As for asking him to come forward to check, that's impossible. The situation where the director becomes a nanny only happens here. Christopher Nolan planted 500 acres of cornfields to shoot Interstellar, but he didn't personally watch the land. And Leo Mausi also planted a bunch of sorghum to shoot red sorghum, but he personally guarded the field. This is the difference in the crew system. Then we should leave from there as well. Seeing that Roland was not very interested, Mohammed did not ask any more questions, but turned the steering wheel by himself. "Okay, you can do whatever you want." Roland responded indifferently, and his eyes drifted out the window. Roland's indifferent look really made Mohammed think that Roland was not interested in these things. However, he did not notice that when he left, Roland's eyes were always peeking at the main door. Roland really showed that he was so indifferent. How could it be possible? Now he was more nervous than anyone else. With his intervention, the crew of Home Alone became unrecognizable. The crew of the previous life was not filmed in Los Angeles. How much did it change during the whole process? How could Roland know? But what he knew was that due to his appearance, the scenes and arrangements involved in the crew were somewhat different from those in the previous life. Take the villa full of stories for example. Can a beach villa on the west coast be the same as a winter villa in the northeast? Impossible. In order to solve this problem, the crew planned to modify the appearance of the villa during post-production. Just this kind of small matter can cause certain changes to the entire movie. Now, on the first day of filming, someone came to make trouble. Who can guarantee that this sudden accident will not interfere with the normal filming plan of the entire movie? But even if Roland was worried, he would not go to check. Even if the sky fell, it would not be his turn as a little guy to hold it up. Of course, not checking in person does not mean not paying attention. For a relatively closed crew, this kind of gossip news will not survive until the third day. Just as he was wondering why the troublemaker came, Roland, who arrived at the crew early the next morning, found strangely that everything related to the troublemaker did not become the idle talk of the crew members. They looked normal, as if they didn't know what happened yesterday. What's going on? Note, when Leo Mousy was filming Red Sorghum, he didn't keep an eye on it at first, but later when he was inspecting it, he found that he was fooled by the local farmers. At that time, there were two kinds of sorghum. One was short and had high yield, and the other was tall and had low yield. In order to make the movie, Leo Mousy wanted the kind that was taller than a person, but after he spent money, the local farmers still planted it according to the high yield variety. There was no choice. The crew stopped work for half a month, and then hired fire trucks every day to water the sorghum field. They also distributed fertilizers to local farmers and asked them to fertilize the sorghum. After the farmers pulled the fertilizers to the field, they saw the supervisors leave and immediately took the fertilizers home and hid them under the bed. Chapter 38 Christopher, seeking recommendation votes. Mike, have you heard anything about the troublemaker? Roland, who had finished putting on makeup and was waiting for the filming, came to Mohammed's side. Since Roland didn't need to teach him at all, he was free at the moment, holding a thick book, nestling in a quiet area of the crew, and carefully reading the contents. After hearing Roland's question, the guy who was still feeling strange about Roland's attitude yesterday immediately rolled his eyes. He glanced at Roland unhappily, squinting his eyes, and asked back, "Weren't you not interested yesterday? Because I think I can hear gossip today." But Roland shrugged and showed a smile. "Well, I thought you really didn't care about these things." Mohammed closed his book, picked up the water cup, took a sip, and moistened his throat. This action directly aroused Roland's interest. However, just as Roland opened his eyes wide and listened carefully, he shook his head helplessly. "Sorry, I didn't hear the news either." "Hey." Roland rolled his eyes instantly and nudged the other's arm with his elbow. "If you don't know, just say you don't know. Why are you pretending to keep me in suspense? When I asked you yesterday, you acted quite calm. Are you anxious now?" After being hit by an elbow, Mohammed hit him back without any hesitation. "Wow, you actually hit me?" Roland, who was hit by a fist, widened his eyes. "What's wrong with hitting you? Who told you not to talk well yesterday?" Mohammed glared back without fear. As they got along these days, the two had already understood each other's temper. Mohammed found that, when they met on the first day, the fierce Roland was not his true self at all. Compared with those children with wild and bizarre ideas, Roland seemed extremely normal. Roland, who did not have the second generation temperament, was very easy to communicate with. Because of this, Mohammed did not put on a tutor face and directly tore off the disguise. Hidden under the mask, he was actually a very arrogant young man. If Roland didn't want to pay attention to him, then he wouldn't put his warm face on Roland's cold butt. Just like yesterday, Roland didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. Today, when Roland asked, he would also put on airs and control Roland to vent yesterday's anger. Of course, both sides knew that the other party was joking. After laughing for a while, when Roland protected his hairstyle and shouted to stop, the two of them stopped at the right time, leaned back in their seats, and kept breathing heavily. "Fortunately, I didn't mess up my hair, otherwise, I would definitely be scolded by the director later." Looking at the still upright hairstyle in the mirror, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you kidding? Will you be scolded by the director?" Mohammed showed a puzzled expression. "I saw you getting along very well with the director and the leading actor yesterday. They shouldn't scold you for such a small matter, right? It's not a question of whether to scold or not, but a question of attitude. I'm just a newcomer. No matter how good they are to me, I have to respect them. Not letting them wait for me and performing every scene well is the greatest respect for them." Do you understand what I mean? Even if Roland traveled through time, the habits that were integrated into his bones could not be changed in a short time. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. If others offend me, I will offend them. Harmony brings wealth. These concepts have been with Roland for decades. If they change easily, it would be a ghost. Of course, he also understood that he had made so many commentary videos in his previous life that in Hollywood, you can be a big shot, but you must not be unprofessional. Like Johnny Depp and Tom Cruise, it's okay to challenge the investors, but if you cheat during the filming, the other party will not forgive you. Okay. Mohammed thought what Roland said was fine. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Since you don't know, please go and ask for me. Roland didn't want to spend too much time on such a trivial matter, so he changed the subject and said, those staff should know what happened yesterday. Just ask a few of them, and tell me, after I finish the filming. The task of gathering intelligence made Mohammed speechless. He is not the kind of girl who likes gossip. Compared with gathering the inside story of the crew, he prefers reading books and programming, and following Roland's instructions. Mohammed also discovered why the assistants of artists are all women. Two female assistants sitting together and chatting. Everyone thinks there is nothing wrong, but if two male assistants sit together to talk about things, it is estimated that it will not take long before the gay makeup artist will come to the door. Roland, who should I ask? Seeing that Roland was about to leave, Mohammed, who had no clue, was a little worried. However, just when he thought that Roland would let him figure it out, Roland, who had already left, said without looking back, there is a guy in the crew who likes to be lazy the most. We saw him yesterday. What? The sudden reminder made Mohammed raise his eyebrows. In less than 2 seconds, a fat body appeared in his mind. Have you thought about it a long time ago? Mohammed felt that he was being cheated. What do you think? Roland, who had already left the lounge, raised his left hand and snapped his fingers in the air. When the crisp sound drilled into Mohammed's ears, he finally reacted and laughed. Roland didn't think that he would care about the things around him like a gossipy woman from the beginning. The reason why he came here was just to hope that Mohammed would inquire about the news on his behalf. As for whether he could find out, Roland had already found a target for him to spy on. If he still returned empty-handed, then it would be really embarrassing. Putting away the books and looking for the target, when Mohammed found the fat man who was taking a break in the corner of the crew, he was prepared and hurried forward to chat with him. Just as Mohammed used Tom Cruise as a breakthrough point and kept agreeing with the other party's views, trying to get the corresponding information from the fat man's mouth, Roland, who had found a makeup artist again and had his makeup done, had already started the play. When the crew shoots a movie, they will not shoot it in chronological order as many laymen think. It is the right way to focus on one scene and shoot all the scenes that happened here at once. However, like Zio Gang Peo shot 1942, walking along the road of that year and shooting at the same time, it is really burning money for art. Commercial film crews cannot do this, and the limited funds of investors cannot support such behavior. Therefore, when Roland was called to the camera again and again by Chris Columbus, and he performed the scenes that Chris Columbus wanted according to the script, he actually had no coherent concept in his mind. He knew what he was acting, but what about a specific scene in the film? Unless it was a plot with obvious characteristics, he had to think about it. This high-density shooting was also a new life that Roland had never experienced. No matter how he wandered around in his previous life, he would not shoot for several hours like now. At noon, Roland, who had relaxed, did not find Mohammed. After eating the working meal provided by the crew, he didn't want to ask about gossip and went straight to sleep in his lounge. He didn't know how long he slept. When he was awakened by a familiar voice again, Mohammed appeared in front of him and brought him good news. I have found out about it. What Joe Pesci said yesterday was not entirely correct. That man is not here to cause trouble. He came to find John Hus. What? When Mohammed said the name John Hus, Roland, who was still half asleep, suddenly became alert. What's going on? Who is that man? Although Roland's words were full of questions, a name popped up in his mind. As he asked, Mohammed also told him the news he had heard. Christopher Culkin. Judging from the guy's tone, this guy should not be famous. Chapter 39 Fist. Please recommend. Are you sure the fat guy is talking about Christopher Culkin? Roland rubbed his cheeks and repeated the other person's name to get rid of his sleepiness. Why? Do you know this guy? Mohammed, who had already sat down, picked up the mineral water, raised his head, and took a sip, and then continued his words. When I was asking for information, I could clearly feel that the guy's tone was full of indifference. Judging from his words, Christopher should not be someone in the entertainment industry, right? Besides, I also heard that this matter was finally handled by your producer John Hughes. The Fox production director you told me yesterday doesn't seem to be able to handle such things. The production director sent by Fox certainly can't handle such things. Although Roland didn't know the guy named Christopher Culkin, if he put the surname Culkin and John Hughes together, Roland could guess some of the inside story. Because Macaulay, the original star of Home Alone, has the surname Culkin, and this guy named Christopher should be Macaulay's father. Macaulay's father came to seek justice for his son. This seems a little too late, right? The contract has been signed. The crew has started filming. It is really unwise to go to the door to make trouble at this time. Just as Roland frowned and guessed the inside story, two middle-aged men were sitting opposite each other in a coffee shop in Burbank. The guy with blonde hair folded his hands and put them on the table, staring at the person at the opposite table with burning eyes, while the man with round-framed glasses calmly picked up the coffee cup, took a sip, frowned, and seemed to think that the taste was not right, and directly picked up the sugar cubes that had not been added and continued to throw them into the cup. When the jingling sound of the sugar cubes touching the bottom appeared, the guy with blonde hair shawl curled the corners of his mouth. John, your taste hasn't changed, you still love sweets. But the doctor said you have a bad heart and asked you to eat less sweets. Such words made the bespectacled man who was stirring the coffee raise his head. When his face appeared in the blonde man's sight, the name John Hughes was about to come out. Kit, some habits are not so easy to change. Besides, we earn so much money, we don't throw it to doctors for no reason and let them monitor our health. What they have to do is to make us live better while ensuring our preferences. Instead of doing the same as our elders, telling us not to eat this, not to drink that. So you're like Warren Buffett, drink the Coke first, and then let the doctor solve the problem? John Hughes' words made the guy named Kit laugh. However, the good-natured laughter did not last long, and he changed the subject and complained. Then why don't you continue this habit to the film project? Finalize the candidate first, and then let the director solve the problem. Isn't it okay? That's right, the guy affectionately called Kid by John Hughes is Christopher Culkin in Mohammed's words, and he did not come to seek justice for his son as Roland thought, but for his own financial prospects. He asked his old friend who he had known for many years for an explanation. John, you promised Macaulay that you would let him be the leading actor. Do you remember what you said? Oh, dear, the inspiration for this movie came from you. No one is more suitable for this role than you. The role of Kevin was created for you. Don't worry, you will be notified after the crew is set up. Christopher Culkin looked at his old friend opposite him affectionately. His singing voice, which was similar to that of a stage play, made John Hughes raise his eyebrows. However, before he could respond, Culkin, who was still reminiscing fondly, changed his face instantly, and frustration arose spontaneously. But now, Macaulay is deeply disappointed. Do you know how sad he was when he learned that the project of Home Alone had started filming? He held the newspaper and stood timidly at the door of my study, not daring to take a step forward. He hugged the door frame with a sad face and asked me, Uncle John, don't you like him anymore? Did he do something wrong? Otherwise, why would Uncle John find someone else to play the role? He said he has been in the industry for 6 years, and he doesn't know why he was outdone by a newcomer. The tragic voice and emotional words, if put on the opera show, there would definitely be a scene of tears bursting out. He told his story with great emotion, and described his experience in an impartial way. If that was all, it would be fine. The point is that at the end of the story, Culkin also raised a question that made people think about it. If John Hughes, the listener, was replaced by another ordinary person, he might have started to wonder whether there were any unknown shady deals in the whole project. but John Hughes was the person involved. He put down the coffee spoon with a smile on his face. When he looked at Culkin with a playful look, the smile hidden in the corner of his eyes made Culkin a little annoyed. "John, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing. I just think your acting skills have improved a lot compared to before." John Hughes smiled and opened his handbag, found the glasses cloth, took off his glasses skillfully, and wiped the lenses. "What do you want to say after all this talk?" Macaulay was so disappointed that he couldn't sleep because he didn't get the role. "Don't be ridiculous. You think Macaulay's role was taken away by someone else, right? Why didn't you come to me when I called you to tell you? You jumped out at this time. Don't you just want to get a replacement project from me? I have known you for so many years. I know your thoughts." When John Hughes put on his glasses again, Culkin's face was still sad and sad. Just as John Hughes said, he came here this time in the hope of getting a project from his old friend. Why didn't he show up when the project was taken away by Roland? Culkin, who used to be in the circle, is not a fool. The guy who can make John Hughes abandon his son must have his own strengths. It will not end well to confront such a guy. In this way, it is natural to endure and wait. When the project is established and the crew starts filming, he jumps out. Is it too late now? No. Now is the right time. As long as he gets involved with the crew under the banner of shady dealings, John Hughes will definitely meet his demands. The reason is simple, because no crew wants to cause trouble during filming and attract scandals. Although everything Culkin said might be insignificant, if those words were thrown to the media reporters, they would be in trouble. However, the crew and the news media would not care whether what you said was true or false. They only needed to know that Chris Columbus, a young man promoted by Steven Spielberg, took advantage of his power to bully others and forcibly denied the choice of producer John Hughes and promoted the newcomer. That was enough. Of course, their reports could not be so explicit, but you could not expect these bitch-raised guys to say anything good. They might not drag Spielberg into the water, but those guys who smelled the news would definitely dig deep into the crew. In the end, even if these people only dug out a little bit of content, such as John Hughes' influence is not as great as Chris Columbus, a newcomer, and the guys in the crew were all invited by Chris Columbus, these news alone would be enough for the guys in the crew to drink a pot. At that time, Chris Columbus would naturally leave the public with an image of a dog who took advantage of others' power. And John Hughes? What prestige does he have as a master of youth films? He is just a coward. Of course, Culkin would never do such a desperate thing unless he had no other choice. But you can't bet everything on the other party. Satisfy his demands and make him shut up. This is what Culkin wants to pursue. He just wants a movie project that can make his son make money quickly. Unfortunately, John Hughes doesn't want to be threatened by the other party. Looking at his calm old friend, John Hughes thought of the past. Christopher Culkin is an insatiable guy. After satisfying his demands, he will only expect more. Ever since John Hughes learned that Christopher Culkin ignored the feelings of his children and made all his children embark on the path of actors to enrich his own wallet, he no longer wanted to associate with such a person. You should be very thankful that you didn't come over to argue when I called you. Do you think you can't afford to offend Roland Allen? You're right. You can just go out and find the news media now and tell the story according to your idea. Look at how many people will report it directly according to what you said. John Hughes' words made Christopher Culkin frown. Just as he was pondering the meaning of his old friend's words, John Hughes started talking to himself again. Do you know who recommended Roland Allen to play the role? His resume was sent to the crew by Robin Williams. Do you know who asked the director and leading actor in the crew to teach him when they are free before the filming started? It was Robert Zemeckis. The media reporters will like your revelations very much. After all, one of these two is now competing for the Best Actor award, and the other's Back to the Future 3 will be released this year. If you go out and find the media now, we will be on the headlines tomorrow. For such publicity, Fox and I have to thank you. Before he finished speaking, John Hughes smiled and nodded at the other party. Without saying anything more, he picked up his handbag and turned to leave. However, when he left, he also took out a few $20 bills and pressed them under the coffee saucer. The attitude of people with different ideas and different intentions made Christopher Culkin's face darken instantly. Wait. Seeing that John Hughes was about to leave, Culkin shouted immediately, "HMM." John Hughes leaned to one side and looked at him with a smile on his face. "Anything else, Kit? Are you sure?" The incoherent question made John Hughes smile even brighter. He shrugged and whispered, "Of course." The location of the crew now was provided by Roland Allen's guardian. "If you don't believe it, you can go and ask for it yourself." The affirmative answer made Culkin nod. Taking a deep breath, retracting all the threatening words in his mind, Culkin showed a formal smile on his face. He came here this time to get some roles suitable for his son from John Hughes. Because he needs his son to make money for him, he can't let his son give up the path of acting. But now, the means of threatening and pestering are obviously no longer effective. No one will offend the Jewish gang while continuing to mix in the circle. Vin Diesel, who was the first to hold a funeral to sell movies, has offended so many people in the circle, including Pierce Brosnan, Paul Walker, Dwayne Johnson, James Wan. The names of big names alone can fill a whole book, but even so, he did not offend the Jewish gang. This may be due to Spielberg's kindness, but it is an indisputable fact that the Jewish gang is powerful. If he still wants his son to become a money printing machine, then Culkin can't make Revelations casually, and once he gives up making Revelations, then he can only be a Ninja Turtle. Looking at John Hughes gradually moving back, Culkin gritted his teeth and felt a little uncomfortable. A project with an investment of 15 million. Big names are supporting and escorting. What a good opportunity. Just like that. Gone. But what can be done? Find the other party to park in real life, to vent the anger in the heart? Don't be kidding. Fists can indeed solve many problems, but many times, the fists that solve problems are not real fists. There may be conflicts between everyone, but facing them head on, fighting, and cursing are really too low level. Besides, if it's not for anything else, just for the money, he can't do it. Pick up the coffee, raise your neck, and drink it all. For Culkin, this visit was a failure. Because he didn't even start to say anything harsh, John Hughes had already made him give up all plans. But on the other hand, his action was also successful. Because he knew who the guy who snatched the project from his son was. Since Roland Allen is about the same age as his son, there will be many opportunities to contact him in the future. In the future, if he continues to bump into Roland Allen when selecting projects, then he won't have to waste more time on those projects. And time, for him, is money. As long as you have money, what else matters? Note, Macaulay's father loves money very much. All the food, clothing and daily expenses of the family are earned by Macaulay and his brother. He also has a brother named Kieran Culkin, who is also a child star. When the Culkins broke up, half of the more than $2 million in Kieran Culkin's name was taken away by his father. The most amazing thing is that Macaulay's father also challenged Fox. Fox did not let Macaulay be the protagonist of Little Angels, so he did not let Macaulay shoot Home Alone 2. Of course, the most important thing is that he asked Fox for $5 million. Selling movies at the funeral hall is not the first of Mr. Liu. In 2013, when Paul Walker died in a car accident, fan flew to Paul's mother's house that day and cried in front of reporters, saying that his good brother was very sad without him. He also specifically said that Paul had told him before his death that his biggest wish was to shoot Fast and Furious to the 10th part. Fan said on the spot that he would fulfill his wish no matter what. Of course, this is all bullshit. When filming the first two movies, Paul sued the crew because the series was originally aimed at the disc market, and the disc market income is not as transparent as the box office. Paul made a fuss because of the dividend issue. Van Dyke had already confronted Pierce Brosnan when he was filming XXX, relying on Tom Hanks and Spielberg behind him. The reason why James Wan filmed Furious 7 and didn't take Furious 8 was that Van Dyke was too big a star. The Hollywood Reporter reported that Universal offered $7 million plus a share of the North American box office, not a share of the profits, but Wan refused because he didn't want to work with Van Dyke. Chapter 40, Unworthy. Please recommend. What was Christopher Culkin thinking? John Hughes didn't bother to pay attention. He knew that his old friend was a smart man and would not do something that would hurt his enemy by 80 and himself by 1000. After leaving the cafe and finishing his chores, He came to the set. It was lunchtime, and when he arrived, the main creators of the crew were eating in the restaurant. It seemed that they didn't eat much, but it seemed that they had already eaten. When he pushed open the door of the restaurant, the light and cheerful tunes that came towards him attracted his attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, Roland, dressed in cool summer clothes, was holding a guitar and plucking the strings skillfully. Sitting aside, Daniel Stern, holding a knife and fork, twisted his body to suit the occasion. What Western dining etiquette, what silence, all these things were thrown away by them. Looking at the shaking red wine glass, gazing at a figure with relaxed features, John, who suddenly appeared behind everyone, put his hands on the back of the chair and said with a smile, "So, the crew can drink at night." The sudden words attracted everyone's attention. The word drink made them raise their eyebrows, and when they found out that the person who spoke was the producer of the film, the fierce look that wanted to fight was immediately put away, replaced by a familiar smile. "Oh, John, you come here at this time. You must not have eaten, right? I'll ask the chef to make it for you. Sit down, don't stand. We don't drink much. 1 bottle of wine for 3 people. It won't affect the filming at night." Under the instigation of everyone, John Hughes sat down. Looking at the empty wine bottle on the table, he smiled and said, "Your treatment is much better than that of other crews. Before shooting the night scene, we can sit together and have a drink. This is something that many people envy. In fact, the contracts of Hollywood crews generally have clear regulations. When the crew is filming, the main creative team cannot drink or eat grass to avoid causing shooting accidents. However, few people will abide by these terms. It is well known that Brad Pitt and Edward Norton drink before going to the theater. Johnny Depp always carries a bottle of Chivas Regal with him to cheer him up. When filming a restricted plot, Margot Robbie, the Joker girl, drinks a bottle of tequila to get into the mood. Some guys can only act well after drinking. In this case, no matter how the investors forbid it, the production director in charge of the group will turn a blind eye. At this time, even Spielberg can't stop the actors from drinking, and it is with his tacit approval that the horror of Robert Shaw in the drunken state in Jaws has become a classic. Of course, everyone knows that John Hughes is not talking about drinking to cheer himself up. He is saying that the treatment of the crew of Home Alone is several times better than that of other filmed crews. While other crews are struggling hard in remote places, these people are staying in Los Angeles, living a comfortable life of getting up early to join the crew, going home after the filming, and occasionally working overtime. The person we should thank the most for the life we have now is Roland. If it weren't for David Olsen providing the filming location, we wouldn't know where to stay to keep warm now. When we were discussing the project, we said that the filming location was set in Illinois. If we really went there to film, how could we be as comfortable as we are now? They are not fools. How did the crew stay in Los Angeles? Everyone knows it in their hearts. If it weren't for David Olsen's generous help, they would not be able to sit together to drink, chat and listen to music. Even eating normally would become a problem that troubles them. We are all human beings, and no one likes the 996 life. A comfortable working environment can make people feel happier. In this case, once someone mentions this, the first thing they think of is naturally the guy who can provide them with convenience. Feeling the eager smiles from everyone, Roland, who was playing casually, put down the guitar in his hand, smiled and shook his head and said, "Oh, no. The reason why Uncle David provided the filming location is mainly because he couldn't go to Illinois to accompany me, and Aunt Ganetti had to take care of Ashley and the others, so leaving me in Los Angeles became their first choice." Of course, this is also thanks to the strong support of director Hughes and director Chris. If they hadn't confirmed that this place could be used, we wouldn't have stayed. The polite words made everyone laugh. John Hughes, who was still in a bad mood, had no more unhappiness after hearing Roland's flattery. Macaulay Culkin? It's a pity that he was not chosen. If this kid was really called into the crew, he would definitely be the one who would be unlucky in the end. Okay, Roland, don't be so modest. When John and I came to the site to confirm, he was full of praise for this place. Look, your words made him laugh. Why don't you go and pour him a drink? He likes sweet drinks. Oh, by the way, tell the chef and the kitchen to prepare another dinner. Okay. Roland responded and put down the guitar in his hand. As he left, the faces of several people at the same table also showed hearty smiles. "You treat him like this?" John Hughes was a little surprised. In his impression, guys who come in through connections will at least have a superior attitude, whether they are adults or children. But Roland doesn't have this attitude at all. This kid is pretty good. He doesn't have the hostility of those rich kids. Daniel Stern nodded. It's even better than what they said when they greeted him. Joe Pesci picked up a broccoli and put it in his mouth. Unlike those newcomers, he must have learned a lot. The questions he asked are more interesting, not as childish as his peers. "Since you're here, why don't you stay? There will be his scene tonight. You can watch it," Columbus said with a smile. If one person said Roland was fine, it might be a business blow to each other. If two people said Roland was fine, it might be a relationship first thing. But if 3 people said Roland was fine, it would explain a lot of problems. John Hughes, who wanted to tell everyone that the trouble had been solved and was about to say hello and leave, heard what these people said and immediately suppressed his doubts in his heart and stayed as everyone wished. After dinner, he returned to the camera. When he saw Roland Allen performing the scene that the other party said as much as possible according to Columbus's request, the tireless face in the camera made him relax. He could feel that the smile was from the heart. Roland was happy to be able to act in this movie. The matter has been resolved. That guy won't come again. Just shoot with peace of mind. John Hughes told his purpose after the crew finished work. After hearing his affirmative words, all the people in the creative team just nodded and didn't say anything. Such performance not only did not cause John Hughes dissatisfaction, but made him somewhat happy. He knew that these people were considering his feelings and didn't want to inquire about his privacy casually. However, on the way home, Roland laughed. And this time, when Mohammed, who had been sticking to his post, cast a puzzled look at him, Roland did not hide his thoughts. Everyone has his own story. You have, I have, and director John has too. These stories are good and bad, but most of them cannot be shared with others. Only you can see the ending. Director John saw the ending of a story today, and he is very happy for this. And I'm happy for him. The confusing words made Mohammed confused. Shaking his head, he directly gave Roland's logical thinking a 0. Since he couldn't figure out what Roland's brain circuit was like, he wouldn't study it. With this spare time, he might as well read a few more books and figure out how to get the latest version of SFC in November this year. Although Mohammed didn't continue to pay attention to him, Roland didn't mind at all. In fact, after hearing the story of John Hughes from director Robert Zemeckis, he has always been very interested in this guy. Of course, this interest does not mean to meet the man head on, but to know how John Hughes will deal with the relationship between him and Culkin with his intervention. This man is far from being as glorious as the outside world imagines. In his previous life, he had no friends in the end. In this life, Roland hopes that he can live a more comfortable life. Even though John Hughes only summarized everything in simple words and did not elaborate on the process, Roland could see the relief of the other party from his relieved face. Of course, Roland would never show his happiness in his heart. At the same time, he also understood that his previous worries no longer existed. At least, Culkin would no longer have an impact on the crew. Now that he knew that the possible problems had been nipped in the bud, Roland felt much more comfortable in the bud. He experienced the 6-day work and 1-day rest that he had never experienced in his previous life. He enjoyed the 6-hour workday that he had never experienced in his previous life. He also saw the insurance company auditors that he had never seen in his previous life. Not only that, he also saw the awesomeness of the American Child Protection Association. I said no. This is extremely dangerous. You can't let a 10-year-old kid sit on a skateboard and slide down stairs that are more than 3 meters high. Absolutely not. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. As long as you dare to let Roland Allen sit on it, we will formally investigate the entire crew. Not even if the insurance company is willing to cover it. Roland Allen, stop talking. Not even if you are willing. What we are protecting now is your life safety. We are safeguarding your legal rights. Why are you always speaking for the crew? Suspending? Suspending is allowed if there is wire protection, but sliding downstairs is absolutely not allowed. Because no matter what kind of protection, a skateboard moving at high speed may cause injury or death. Stop talking. If you insist on real filming, we will contact the MPAA, Motion Picture Association of America. Ask them to increase the rating of your film during the review. It has to be at least PG-13. Yes, when the crew needed to shoot the scene where Roland was skateboarding alone at home, the insurance company and the Child Protection Association came to them after getting the news. Faced with this extremely dangerous scene, both parties said no. The auditors of the insurance company were two white men. After looking at the arrangement of the set, they simply said that they would not provide insurance. The staff of the Child Protection Association was a man and a woman. The man did not say much since he arrived, while the black woman, who was sturdy and had a loud voice, was able to argue with the crowd and made the crew speechless. When the Fox production director repeatedly assured that he would not let the crew continue to shoot this clip, those guys retracted their ferocious faces and waved their sleeves without a cloud. Director, how about we shoot it another day? Looking at Columbus with a sad face, Roland expressed his thoughts. In a few days, when the impact of the incident has subsided, we will shoot it. At that time, don't look for them. Can't we just carry the camera up there? Roland, forget it. If something happens to you, the crew will be in big trouble. Chris Columbus shook his head and directly denied Roland's idea. Although everyone admired Roland's professionalism, when Roland learned that the director wanted him to shoot live, he wanted to go up with his skateboard without saying a word. But for his safety, for the normal operation of the entire crew, and for the crew not to be closed down by those annoying associations, after repeated consideration, they gave up the plan of live shooting. What should we do now? Roland felt disgusted with his age for the first time. Of course, the reason why Roland wanted to shoot was mainly because he thought this behavior was exciting and wanted to give it a try. As for dedicating himself to art, this was all something Chris Columbus and his team thought up. First shoot a close-up of getting on the skateboard, then tie the camera to the skateboard and shoot a downward dive. The scene where the skateboard carries you out of the door will be replaced by a towing rope and a dummy model. You only need to shoot the part where you slide on the snow and finally flip over. In response to Roland's question, Chris Columbus directly gave a substitute plan. Why is Hollywood's film industry famous all over the world? Is it because everyone is striving to make progress? Is it because all commercial films are produced step by step according to the process? Is it because there is the most advanced technology here? No. Mainly because they are forced. The union thinks that your shot is too dangerous and cannot be filmed. The association thinks that your plot is prone to accidents and does not allow it to be filmed. The review agency thinks that your scene cannot be shown, so it must be cut or the rating must be increased. Under the pressure of those frameworks, all kinds of strange shooting methods have appeared. Just like Fast and Furious, most of the racing scenes are filmed with a traction rope. It is not possible to do this. If an actor gets into trouble, the Green Franklin will be lost. When Meryl Streep was filming The River Wild, she fell directly into the rapids. If she was not rescued, how much money would she have to pay? When Johnny Depp was filming The Lone Ranger, he fell off his horse. Fortunately, the horse did not step on him. Otherwise, how much money would he have to pay? When Jason Statham was filming The Expendables 3, a truck malfunctioned and took him directly into the sea. If he had not been rescued, the crew would have to stop working, but the loss of money would have been a big deal. Even Tom Cruise, who has always been known for his professionalism, was almost killed when filming Edge of Tomorrow. In the face of such high-risk filming, the crew did not want to take risks at all. In fact, compared with green screen cutouts, Hollywood project teams will specify in the contract which shots must use a double and which shots will definitely use a green screen before signing with the actors. Why? It's because they are afraid that the actors will get excited and have to do it themselves. When shooting dangerous shots, the project team will force you to use a double. If you don't, you have to pay liquidated damages. And the reason is very simple. Because many dangerous shots are not covered by insurance companies. In addition, it is also related to the fact that actors are the biggest commodities in the circle. Roland, don't think about going on your own. Listen to the director. When Joe Pesci pulled Roland away with a smile, Roland who was not able to play on the stage himself, felt a little regretful. Under everyone's persuasion, he could only stay aside and watch the stunt group's performance with everyone. Note: Hollywood crews generally do not prohibit alcohol, mainly because many people have the habit of drinking before filming. Secretary, Nintendo's second generation home game console. John, whose interpersonal relationships in the circle are not good. Here's The Breakfast Club. Spring is not a good time to read, and Home Alone made many people famous, but in the end, most people did not even attend his funeral. Not only that, they also missed the anniversary party afterwards. American insurance companies are not fools. When they insure crew projects, they will exclude some extremely dangerous shooting shots, or specially mark them, so that the crew can use a double. When the crew shoots these shots, they will also be present, mainly to clear themselves of responsibility. Hollywood contracts will really specify which shots require a stand-in, and Marvel is the best at this. They don't want anything to happen to their actors, because losing an actor means losing a lot of money for them. Chapter 41 What I Want. Happy National Day. An hour later. Cut. Good. Roland, go ahead. We are just short of a snow sprint, and then full shot. When Chris Columbus called Roland's name, Roland, who had been watching for a while, was not as excited as Mitsuhami Hayamizu when she saw Taki Tachibana. Instead, he sat on the skateboard with no interest. As the stunt team took over, the play shot that should have been extremely exciting turned out to be quite boring. After a coherent action was dismembered and fragmented, the direct perception was much worse. However, even so, with the manipulation of the stunt team, Roland also understood how to shoot this kind of sprint shot. Sitting on the skateboard, under the wanton pulling of the staff, Roland, who was in a rapid sprint state, made an extremely exaggerated expression, with wide eyes and open mouth, coupled with a heart-wrenching scream. The terrified look was like a crew member thrown out of the plane by a war machine. It seemed that he shouted loud enough, but it was more like he really showed his fear. After several consecutive shots from multiple camera positions, this scene was considered over. When Roland took the mineral water handed by Mohammed after the show, a complaint appeared beside his ear. Your expression just now was really exaggerated. What? Do you understand? Roland, who did not enjoy the excitement of skateboarding, rolled his eyes at the other party and whispered back, we are shooting a comedy, which is full of exaggerated actions. Besides, I'm playing a naughty child. When the naughty child was playing skateboarding at home, he found that he could not brake and was helpless, so of course he would show appropriate fear. Mohammed did not give any comment on Roland's explanation. After Roland gave him a contemptuous look, he took the mineral water bottle that the other party stuffed back. Under his gaze, Roland, wrapped in a thick cotton jacket, was like a stupid bear, constantly moving towards the monitor. Because of the thick snow, Roland's body was crooked when he walked. Yes, there is snow on the crew. You read it right. There is snow on the crew in Los Angeles. When he first joined the crew, Roland didn't realize that the crew was equipped with a snowmaking vehicle because they were shooting interior scenes. At that time, Roland thought that snow would be directly synthesized using post-production technology, but he didn't expect that once the exterior shooting began, the crew's set designers would directly turn the Los Angeles studio into the North Pole. However, these powerful set designers did not use high-power snowmaking vehicles, but instead spread a polymer resin around the site and then continuously poured water on it. This material, which Roland had never seen before, will turn into a negative ion form after absorbing water, presenting the appearance of snow. The temperature of powdered artificial snow can reach 30 degrees. It will not melt when heated, and it will only burn when set on fire. Only calcium salt can make it melt. It is a must-have tool for the crew to make snow at the snowfield. It is precisely because of their existence that John Hughes and Chris Columbus dared to set the crew's filming location in Los Angeles, because even if they went to other places to shoot, they had to make artificial snow. Director, are there any more scenes to shoot today? After Roland finished watching his performance and felt that there was no problem, he tore off his old cotton padded jacket with a hot body. As he took off his costume, his sweaty back was also presented in front of everyone. There was no way who made the temperature in Los Angeles more than 20 degrees. Wearing winter clothes in such a temperature, either you are filming or your brain is broken. "Oh, you are sweating so much. Go and take off your makeup and wash up. We'll stop here today, and we won't shoot in the afternoon. Joe and I have something else to do. We'll be there at 2 o'clock. After Columbus finished speaking, he threw all the work on the set to the assistant director in the group. Joe Pesci, who had already taken off his costume, had already changed into an eat suit, and got into the shuttle car that his assistant had prepared long ago. Looking at the car that was driving away quickly, Roland shrugged. This was the first time he had seen a director and a leading actor quit at the same time. However, Roland could understand their behavior, because today was March 26th, and the Oscars would be held today. More than a month had passed since the start of filming. As the crew was completing their daily filming tasks in an orderly manner, the gossip Roland heard on the first day of joining the crew finally came to fruition. With the 62nd Academy Awards held at the Los Angeles Music Center, the major awards that had been hyped for months were also announced one by one. Tom Cruise undoubtedly missed the Best Actor award. Driving Miss Daisy unexpectedly won the Best Picture. Jessica Tandy became the oldest actress in history at the age of 80 years and 293 days. And Oliver Stone won the Best Director trophy for the second time in 4 years. Of course, the above news was far less fierce than Denzel Washington winning the Best Supporting Actor Oscar. There was no way who made the news of Mandela's release turn into posters and appear in every corner of America. If there were no black people at this year's Oscars, this matter might be even more noisy. However, even if these things were hyped up, they had nothing to do with Roland. To him, it didn't matter who won the Oscar. He would not become rich because those people won the Oscar, and those people would not establish some kind of connection with Roland because they won the award and would not want to help him on a whim. Roland, who had memories of his previous life, knew that the Oscars were just an annual show, and being nominated was enough to prove everything because the final award had nothing to do with art. After the Oscars ceremony, the entire crew rested for 2 days because the director and the leading actor could not be present. During the 2-day holiday, Roland, who had nothing to do, asked David for some pocket money and then asked Mohammed to accompany him to the Great Western Forum to watch a Los Angeles derby. The Los Angeles Lakers of this era no longer have the prestige of the Purple and Gold Army. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has retired, and there are only Magic Johnson and Cobra Worthy. The still coaching genius Pat Riley will also leave after the end of this season. But even so, the Lakers, who are not good at anything, still easily won with a 7-point advantage while resting Magic. Unfortunately, Roland felt a little regretful because he did not see Magic's heroic performance. However, even though he could not witness the showtime of the Purple and Gold Dynasty due to the wrong time travel, Roland, who was watching the game on the spot, still found many highlights. Such as how he witnessed how the hot man who could be traded for Kobe in the future scored 6 points and 3 rebounds. At the end of the game, Roland, who was standing next to the player's channel, successfully got an autograph from the opponent. Of course, this is also related to Roland wearing the opponent's jersey. Mohammed was a little curious about Roland's behavior. Why don't you buy a Magic Johnson jersey and ask them to sign it? I heard that season ticket holders get this treatment. Even if you don't like Magic Johnson, Cobra Worthy and Byron Scott are more famous than him, right? Why don't you ask them to sign it? Faced with Mohammed's question, Roland rolled his eyes. This kind of thing is hard to explain. Because 6 years later, when the Logo Man trades Divock to the Hornets, he will take this jersey to the Great Western Forum and ask for an autograph from the young Kobe. As long as the other party is willing to leave his calligraphy on this jersey, the value of this jersey will definitely rise like a rocket. To be honest, this jersey with the number 12 printed on it, after having the signatures of those two, its value will definitely exceed the commemorative editions of the number 8 and 24. Even if it is not worth 100 million, it will still be worth an Oscar statuette. Roland was a little excited when he thought that he might appear in Dear Basketball in the future. As the guy who welcomed Kobe to the Lakers with Divock's jersey, he will definitely go down in history. Of course, for Roland, as long as he can be remembered by history, it is enough. He will not be a brother with Kobe, because he is afraid that one day, the other party will suddenly say Roland did it too. At that time, it will not be fun. After 2 days of rest, Roland returned to the crew refreshed. Although Columbus and others still did not let Roland shoot those dangerous scenes, Roland, who found the excitement, did not care. Now he feels that filming and the crew is a very comfortable life. During the day, he can communicate with his colleagues and exchange experiences. When he is free, he can chat and talk about games with Mohammed. At night, after returning home, the envious eyes that come to him make him feel more face. That's right, since Roland joined the crew to film, he has become a kid from another family in James' eyes without going to school. No need to do homework, no need to worry about credits, no need to abide by school rules, no need to be nagged by mom. That kind of free and carefree life is what James longs for. But unfortunately, no matter how envious he is, David will never let him go out to film. So many people in the family are out, and you still want to join in the fun. Dream on. Hey, Roland, I really envy you for not having to go to school. You know, after you left, the days when I stayed in school alone were so boring. There are so many homeworks and so much homework. After school every day, the football team's training is so annoying. I really want to apply for home education like you, but the problem is that my dad doesn't agree at all. How about you go and talk to me? As long as my dad agrees, you are my best brother. The words that sounded like chanting scriptures made Roland laugh directly. So according to you, if I don't get it done, we can't be brothers anymore? James was stunned at first, then he shook his head like a rattle. How is that possible? Even if my dad doesn't agree, we are still best brothers. This hasty change of words made Roland roll his eyes, raised his arm, put it on his shoulder, and pretended to be helpless. James, just save yourself. Your dad will definitely not let you study at home. Ashley and Mary went out to film, which already made him very unhappy. If you want to provoke your dad again about studying, I think you will die miserably. The honest words made James pale, sighed for a while, and then gave up. He knew that Roland was not lying, and he knew that his father wanted to pay close attention to his studies. Since the situation was beyond redemption, James didn't dwell on it too much. While putting away his depression, he also hoped to drag Roland into it. Oh, by the way, it doesn't matter if I can't study at home. What about you? This movie has been filmed for more than 2 months, and it will be finished on the 10th of next month. After all the crew matters are dealt with, don't you want to go back to school with me? Don't tell me you have a contract. Such words can't fool me at all. You are not Ashley and the others. You are filming a movie, not a TV show. After this one is filmed, if it doesn't become popular, there should be no next one, right? By then, you won't be able to stay at home anymore. Roland wanted to hit someone after hearing these words. That deserved a beating. What do you mean, if it doesn't become popular, there should be no next one? Can't you say something nice? However, no matter how unpleasant James' words were, Roland couldn't deny that what the other party said was a fact. The day when Home Alone is finished will be the day when he will be unemployed. At that time, with Mohamed's departure, whether Roland should go back to school to continue studying will be a problem on the table. Although Roland can be an ostrich and considerate after the incident, but even if he delays for a long time, Roland has no good solution. Because David and Ganetti can't help him find projects as before. Home Alone is a classic that can only be encountered by chance. Roland wants to find a masterpiece that can match it when he is unknown. That is simply a foolish dream. So, as James said, Roland also thinks that before the movie is released, he should not think about doing anything weird and looking for good projects. If he has this free time, he might as well experience the life of an elementary school student in America. Anyway, there is no elementary school student named Kudo Shinichi in the school here. He doesn't have to worry about his life being threatened. Of course, in addition to going to school, he can also communicate more with Mohamed at other times. Wasn't this guy desperate for money in the early days of his business? After the movie is released, wouldn't he, Roland, be rich? When James mentioned studying, Roland, who was counting on his fingers, also found a problem. The crew wrapped up filming in mid-May. By that time, elementary schools across America will enter summer vacation. There is no need to go to school during summer vacation. In this case, why doesn't he have some fun? For example, let Ganetti take everyone out for vacation. Or tell David under the banner of James that your son wants to go to Chicago to watch Jordan's performance. It doesn't matter if you don't see the yellow-green battle between Magic and Bird, but it's okay to witness the boss's 2 3-peat championships. Anyway, he's free anyway, so instead of staying at home as a nerd, why not go out and have more fun? After all, if nothing unexpected happens after Home Alone is released, he won't be as idle as he is now. Mohammed didn't know that the little brat who stayed with him every day was calculating what kind of name to press him. Gennady didn't know that the son of this good friend was ready to instigate, lead, his 2 daughters. James didn't know that there was a big and black pot that was about to be put on his head. Just when everyone thought that Roland, who was filming seriously, was a rare good seedling, this guy had actually planned his summer life long ago. In Roland's view, even if God came, he couldn't stop his summer vacation plan. This is not only because David and Gennady had no intention of helping him find a project, but also because he had sorted out his memory and determined that there were no big children's movies in the past few years. In this case, what else can he do if he doesn't go on vacation? Because he has something in mind, time flies. As Zio Shenang said, Roland, who is concentrating on making movies and waiting for time to enjoy his vacation, really experienced what it means to close your eyes and open them, and a day has passed. However, just when Roland thought that the day the film was finished would be the day James would take the blame, Chris Columbus suddenly found him. Thanks to for giving 20,000 Gideon coins. Thanks to Bros, Lucifera, for giving 10,000 Gideon coins. Thanks to for giving 1,000 Gideon coins. Thanks to for giving 500 Gideon coins. Thanks to Taylor, Gaoki 821,216 for giving. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. It's okay to play the sun. Please vote for recommendation. Director, is there something wrong with my acting? Columbus's sudden visit made Roland, who was taking a nap in the restroom, forget his sleepiness. As they spent these days together, he had a deeper understanding of this young director. Columbus was a gentleman. Even if there was a problem on the set, he would not turn into a roaring leader. Even if the performance of some actors really did not meet his requirements, he would sit down, point at the monitor, and talk to them carefully. It was precisely because of his good temper that the entire crew had not encountered any major conflicts since the start of filming. The only quarrel occurred on the day when the Child Protection Association arrived. Is there something wrong with your acting? No, no, no. Roland's worried expression was seen by Columbus. He pulled out a chair very naturally, sat down, and said soothing words. Roland, I didn't come to you for the movie shots. I have something else to ask you. While speaking, Columbus also glanced at Mohammed, who was pretending to be stupid and trying to act as an NPC. When the eyes of the chaser fell on Muhammad, the guy immediately picked up his things and left the lounge. As he left, Roland went straight to the point and asked what was on his mind. Director, if you have anything to say, can't you just call me over? You don't have to come to me in person. Columbus shook his head, indicating that Roland didn't need to bother about such trivial matters. Let me ask you, who sent in your resume for the audition? HMM. This question made Roland feel like a monk, a little confused. Roland had a deep memory of the audition. If there hadn't been a sudden time loop, how could he have had the opportunity to get involved in this project? Although he had obtained a lot of useful information from Columbus under the banner of the Jewish gang and the time loop, and had used the infinite time to perform all the scenes in the script during the audition. However, after leaving the time loop, Roland did not continue to make trouble. He never mentioned to anyone that he got in through Robin Williams. He also never told anyone that the reason why he could handle every shot easily was because Columbus's judging criteria had long been ingrained in his mind. He also never talked to anyone about the fact that director Robert Zemeckis helped him a lot in getting this project. Anyway, these guys don't remember what happened in the time loop. Roland, who knows everything, can just make a fortune quietly. There is no need to publicize it and cause trouble for nothing. Because of this, when facing the question raised by Columbus, Roland blinked his eyes and asked in confusion, "Director, I don't understand what you mean." Because Aunt Ganetti told me that this project was recommended to her by Director Howard. If possible, Roland at this moment hopes that he can instantly understand the talent skill of getting through the test with cuteness. After all, lying on the basis of knowing everything is really a very difficult thing. However, just when Roland was wondering if Columbus had found something suspicious, the young director abandoned this opening statement after listening to Roland's words and continued to ask, "Then, did Director Howard tell your aunt that there is a project now that requires a 10-year-old child?" What? This made Roland's eyebrows raise. Didn't Columbus come to settle accounts after discovering the problem? Director, I don't understand what you mean. To be honest with you, it was just an accident that I learned about the project of Home Alone. We know that Director Howard and Mr. Robin Williams have a very good relationship, but we don't know that Director Howard learned about this project through Mr. Robin. In fact, after the filming of this movie, I have a great chance of going back to school. First, it's because Aunt Ganetti and Uncle David have no intention of helping me find a project. And second, before the movie is officially released, few people will ask me to film. After all, if there is a problem with our movie, then signing my crew now may be a big loss. The honest words made Columbus nod. It is extremely difficult for newcomers to make a name for themselves in Hollywood. Everyone wants to become famous overnight, and everyone hopes that their debut work will be an epic masterpiece. But when these newcomers really get these precious opportunities, risks and opportunities will coexist. Newcomers only have one chance. If the first work they play the leading role in fails, what awaits them is hell. They basically have no chance to turn things around. Because Capital will not use a guy who has been proven to be incompetent. Hugh Jackman's Van Helsing was a big flop, and he couldn't get any good commercial scripts for a while. If it weren't for the X-Men series, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to make a comeback. Tom Cruise's Mission Impossible 3 died suddenly, and it was because of the box office dividend dispute with Paramount. In those years, all kinds of negative information about him emerged one after another. If it weren't for the fact that the Mission Impossible series really couldn't be replaced, and he wanted to get back on his feet after offending the 6 big names. That's just dreaming. In sharp contrast to the two of them is Nicole Kidman. Without a hit series, even if she is a queen of the screen, she can't get a script for a commercial film. Julia Roberts, on the other hand, has been involved in various independent films since the new century. The end of famous people is so miserable, let alone Roland, who has not even shown his head. It is precisely because of knowing this that Roland can be extremely open-minded. Some things can't be rushed. Instead of thinking about them, it is better to relax and play. Okay, let's not talk about these future things. Others don't know your level, but I know it. There is a project now that requires a 10-year-old child. Are you interested? After hearing what Columbus said, Roland naturally had no interest. The reason is simple, because he had already sorted it out before. In the past few years, there have been no blockbuster children's movies that are popular. Unlike those natives, who desperately take on scripts after becoming famous, Roland, who has memories of his past life, knows that those crazy means of cashing in will consume his audience's favor, and once the audience's favor is gone, he will be abandoned by the market. The Olsen sisters are a typical example. They grew up on the screen and were overconsumed by Capital. After the audience got tired of watching them, they naturally went downhill. After they grew up, they naturally left the identity of child stars. Without this halo, children would not buy into it. Roland's standard for himself is to have nothing, rather than something bad. If there is no good script, he will only play the sequel of Home Alone. Anyway, with Mohammed as a backup, he is not afraid of having no way out. If he can't get a good project, he will just do nothing. Whether he studies or does other things, he is not going to live like a desperate person. 11 dramas a year. This is more exaggerated than assembly line production. Of course, Roland's thinking is also related to David Olsen's attitude. Watching movies, watching football games, finding a tutor, wanting to act. As long as Roland's requirements are not excessive, the other party will satisfy them. The relaxed environment is Roland's greatest asset. With the support of the other party, he naturally does not have to worry about his livelihood like in his previous life. However, although he thought so in his heart, Roland would not say his true thoughts. He looked at director Columbus seriously and nodded. "Director, I believe in your vision very much. Since this project was recommended by you, then of course I'm interested in giving it a try." Of course, at the end of the words, Roland also quietly added in his heart, "As for whether it will succeed, I don't know." Roland's words also made Columbus very satisfied. If someone introduces a project to you with good intentions and you directly refuse it, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of others? Seeing Roland's serious answer, Columbus did not keep him in suspense, but instructed, "Since you are willing to go, then prepare well these days. Go back and tell your Uncle David to buy you a copy of Peter Pan by Scottish novelist James Barrie. If you have the chance, go and watch the movie Peter Pan directed by Herbert Brennan in 1924, and the movie Peter Pan in 1953. Okay, Roland was about to nod in response, but before he could hit his head, he was confused by the other party's words. Peter Pan? The Peter Pan who never grows up? Which company invested in this movie? How come he has no impression of it at all? After all, Peter Pan is a world-class IP. Even the English dictionary has taken the initiative to include it in its entries. This fairy tale has influenced hundreds of millions of readers. Even if it is a failed project, as long as it has been released, Roland must have heard of it. For example, the animated film Peter Pan shot by the rights activist D. Hound and its sequel Return to Neverland, Peter Pan shot by Rachel Hurd Wood, Finding Neverland shot by Johnny English and Oscar-winning film The Voyage starring Johnny English. No matter how bad the movie is, as long as it is under the banner of Peter Pan, it will never lose to others in terms of film promotion. No matter how well it is made, the advertisement will definitely be released. In this case, Roland remembered that there was only one movie related to Peter Pan in the 1990s. That is, the adult version of Peter Pan, Captain Hook. After going around in circles, it actually ended up in the hands of his recommender, Robin Williams. Thinking of this, Roland, who felt something was wrong, asked secretly, "Director, the project you're talking about is not the movie directed by Mr. Robin and Spielberg, right? The role you're talking about is not the son of Peter Pan in the movie, right?" When the slightly surprised words came out, Chris Columbus, who was about to continue to give instructions, stopped immediately. He looked at Roland seriously, shrugged helplessly, and asked in a joking voice, "Is this what you said, that neither Ganetti nor David helped you find a new project? Is this what you said before the results of Home Alone came out? No one would ask you to film. You keep telling me that you have no goals, so now, how come you are so familiar with Steven's project? What the hell? It really is Captain Hook." Roland felt a little dizzy, and he thought he might need oxygen. Captain Hook. Although this movie is the least well received of all Spielberg's works, and is hard to attract attention from others, it is the most adult fairy tale that can make middle-aged fans cry. Peter Pan, the little boy who will never grow up, has finally grown up. When he returns to society and returns to normal, what can he do? The god in a child's heart was pulled back to reality by Spielberg. Peter Pan will be tired of life, work, and family. He on the big screen is the most realistic portrayal of those fans who have heard fairy tales and grown up. Although the film has a bad reputation, many people think that this movie is ruining childhood. But it still won a global box office of $300 million. Of course, for Roland, the global box office of $300 million is not the point of the matter at all. The role that can only be ranked third and fourth is not the real culprit of his dizziness. What really excited him was Steven Spielberg, Robin Williams, Dustin Hoffman, Julia Roberts. It's Maggie Smith. It's Gwyneth Paltrow. Is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with Leo, Brad Pitt, Harley Quinn, and Pacino the most luxurious lineup in Hollywood history? Bullshit. Compared with Hook, it's just a little brother. Hoffman, who plays Captain Hook, is a two-time Best Actor. Robin, who plays Peter Pan, is the best supporting actor in the future. Maggie, who plays the elderly Wendy, was crowned as the best actress as early as 1970 and won the best supporting actress in 1979. And Roberts, who plays the fair-eating Cabell, and Wendy, who plays a young girl, will win the Best Actress trophy in the future. Not to mention, there is also a director. Roland in his previous life explained so many movies, but he has never found a movie with a lineup that can compare with this one. The cast of the crew is so big that it's scary. Not to mention playing the role of Peter Pan's son. Even if Roland is asked to play a cameo role and show his face in front of those big guys, there is no problem. In an instant, Roland, who was still thinking about where to go for the holiday, threw his plan into the trash can. With this project in front of him, what else can he do? However, at the same time, he also found a problem. It seems really difficult to let James take the blame. Even if the plan is well calculated, there will be unexpected accidents. Then, if there is no preparation, wouldn't it be even more difficult to trick him? Sure enough, those named James are all wolf destroyers. They have a booth that is immune to the blame. Director, when is the audition time? Tell me the inside story, so that I can prepare. Chris Columbus shook his head repeatedly after hearing the straightforward words. Looking at Roland, who suddenly became excited, he wanted to laugh. 3 minutes ago, this kid was still calm, but now, he was as excited as a horse. Don't worry. As long as you are willing to audition, you can directly enter the third round. That is the final selection hosted by Steven himself. What? Why? Roland was a little puzzled. Could it be because of the relationship between Robin Williams and Howard? If this relationship can be used in this way, then he is too awesome, right? Unlike Home Alone, a movie that was abandoned by the film company, Spielberg's movie can't be entered by just using connections. If Roland can even get in with such a crew, then he has nothing to worry about. Isn't it better to sit at home and wait for the script? Just as Roland was guessing, Columbus gave the answer. Do you still remember the two casting directors who asked you questions during the audition? They were the same as us. Many years ago, they were casting for Francis and others. They both had an impression of you, so when they found out that the project of Captain Hook needed a 10-year-old child, they called me to ask how you performed in the crew. I told them about the situation, that you had to shoot the skateboarding scene yourself that day, and then I took a box of copies to show them. They thought you were fine, and since we still had to shoot normally, they put you in the third round. Is that so? Roland's mouth twitched slightly. Although I didn't recommend myself through Howard's relationship, I was remembered by the Jewish gang's exclusive casting director, so it seems to be okay. Note, the two casting directors of Home Alone, the two women with names and surnames that I wrote about before, are really the Jewish gang's exclusive casting directors. I didn't make this up. They participated in The Outsider and The Godfather. Since the 1990s, they have basically appeared in the Jewish gang's movies, such as Jurassic Park, Air Force One, Young Indiana Jones and Apollo 13. Maggie Smith is Professor McGonagall in Harry Potter. She won the Best Actress award in 1970. Chapter 43, Overdoing It, Please Recommend. After Roland joined the group, he was humble and eager to learn. He asked the big guys in the group about many issues in the circle. After all, the memories in his head were all public information from his previous life. These information can make him have what people now think is a superior vision, but if he really breaks down the classification and analyzes the entire industry in depth, he will be completely in the dark and know nothing. And the mazes pointed out by those big guys can make Roland feel that his eyes are opened. This naturally includes the problem of role operation. In fact, if it weren't for the special agreements reached by Chris Columbus and John Hughes, the protagonist of the Home Alone project would never have fallen into Roland's hands. $15 million commercial investment is not a joke. Chris Columbus and John Hughes dare not joke about Fox's money, no matter how they think. As for the second male and female roles, these roles cannot be obtained just by connections. Things like buying roles with money are simply impossible here. Because in front of the capital industry chain, no one will go against their own rice bowl. Of course, there are also guys who got into the crew through connections, but those guys only got small roles. Take Captain Hook for example. Gwyneth Paltrow did get into the crew because of Steven Spielberg's goddaughter, but her scenes were less than half a minute, and Sofia Coppola's total face shots in The Godfather directed by her father did not exceed 2 minutes. The close friends of these big guys cannot get involved in the protagonist of the crew. Roland can now directly skip the first 2 rounds of auditions, which is already a very good result. To put it bluntly, just this kind of resource in front of you can make a lot of people envious. When many people were fighting for the ticket to enter, Roland was born directly into the circle of destiny. Of course, just when Roland thought that it was director Chris Columbus who said a lot of good things for him, or that it was director Howard's relationship that gave him the upper hand. But these guys didn't want to put too much pressure on themselves and didn't say it directly. Chris Columbus gave a different explanation. "Do you think I recommended you? Oh, Roland, you're so cute. Steven did tell us about Hook before, but I didn't think of you. Do you remember the song changes you played during the audition? In fact, David Bowie was the Captain Hook that Steven originally chose. The project was already established in 1985, but at that time, Steven's eldest son was born suddenly. In order to accompany his child, he didn't want to go to England to film, so he handed the project to someone else. And after Steven withdrew, David Bowie also refused. That's why the project has been delayed until now. Yes, the song changes that Roland played at the audition for Home Alone according to the guidance of director Robert Zemeckis was the root of his memory for the 2 casting directors. In their opinion, Roland, who likes David Bowie, might be more to Spielberg's taste. No matter how Roland thought, he would never guess that David Bowie might be his lucky star. The song change not only changed John Who's choice, Chris Columbus's mind, Macaulay Culkin's fate, but also changed Roland Allen's future. This is really a great singer. After listening to the information Chris Columbus brought to him, Roland was filled with emotion. To be honest, if it weren't for the strategy of conquering John Hughes, Roland would not have listened to his songs at all. And now, when Roland found that these big names in Hollywood seemed to admire David Bowie very much, his eyes naturally shifted to him. After the show, Roland asked Mohammed to drive him to a video store and bought all the audio and video products of David Bowie since his debut. Not only that, the Peter Pan movie tape mentioned by Columbus before was also collected by Roland. After finishing all this, the 2 of them went to a chain bookstore and bought books related to Peter Pan. When Roland returned home with a bunch of things, Ganetti, who didn't know the whole story, was shocked by the sudden scene. As he explained, the family who learned the whole story was stunned. "Roland, can you repeat what you just said?" Ganetti suspected that he had heard it wrong. "You said that director Chris found you today and asked you if you wanted to participate in another movie, and this movie is actually Spielberg's project? You bought so many books and videotapes just to prepare for the new role?" "Yeah." Looking at the confused face, Roland felt that his neck was about to break. Although he wanted to say no to calm everyone down, but this kind of thing really can't be lied. And as he answered, exclamations suddenly rose. James looked at Roland with a dull expression and covered his cheeks with his hands. "Damn, Roland. This is such a great opportunity. If you are chosen by director Spielberg, you will definitely be famous. When I go out, I can say that I'm your brother, Roland. Roland, you must work hard. Come on, I will help you move your things back." Looking at the eager figure, Roland wanted to laugh. Although James's focus seemed to be wrong, his words were right. There is no guy who is not famous when he is favored by Spielberg. Just the TV series Band of Brothers has attracted countless big names. This kind of project without his full surveillance has such an influence, and its ability to create stars can be imagined. Not to mention, if Roland wins this project, the box office fame is actually a byproduct. What really excites Roland is the possibility of infiltrating the Jewish gang. Of course, although he was directly stuffed into the final round by 2 casting directors, it does not mean that Roland can sit back and relax. You know, in Spielberg's project, no one can influence his opinion. Even if you are his father, you can't do that. See note. So, when James helped Roland move all the things into the house, Roland closed the door and began a new round of preparations based on the information provided by Columbus. According to the information revealed by Columbus, Roland not only needs to understand David Bowie and Peter Pan, but also needs to learn the British accent, if he has time. Peter Pan is British, and the story of Captain Hook is also linked to Britain. In this case, a fluent Oxford accent is completely in line with the upper-class identity of a lawyer's son. Although this is just an inconspicuous skill, or in other words, if Hollywood actors don't know multiple accents, they can't go out to meet people. But if this skill is placed in the children's group, it may become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Because, even in families who want their children to be successful, few parents will emphasize this skill. More people would rather spend their time on a series of visible, tangible, and demonstrable skills such as ballet and piano. In addition, many crews will select actors from different birthplaces according to the needs of the roles. For example, if an actor with a British accent is needed, they will directly select a British person, and if an actor with a Texas accent is needed, they will directly select a Texan. In this case, the possibility of young actors learning accents is even smaller. After all, for child actors, time is money. Moreover, according to what Columbus heard from the two audition directors, accent may become a focus of Spielberg's attention during the audition. You want to find a spoken English teacher? Want to learn the upper-class Oxford accent and the working-class London accent? Well, Roland, I have to admit that you gave me such a big surprise. I never thought that you would get this audition opportunity. As for the accent, what's the difference between this and an open book exam? Don't worry, I will help you find a qualified spoken English teacher within 3 days. According to your shooting schedule, they should come to teach you in the evening. At this point, David suddenly paused, glanced at Roland with an obscure look, and then continued, but before that, I want to ask, are you sure? Can it be done in one go like the project of Home Alone? This is the first time I found that it costs so much money to train an actor. Maybe it's because Ashley and Mary have never encountered such a thing. Although David's words were full of complaints, Roland could hear that he was just curious. Because Roland's situation was different from the state of all actors at the beginning of their fame. Ashley and Mary became famous overnight. After becoming famous, they all received scripts that were based on their true colors. The situation of other actors was similar. In the early days of fame, no one would become a four-legged money-eating beast like Roland. Aren't most people entering the entertainment industry just for money? If you can't make money, why do you put money in? For those who are in the entertainment industry, this behavior is not investment at all, but stupid. But Roland is different. Not to mention the stealing of skills in the time loop. David spent millions of dollars on the subsequent film contracts alone. Now, in order to audition for Captain Hook, he has to continue investing and learning. If this kind of behavior, that only goes out but not in comes in, it would have been rejected long ago in an ordinary family. Want to act? Want to get a project? Go make money yourself. However, for Roland, this is normal. Skills are something that can be used as a tool after learning, and there is no such thing as loss or gain. Even if the words are a little more unpleasant, the cost of learning skills is actually equivalent to spending money to buy opportunities. This is just like those rich kids who spend money to go to Stanford, Yale, and Southern California. If you know that, after spending money to learn one or more skills, you have a high probability of beating other candidates and becoming a member of Spielberg's movie. Even if the cost is tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, or even millions of dollars, there are people who will take a gamble. Because this is a business that guarantees capital. After learning the skills, no one can take them away. Next, whether you succeed or not, you will not lose. Of course, Roland couldn't give the guarantee that David wanted to hear, because he didn't know if it would succeed. The last success was due to the time loop, but this time, who knows? At least, after hearing about the Captain Hook project, Roland was not dreaming. In the next few days, David really did as he said and found a spoken English teacher for Roland. Perhaps because the money had been paid, David directly invited an accent correction teacher from Warner Brothers. Video. When Roland learned that the middle-aged man with a rigid dress and a serious face had been staying in the West End of London to correct the accents of those theatre actors, he was actually confused. He finally understood how luxurious the education of rich people is. Not to mention the family education of one-on-one. Even the teachers must be top-notch. Roland didn't dare to ask David about his salary at all, because he knew that according to the salary of Home Alone, even if he went out to sell PG, he couldn't afford the other party's high salary. While learning from him, Roland also discovered how hot his language talent was. Oh, kid, you have a typical California accent. All the vowels are pronounced as full as California oranges. The at the end of each word is dragged out half a syllable. Like all Californians, the main sentence uses a declarative tone, but the secondary sentence goes straight up, just like a roller coaster without a fall. You finish your words in one breath. Moreover, you like to say like all the time. But the Oxford accent is not like this. To give the simplest example, although the Oxford accent and the California accent both pronounce the vowels very full, the Oxford accent usually adds a /r/ sound before the vowels in the word, and the London accent pronounces the I as AI, AI as OI, and I as EI. It's so difficult. Roland only took one class, and he felt that his tongue had become a big curl. What about the T in the middle, and at the end of a word is usually silent, the H is silent, the tongue is flat when pronouncing the R at the end of a word, etc. The strange pronunciation habits even gave Roland an illusion that his Z6 in his previous life was simply taken by someone else. Unfortunately, there is no solution to this problem. Even if Roland is overwhelmed by learning, he has to continue to eat these things with a frown. While Roland took out 2 hours every night to study oral English, this high intensity and continuous practice also caused some problems in the filming of Home Alone. Looking at Roland reciting the lines in a strange accent in the camera, director Columbus frowned helplessly. Well, this guy's really hardworking. But he is overdoing it. Cut. No good. Roland, come here, put on my headphones, and listen to it yourself. Note, Spielberg did want to invite David Bowie to play Captain Hook at the beginning. When the project was launched, the crew was determined to go to David Bowie's hometown, England, to shoot the film. If Spielberg's son had not been born, the project might have been shot in 1985. Spielberg did not have a good relationship with his father because his father wanted him to inherit his career and become an industrial computer engineer with the mission of helping mankind progress rather than making movies. His father was very awesome, and his family was not ordinary at all. The General Electric Industrial Computer Division was once managed by his father. Chapter 44 Spielberg's Little Secret. Please recommend. After Roland heard the sound of the live recording, he looked apologetic. Chris, I'm so sorry. The intense study these days has made me confuse my California accent with my Oxford accent. Ever since Chris Columbus informed Roland about the Hook casting and revealed some inside information, Roland's relationship with him has become closer. Roland simply stopped using honorifics like Director Columbus and Director Chris when communicating. He just called the other person by his name. Columbus not only didn't care about these little things, but he also had a better impression of Roland, who put aside his courtesy. After seeing the little guy apologize to him with his eyes downcast, Columbus, who wanted to say a few words, swallowed the words on his lips, took the headphones handed back by Roland, and asked with concern, "Is it difficult? Hard to distinguish?" Roland knew what the other party was talking about. He nodded and said, "Yeah, the difference between Oxford accent, London accent and California accent is quite big. If I hadn't learned this thing specifically, I wouldn't know that the London accent alone can be roughly divided into the wealthy West End accent and the civilian East End accent. There are also two types of Oxford accent. One is Queen Elizabeth's conservative received pronunciation, and the other is the broadcast accent contemporary received pronunciation. Just these four rough categories can kill me. It's very difficult to change directly." After these days of learning, Roland finally figured out which actors in the industry have a London accent. For example, Michael Caine, who played the butler in the Nolan version of Batman, has a standard London West End accent, and Professor McGonagall, who plays the elderly Wendy in Hook, is the same. As for the Oxford accent, The most typical representatives are the old Queen's accent and the younger contemporary accent. The Queen's accent does not need much explanation, while the contemporary accent refers to the broadcast accent. The representative of its standard pronunciation is Mr. Bean Rowan Atkinson, who has a doctorate, but has played a fool all his life. Oh. Okay, don't tell me, it gives me a headache. Seeing that the little guy was about to complain, Columbus quickly waved his hand and interrupted him. At the same time, he also said with emotion, "It seems that you really want to get that role. Chris, if it were you, you would be the same as me, right?" Roland shrugged his shoulders and asked Columbus in response to his emotion. "Same as you?" Columbus was stunned at first, then nodded in agreement. "Of course. I applied for the film department of New York University because of the movie The Godfather. After learning that Steven liked Gremlins that I wrote, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night when I met him for the first time. Later, when I worked with him on The Goonies, I felt that I could learn a lot from him. And it's been more than 6 years. Okay, let's stop talking. I understand your feelings. Although your studies have interfered with the progress of the crew, but let's shoot those action scenes that don't require dialogue first. I'll give you a week to get used to the accent. After a week, we will shoot your drama. What do you think of this arrangement?" "Thank you very much, Chris." Roland nodded gratefully to the other party without any objection. No matter where you are, changing the shooting schedule is a big deal. Although the saying that plans cannot keep up with changes can be applied everywhere, no one wants to encounter accidents. In most cases, forcing the director to change the shooting schedule because of the actors themselves will basically cause dissatisfaction among the crew. But who can blame Columbus for revealing Roland's next project? What's more, Columbus himself has risen from the bottom of poverty. He knows better than anyone how attractive the name Spielberg is to the bottom of the circle. He can understand Roland's situation and pressure, and he, who has had the opportunity, is willing to open a convenient door for Roland. Of course, in addition to this, Roland's relationship and the convenience the crew has obtained are also the key to Columbus's indulgence. Under the premise of making money in harmony, why should he be a bad guy? So, as their opinions were unified, the crew's shooting schedule also changed. Although this situation affected many people, several main creators did not mean to be long-winded. Firstly, everyone was in the same camp and knew what Roland was preparing. Secondly, Roland's attitude was very good on weekdays. During breaks, he either shared snacks or played music, sang and danced. After changing the shooting schedule, he brought everyone handmade cakes. Although they were not valuable, they were thoughtful. What's more, how many of the guys who could join this group were short of money? Therefore, with Columbus's permission and Roland's goodwill, the changes in the crew did not cause much waves. Not only that, when Roland borrowed some money from David and bought a small gift to express his gratitude and gave it to all the members of the group, the members of the Jewish gang directly revealed a little information about Spielberg to the little guy who wanted to get the project, and this time, it was really the fingertip universe. "Roland, let me tell you, when you audition for Hook, don't mention your father like you did for Home Alone. Steven's father, Arnold, participated in World War II and was a communications officer at a radio station. He was fascinated by the space industry, but Steven did not inherit his career, and he was very disappointed. They didn't have a good relationship. In this case, you just need to mention the news of your parents' death when you introduce yourself. No more words are needed." Columbus stuffed the cake that Roland brought into his mouth, and his tone became unclear as he chewed. After he finished speaking, Joe Pesci, who had already swallowed a coconut macaron, took over the conversation and continued, "But even so, Steven's first work, the movie Combat Team about World War II, was also made with the help of his father. In 1961, the 15-year-old Steven entered the army with the help of his father. With the help of those uncles, he was able to finish the entire short film. This is also the reason why the army is very likely to appear in his movies, because with just one phone call from him, he can solve many things that small and medium-sized film companies cannot do." Yes, what Chris and Joe said is right. Daniel Stern nodded and said, I heard from Woody Allen that Steven's parents divorced in 1966, and since then, his father has never remarried, but his mother remarried. Although he has always been with his father, he has a better relationship with his mother. The childhood model of Gremlins in the script, written by Chris, before was made by Steven, based on his mother's appearance. I remember his mother took a photo with the finished model, right? Yes, I know about this, it is true. Columbus took a sip of juice, swallowed the cake, and nodded. If you want to introduce your life experience, it might be better to start with your mother. When Roland listened carefully to the news revealed by these predecessors, Mohammed, who was sitting next to him as a tool, twitched his mouth. For him who liked to tinker with programming, Hollywood and Los Angeles was too unfamiliar. But even so, he still knew the name of Spielberg. In addition, he knew more clearly how awesome the project Roland was striving for was, and he had even thought about clinging to this thigh after Roland became successful. Want to start a business, but have no money? Isn't there a guy next to him who spends money like water? As long as they can coax this kid to invest in themselves, then their startup capital will come out. Of course, all of this must be based on Roland's success. If Roland continued to spend David's money, use David's money, and eat David's money, like he does now, then the plan to attract investment would definitely not succeed. But the problem is, just when he was wondering how likely it was that the diligent and studious Roland would get the project, everything in front of him made him dumbfounded. Isn't an audition an exam? Let the director and producer check your skills and determine whether you are qualified. But now, what the hell is the source of information that caters to them? Roland, who directly entered the third round, was born in the circle of destiny. In this case, you still provided him with 3 signal guns? No. This is simply super aiming and deployment. Damn. I want to report. There is a scientist here. When everyone finished their snacks and returned to the dressing room contentedly to prepare for the next shoot, Roland, seeing Mohammed's strange expression, narrowed his eyes and said, Mike, what are you thinking about? Since there was no one else in the lounge, Mohammed said bluntly, Roland, I'm mourning for your opponent. Although I don't know who your opponents are, but they shouldn't be taught directly by these people, like you are now, right? Pre-audition training is too common in Hollywood. The guys who want to get the role are like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. They will use various relationships to inquire about the preferences of producers and directors. Prescribing the right medicine for the right disease is something that everyone in the industry will do. This is not an exam competition in an ivory tower, and no one will think these methods are very shameful. No, no, no. However, when Roland found that Mohammed was actually praising him, he shook his head directly. Don't rush to mourn for them before the matter is settled. After all, no one knows what the backgrounds of the other candidates are. Roland will not relax at all before the contract is signed. Although he has no memory of the actor who played Peter Pan's son in Captain Hook, he will not take it lightly. He has heard many stories of starting from scratch, but how many of them are true? What about marrying a rich cousin? What about a mother who is a director of IBM? What about a father who is a member of Congress? These things will not be written in those people's autobiographies. It's enough to listen to the inspirational stories of successful people, just like Spielberg, who Roland needs to impress now. What about being penniless, from a poor family, relying on talent and intelligence to get help from noble people? These are all fake. If possible, Roland even wanted to ask Aunt Ganetti to ask him to use director Howard's relationship and Robin Williams' way to find out about other candidates. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, you can win every battle. As long as he can get this role, Roland can do anything. Of course, don't even think about selling PG. Okay, be cautious. I understand. Is there anything I can help you with? Just ask. Mohammed now has extravagant thoughts about Roland, and no one wants Roland to concentrate on preparing for the battle more than him. In response to his question, Roland heard the hidden meaning. After thinking for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, it seems not. If I have to say, the audition time is actually the summer after the filming of Home Alone is over. At that time, your employment contract with David will have expired. If nothing unexpected happens, Ganetti will not be able to take the time to take me to the audition. David has to take care of his business. In this case, they will probably hire a new tutor for me. Hearing what Roland said, Muhammad immediately became energetic. No need to be so troublesome. If you need anything, just call me when the time comes. Don't talk to me about money. Although I signed a tutoring contract with David, I didn't teach you anything. The subsequent pickup and drop off will be my after sales service. Otherwise, I will feel that the money is too hot to handle. The money is too hot to handle? Come on. Roland rolled his eyes. He was thinking normally, but he directly imagined Mohammed's thoughts. Didn't Mohammed treat him as a money bag? I hope to get his help, investment, when I start my own business. Although it doesn't feel good to be treated as a fool, but it depends on the person, right? If it was those women in bars and nightclubs, even if they were not the type who pressed F frantically to enter the tank, Roland would definitely not pay attention to them. But now, Mohammed is a very good guy. Since you said so, I will not be polite then. I will definitely call you on the day of the audition. Don't tell me that you can't pick me up the next day. How could it be? Mohammed quickly promised Roland, I will graduate in the summer. With David's salary, I will not go to work at Western Digital. I have already talked to Alan at Ham and others. At that time, I will rent a house as an office and build the company first. After receiving orders and making money, I will consider the next thing. What? Are these guys ready to start playing games? Sure enough, having money in your pocket means you are confident. I feel relieved when you say that. When I call you then, I won't feel any psychological pressure. Okay, that's enough. I have to go. Put on makeup and film. Action scenes are the most troublesome. I don't know what time we'll finish filming today. Note, the childhood model of Gremlins was indeed made, based on Spielberg's mother, and a black and white photo was taken after it was completed. Chapter 45 Dinner, Seeking Recommendation. Squeezing out a week for Roland to adjust was the limit of Columbus's power. After all, Roland now was not Hugh Jackman in the future, and he could not let the crew wait for him to finish other things before filming. However, a week was enough for Roland. With the help of the teacher's correction, the strange accent had disappeared, and with the return of the California accent, his literary drama also went smoothly. Oh, Kevin, I'm so sorry. When Catherine Hara, who played the mother, looked at Roland with apology and said her lines affectionately, Roland, who was still pursing his lips and looking aggrieved, suddenly raised his mouth and rushed over with a smile in the corner of his eyes. In the camera, Catherine, wearing a camel coat, squatted down. When she opened her arms and hugged Roland, who was wearing green pajamas, the California scenes of the whole movie were all finished. Next, the crew needed to go to Fox's studio to reshoot all the scenes of the family going out to play, being stranded at the airport, and trying to get home. Those scenes had nothing to do with Roland and his crew. It is no exaggeration to say that when Chris Columbus held up the director's baton and shouted cut, but Roland was out of work. Everyone, can we go to dinner now? 3 months later, when Roland mentioned the invitation on the day of joining the crew again, everyone who had finished work laughed. We have rejected you once before. If you don't go this time, it means you are not giving face. You decide the time and place, and we will definitely be there. Such an answer made Roland smile. Okay, I will go back tonight and tell Aunt Ganetti. Tomorrow night, you can just come to my house directly. This time, it's not a business matter, right? In terms of interpersonal communication, Roland still adheres to the attitude of his previous life. If you can go to the dinner table to build relationships, you will never confront each other head on. Don't say that Americans don't like to treat others to meals. They are also human beings. They also have official and private exchanges. Most official banquets are held in restaurants and clubs. Only close friends will be invited to their homes. When the other party accepts your invitation and says that they will arrive on time, it means that the other party at least regards you as a good friend. Oh, no, it's a good friend. After returning home, when Roland told Canetti that she invited everyone to come for dinner, this hospitable auntie didn't think about it and agreed directly. Since the latest season of Full House had already been finished, the next morning, Canetti took Roland and her daughters to Kroger near their residence to do some shopping. Kroger is the largest grocery chain in the United States. It sells a variety of brand foods and fresh agricultural products. Not only that, they also have bakeries, delicatessens, and butcher shops. As long as it is not a special ingredient, you can basically buy it here. Pushing the stroller and holding the two daughters, Canetti kept calling out the names of the ingredients, and after hearing them, Roland quickly found the items on the shelf, took them down, and threw them into the cart. After many years, Roland felt a little emotional when he experienced the busy feeling of shopping in the supermarket again. In his previous life, he had never stepped into a supermarket since graduation. When he was hungry or thirsty, he had Michelin. If he didn't have any urgent needs, he would ask Wukong to run errands. For large items, he would go to the mall, and for daily necessities, he would go to Taobao. If he was short of money, he would ask someone to bargain on Pink 60. He was used to the convenience brought to him by the internet, but unfortunately, America in the 1990s had nothing. Roland, do you see? If you still need anything, if you don't need anything, then we'll check out and go back. Looking at the cart, that looked like a small mountain, Roland, who had come to his senses, was really confused. He really didn't like the behavior of Americans who went to the supermarket once a week and bought a week's worth of food at a time. Not to mention whether the vegetables are fresh after being stored for a long time. The shelf life of various foods cannot be controlled. Many foods are just left there after being bought. If they are expired, they are thrown away directly. This kind of waste visible to the naked eye makes Roland, who has lived a hard life, very distressed. Unfortunately, he is not the one who makes the decisions at home, so he has no choice. According to Ganetti's instructions, Roland found the notebook to check each dish. He found nothing missing, and pushed the cart to the cashier. Just as he was about to pay out of his own pocket with the film remuneration he had just received, the straight eyes beside him caught his attention. Following the line of sight of the two little lollies, the advertisement with a Baskin-Robbins logo came into his field of vision. I see. These two little guys are greedy. When Roland found that Ashley and Mary were so attracted by the ice cream advertisement, Ben was still standing in front of the cashier, waiting for the payment. He slapped his forehead and said suddenly, "Auntie Canetti, I forgot to buy ice cream." Ice cream? Canetti was stunned at first, and then moved his eyes away from the radio display screen. "We don't need ice cream. And I remember that you don't like ice cream, right? It's a high-calorie food." But when James went to school this morning, he specifically pulled me aside and asked me to bring him a Bax family bucket. He said that, since my film salary has been paid, he should treat us. I thought it made sense, so I agreed to it. Faced with Canetti's question, Roland didn't think about it and instinctively threw dirty water on James. After he finished speaking, Canetti, who was confused, immediately frowned, and the helplessness and anger that arose spontaneously made Roland feel weak inside. "Okay, it's James again. Go buy it. I'll talk to him when we get back." From the moment Roland mentioned ice cream, Ashley and Mary, the two little lolly, pricked up their ears, eagerly looking forward to the development of things, and when Canetti nodded in response, they laughed excitedly. For them, being able to taste the sweet ice cream is the greatest satisfaction at the moment. As for whether their satisfaction is built on the pain of others, that's not their business. What's more, James is their brother. Is there anything wrong with a brother taking the blame for his sister? When Roland chose a bucket of each flavor of Baskin-Robbins ice cream in units of 1 gallon, as the cashier settled the bill, Ganetti's face became quite gloomy. Feeling the coldness emanating from the other party, Roland could already imagine that when James returned home, he would definitely face the wind. It's a pity that Americans can't beat children. Otherwise, James' dinner tonight should be stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots. After a 2-second silence for James, Roland took out his wallet, paid the bill and left. After returning home, Roland first helped Canetti to throw the things into the food room, and then watched him put on an apron and go into the kitchen. The Olsens actually had a nanny, but if they didn't cook for such a dinner party, they would feel something was wrong. So while Canetti carefully prepared dinner, the three sisters who were unattended fell into Roland's hands. Roland accompanied Ashley and Mary to play in the playroom. As for Elizabeth, who was already 1 year old, this guy who could crawl, walk, and imitate, wasn't she the biggest toy? However, hey, Elizabeth, don't hold my legs, okay? Hey, 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 don't climb on me. Wow, are you using me as a crutch? Don't pinch my face. I make a living with my face. Although Roland had never taken care of a child, in the previous time loop, he used Elizabeth as a model and painted countless portraits of her. However, Elizabeth only knew how to sleep back then and was not as naughty as she is now. With this preconceived notion, Roland thought that this guy was still easy to deal with, but now, when the hungry Elizabeth yelled and spit on his face, Roland felt like a husky G and Elizabeth was a divine beast Ardan. Of course, being kissed on the face by the future Scarlet Witch was not the point. The point was, Auntie Canetti, I think I need to take a shower. Looking at Roland's hair, that looked like a bird's nest and his wet trouser legs, the familiar smell that came towards him made Canetti, who was preparing dinner, burst out laughing. Okay, Kit, you go. I'd better call David back, the three of them are really hard to serve. Oh, by the way, there are deodorants in the storage room, pick an unopened one and use it. Don't wait until you take a shower and still smell on your body. If the guests mistakenly think you wet your pants, it will be no fun. Yes, Roland encountered what all guys with children will encounter. When he felt the coolness coming from his trouser legs, he knew that he was finished. Roland secretly made a note of Elizabeth in his heart and planned to settle the matter with her slowly after she grew up. At this moment, the most important thing for him to do was to go home and take a shower. When Roland showed up again, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. James had finished school, David had also returned home, and the guests who had been contacted yesterday showed up on time. Not only that, Roland also invited Mohammed, the driver who had accompanied Roland for 90 days. It was the same as the American custom of visiting guests. Although Roland was the one who treated them, these guys still brought some small gifts with them. Chris Columbus brought a cake, Joe Pesci brought 2 bottles of wine, and Daniel Stern went even further and brought a full set of Disney dolls. Mickey, Minnie, Donald Duck, Daisy, Goofy, Pluto. When the 3 sisters saw the set of dolls that were about 1 meter tall, their 3 pairs of eyes were bigger than the angel babies who gave birth. There are exactly 6, 2 for each of you. Thank you, Daniel. You're welcome. I just don't know what to give. Sophia Coppola asked me for a Disney doll last time she had a birthday, so I thought they would all like these. Daniel Stern's words made Roland laugh. He didn't dwell on the other party's choice phobia. He took the stuffed toys and without thinking, he stuffed Minnie and Daisy, who Elizabeth had been staring at for a long time, into her face. He threw the other 4 to Ashley and Mary. Roland and James didn't like Disney dolls. The former was because he had lived to live and was no longer old enough to like stuffed toys, while the latter liked those plastic figurines. Of course, the plastic figurines James played with were not Asuka or Sori, but Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and Batman. And his wife played with Spider-Man. Since today's dinner was a thank you dinner, everything officially began when all the guests arrived. Everyone at the table was very casual, and the topics they discussed were quite open. They could talk about Hollywood, which was related to themselves, real estate, which was closely related to David's assets, and many other sports such as sea fishing, golf, and rugby, as well as the game market, which was related to Mohammed's future. In addition, the tense situation in the Gulf region was also something they could talk about. The dispute between Iraq and Saudi Arabia, whether they would fight, and whether their conflict would affect the international oil price. These things made the guys who had money and invested moderately very concerned. When they talked about all this, Roland, who was sitting aside and listening patiently, curled his lips. Gulf War. What a good opportunity to make money. The whole world knows why this war started, and because of the war, the international oil price will soar during this period. Although it may not rise more than some barrels of crude oil, if you take the opportunity to do futures, the profit is still considerable. And even if Roland can't control the timing well, he can buy Lockheed stock with his eyes closed now. You know, with the F-117A shining in the Gulf War, Lockheed stock has risen a lot. Unfortunately, these treasures that Roland has recorded can only be placed in the computer's hard drive to collect dust. Not to mention, whether Roland has money. Even if he has money, it is not easy to operate at his age. This is the biggest problem. A. Mike, I heard from Roland that you are not going to work at Western Digital? After everyone exchanged some half-true internal information, David suddenly turned his attention to Mohammed, who was working hard. Facing David's question, Mohammed, who was chewing beef ribs, quickly swallowed the food and nodded, saying, "Yes, David, after I get the salary you settled for me, I plan to start my own business." "Really? Do you need help?" As if he felt that he was a little too enthusiastic, David smiled and explained, "Don't think too much, I just want to know when you will start the company." Chris Columbus just said that the third round of auditions is scheduled for the 3rd of next month. "If you don't mind, I will help you with the company registration and address. You help me take him to the Columbia studio. After more than 3 months of getting along, I still trust you. If you can come, I don't have to ask others for help." That's right. During the previous communication, Columbus also told Roland the audition time for Captain Hook. At 9 o'clock in the morning on June 3rd, he arrived at the Columbia Samsung studio on time. At that time, someone would tell him what to do. In the words of Chris Columbus, Steven has booked most of the TreeStar studios. All the scenes are set in the studio. You don't have to worry that Roland will leave Los Angeles for filming after taking on the project. You don't have to be afraid either. Roland will work overtime at night. After Steven had a child, he became a well-known robot. He would go home on time for dinner every night. It is precisely because of this habit that he has very high requirements for actors. Yes, just before the audition, these guys were kind enough to reveal to Roland about Spielberg's importance in the project. Although the film was invested by Columbia TreeStar, and the company now belongs to Sony, Sony can no longer control Spielberg. Not only that, the chairman of the merged Columbia TreeStar Pictures is still Spielberg's former agent. It is no exaggeration to say that compared with the Home Alone project occupied by the Jewish gang, the Hook project, from the investors to the crew screws, are all Spielberg's people. In this case, if there are any problems during the audition, Spielberg's requirements will prevail. The producer will not care about him, and he can't care about him. So, arriving on time and not making Spielberg unhappy became a must before the audition. Roland has already told me about this. Don't worry, I'll come at 7 o'clock and make sure Roland won't be late. As for the company, we haven't thought about it yet. I'll go back and discuss with them to see whether to make games by team first and then register the company after it's done, or register the company first and then start taking orders. Mohammed's words made everyone present shake their heads secretly. Young people want to start a business, but they don't even have a plan. It would be strange if such a company didn't fail. However, for Roland, Mohammed's state is normal. If Mohammed is not hit hard by reality, how can he have a chance? Compared with David, who hopes to see Mohammed come up with a complete plan, Roland hopes that Mohammed will be frustrated and fail directly. After all, that was Blizzard. Note, Sony bought Columbia from Coca-Cola in 1989. Of the $3.4 billion purchase price, $1.4 billion was used to repay Columbia's debts, and $1 billion was paid to settle the breach of contract lawsuit filed by Warner Brothers. At that time, Sony, which was entangled in lawsuits, could not manage the film project at all. Moreover, they were eager to hope that the film company could hand in a beautiful financial statement. For this reason, when Spielberg was shooting Captain Hook, he was the boss of the entire film industry. The chairman of Columbia TreeStar at that time was his former agent. Under their communication and operation, Spielberg, Robin Williams, and Dustin Hoffman did not ask for a penny of salary, but took 40% of the profit directly. The box office alone took nearly $50 million. Not only that, their contract also included subsequent income such as DVDs. So, don't look at the movie making money, but Sony suffered a dumb loss. Although the report looks good, it is useless. The big head went to the 3 main creators. It is no exaggeration to say that Spielberg is the father of this project. If he wants to postpone the project, it will be postponed. If he wants to increase the investment, Sony will increase the investment. The company is completely led by the nose. Chapter 46 When a person with connections meets another person with connections. 6K chapters. Please recommend. Everyone knew that this gathering was the real end of the Home Alone project. If nothing unexpected happened, after tonight's separation, they would have a chance to meet again when the movie was released at the end of the year. Because of this, David wanted to help Roland and get as much information as possible from these guys. These guys who had a good impression of Roland had no intention of stopping and directly told him all the information they knew. Everyone chatted until 9 o'clock and then went back to their own homes. Before leaving, Chris Columbus helped Roland one last time. 3 days later, Robert Zemeckis' Back to the Future 3 will premiere in Los Angeles. Steven will be there. As far as I know, Howard and John have tickets. Of course, I have one too. Oh, thank you, but no. Roland declined Columbus's kindness. Meeting at the premiere is not a good sign. It's too purposeful, and it's easy to cause him to be disgusted. Although Roland really wanted to get this project, radical methods were not advisable. After losing the ability to repeat trial and error granted by the time loop, Roland dared not act recklessly. He only had one chance, and he didn't want to ruin it because of his reckless behavior. Then, okay, forget it, you should continue to prepare. Roland was a little confused by the hesitant words. However, he just thought that Columbus wanted to drag him to the premiere, but he couldn't find a good excuse, so he gave up. Looking at the other party's gradually moving figure, the thanks that came to his mouth did not come out for a long time. When the taillights of the other party disappeared from Roland's sight, Roland went back to the house. With the end of the dinner, Roland was also making the final sprint in the next 16 days. In the morning, Roland followed the oral teacher invited by David for special practice. Because the other party had rich experience in training actors, the affectionate poetry recitation in the ordinary classroom was directly abandoned. Take out those public scripts, perform situational interpretation, and find problems through substitution performance, correct and modify. This method is much better than direct reading. In the afternoon, Roland went into the screening room to watch the movies recommended by Columbus, trying to find something that could help him from those cases. In the evening, after finishing his meal and going home to rest, Roland would put a tub of hot water, turn on David Bowie's music, take a comfortable hot bath, and then pick up the guitar and practice for an hour. Of course, in between studying, Roland would also help Aunt Ganetti with some work. For example, when he got up in the morning, he would take the fat James out for a run. During the lunch break, he would help her keep an eye on the three sisters, so that she could spare time to deal with the things at hand. As for the evening, David would come back at night, so Roland didn't have to worry too much. In the face of a regular lifestyle, time passed quickly. On June 3rd, Mohammed appeared at Roland's door on time. After having breakfast with everyone, he took Roland to the studio of Columbia TriStar Pictures. If the audition standards of Home Alone belong to a small, broken mountain village in a remote area, then the audition level of Hook is beyond the sky. When Mohammed took out the audition notice given by Columbus, the staff directly sat in the co-pilot and took them hand in hand to find the office area in the north of the studio. As soon as they got off the car, the Macup logo that came into view attracted their attention. Not only that, the construction team of hundreds of people also surprised them. According to the staff, these guys are here to build a full-size pirate ship and a dock. 1:1:1 is not only the standard for King-era anaerobic blending oil, but also Spielberg's requirement for the set. Director Steven wants to use 9 studios. The playground for the children in Neverland, Captain Hook's cabin, the dock and the ship are all restored as they were according to the drawings. Since you have entered the 3rd round, you should have been here before, right? We have been working for half a month, and the current scene is very different from before. Mohammed was amazed by the heroic words. If he was given the money for the scenery, how many people could he recruit, and how many games could he write? Compared with the country bumpkin Mohammed, Roland, who had seen the world, was surprised but not shocked. Because in his opinion, Spielberg's realm was not high enough. In order to make a movie, the national teacher spent tens of millions to build an antique courtyard with blue tiles and grey walls. Cheyenne Fuguanai. In order to make a movie, the Little Steel Cannon directly built a livable Tangshan City, and the Kin Palace, Orphan City, and Tang City built by the city building maniac have become a tourist attraction. Compared with them, Spielberg, the product of the studio, is nothing. Of course, Roland would only keep these words in his heart and would not say them out loud. After a quick look, they followed the staff into the audition area, registered honestly, and submitted their information. However, just when Roland thought that the number of people who would audition in the end would be at least 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, in the waiting area, a lone figure made him frown. When he walked over, he saw a guy with a bowl-covered haircut sitting there in a daze with his eyes blank. And next to him, there was only one empty seat. There were only 2 people in the final round of auditions. What was going on? Just when Roland was like a monk who was at a loss with his appearance, the dazed little boy also came back to his senses. His eyes brushed slightly on Roland's face, and then he smiled and stretched out his right hand. "You are Roland Allen, right? Hello, I'm Charlie Cosmo. You can call me Charles." "What?" exclamation mark. Looking at the white little hands and listening to the natural words, Roland's thoughts were instantly distracted. What's going on? My competitor actually knows me? Generally speaking, the audition list of Hollywood crews will not be announced to the public. Only those with connections can get the corresponding big list. But even so, who was eliminated in the first round and who advanced in the second round are all confidential to the crew. Unless you are one of them, you can't get involved. Of course, this is just a normal situation. Guys like Roland, who have never gone through the first 2 rounds of auditions, generally won't have their resumes leaked. Unless the other party is also a relative. And the level of this relative must be comparable to Roland's. Is that so? Roland said in his heart. At the same time, he also extended his right hand and shook it lightly with the other party. "Hi, Charles, I'm Roland." When the hands intersected, Roland also sat down and asked, "It seems that we didn't know each other before. Did I forget to take the information when I registered?" "No, the staff didn't tell me your name." Roland threw out the doubts without hiding them. He was prepared and played himself as a white lotus. Facing his question, Charles, who wanted to have a deep exchange with Roland, blinked unexpectedly. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were taken back by him, and the curious tone also came out. "Roland, they didn't mention me to you?" "They? Who are you talking about?" Roland opened his pure eyes wide and talked nonsense very freely. "Chris Columbus, Robin Williams." Charles frowned and directly reported 2 names. After that, he said in a puzzled tone, "It shouldn't be. Dustin, who recommended me, told me about you." Sure enough, he is also a relative. When Charlie Cosmo directly reported the name Dustin, Roland directly identified the other party. The reason is also very simple. There are many Hollywood stars named Dustin, but there can't be anyone else named Dustin who can be associated with the project of Captain Hook, except Dustin Hoffman, who plays Captain Hook. Yes, this is a reason why Columbus hesitated at the farewell dinner half a month ago. In this crew completely controlled by Spielberg, there is no such thing as open auditions. Guys who have no connections will die in the first round. Guys who have connections, but not strong enough, will die in the second round. And those who can skip 2 rounds and meet Spielberg directly are basically guys recommended by Spielberg's close friends. Even though this guy named Charlie Cosmo is a kid about the same age as Roland, he has actually made 5 movies, and the guys he worked with are either Warren Beatty, Al Pacino, Bill Murray, or Richard Dreyfuss. Perhaps no one has any impression of these names, and they are not easy to recognize, but these are not the point. You don't need to care about who has won the Oscar for Best Actor, who worked with Spielberg and made Jaws and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, or who starred in George Lucas' American Graffiti, or who filmed Francis Coppola's The Godfather. You only need to know that this guy was recommended by Dustin Hoffman, who played Captain Hook in Hook, and the people above are actually all veterans of the Jewish gang, the kind of veterans who can beat Chris Columbus and Robin Williams. When I was filming Dick Tracy with Warren Beatty, Dustin told me that the film he was starring in, Hook, lacked a child actor to play Peter Pan's son. He asked me if I was interested and willing to come. I said yes, so he recommended me to come. Under Roland's constant questions, Charlie Cosmo looked at Roland with a smile and told him about his experience. "I heard that you are in the same situation as me. Did you also receive Chris' invitation during the filming?" "Yes, the same as you." Facing Charles's inquiry, Roland smiled and nodded. At the same time, he also guessed the other party's identity, based on the information leaked by the other party when he was making the commentary video of Dick Tracy in his previous life. He checked the information of the child actor on the movie poster. Although it was too long ago, and he couldn't remember the other party's name and face at all, he vaguely remembered that this guy seemed to have really played the role of Peter Pan's son in Hook. As for why Roland recalled all this, because the child star in his memory only made a few movies in the 1990s and then completely disappeared from Hollywood. Unlike other child stars, his disappearance was really without any news. The entertainment media seemed to have forgotten him, and those classics never remembered him. So it was Lee Gui who met Lee Kui. This is not very fun. In fact, when Chris Columbus told Roland that he was selected by the crew of Captain Hook, Roland felt that he would definitely be able to get the role with inside information. Because of this, he dared to invest in himself boldly and learn Oxford and London accents. But now, the real actor who played Peter Pan's son in the previous life is here. This is different from the situation of skipping Macaulay Culkin and getting home alone. Chris Columbus at that time wanted to find a newcomer, so Roland had the opportunity. But now, the person recommending Charles is Dustin. With the other party around, Roland felt that his hope of winning was very slim. Since everyone had officially filmed a movie, the competition was naturally about who had the strongest relationship. Charles had actually worked with those Jewish gang leaders, but what about Roland and Robin Williams? They had never even met. It was not appropriate to use the power of the tiger to bully others in such an occasion. As a result, Roland felt that he was about to lose face. Hearing what you said, this role must belong to you. Roland smiled at the other party, and the helplessness in his heart was well hidden by him. You really know Dustin, and I haven't met Robin yet. Really? Dustin told me that Steven will definitely act impartially. Charles shook his head. If he really wanted to use me because of Dustin, you wouldn't have received the audition notice today. Thinking about what the other party said, Roland felt that there was nothing wrong. Although Chris Columbus is definitely not as good as Dustin Hoffman, for Spielberg, it is actually the same. If Spielberg and Columbus have a bad relationship, how can he help Columbus to win Home Alone? After thinking this way, Roland felt relieved. But even so, when it comes to the specific project of Captain Hook, Roland still has little confidence in this audition. He said, how about we make a bet? Anyway, there are only two of us here. After the audition is over, no matter who goes in first, we will wait for the other party to see who gets the role. Okay. Charles came here with the intention of making friends. If it weren't for this, he would not have taken the initiative to greet Roland just now. It's almost 9 o'clock. We can come out at the latest at 10 o'clock. How about we have lunch together at noon? The winner will treat. Before Roland nodded in response, the door of the audition room was suddenly opened from the inside, and the two casting directors who had met before appeared in front of Roland and called out his name directly. Roland didn't have time to say anything more. He nodded and smiled at Charles, then he put himself in the best possible state and walked into the audition room. Perhaps it was because Dustin had included him in Robin Williams' camp, or perhaps it was because the main creative team attached great importance to this movie. So when Roland got in, he found that there were 3 people sitting behind the long audition table. Dustin, Robin, and Spielberg. All of these big guys were present. This is probably the biggest scene I have seen since I traveled through time. It seems that what Chris said is true. The producers and investors can't control Spielberg at all. Roland thought quickly in his heart, and then showed a bright smile to the director and the main creative team. He practiced this smile in front of the mirror for 2 months, and it was absolutely sincere. Roland, I've read all the information, and Chris also gave me the filming copy. Although you only starred in 1 movie, there is no problem with your performance. Spielberg went straight to the point. He motioned Roland to sit down while flipping through the documents in front of him. Also, I found that your performance has traces of being taught by Robert Zemeckis. In some shots, have you deliberately imitated Henry Thomas, the little boy in the Extraterrestrial? Hearing the other party say this, Roland instantly understood that the copy Spielberg was talking about was probably the direct shot of most movies, and this must be the work of director Columbus. In addition, Spielberg's keen vision also made Roland a little ashamed. You know, when filming Home Alone, Columbus and others never mentioned whose teachings were in Roland's performance. Yes, I like the Back to the Future series and you're at the Alien. Hearing this, Spielberg nodded and continued to ask, Chris said you learned London accent and Oxford accent? Yeah. However, before Roland could show his language skills, Spielberg interrupted again, but the accent is not your biggest problem. After I saw your copy, I didn't actually want to notify you to come. There is no problem with your skills, or in other words, you acted very well in Home Alone, but you are not the Jack I'm looking for. Do you understand what I mean? I can see the naughty side of an adolescent in you, but I can't find the innocence of a child. Of course, this may be related to your own experience, but Jack in the film must have the innocence of a child, because this is a fairy tale. Even if Peter Pan grows up, it is still a fairy tale. Jack, who plays Peter Pan's son, must show his yearning for fairy tales, but you act it out? Roland smiled bitterly at the continuous words. Innocence is something Roland has been searching for in the time loop for nearly 2 years, but he still hasn't found it. Roland didn't expect Spielberg to not even arrange a script reading and audition, but directly asked the core of the question. And this core is exactly what he has lost, can't find it back, and can never imitate. Sorry, I don't know. Roland shook his head and answered the other party's question very honestly. Although he knew that once he answered like this, the role would be far away from him. But, wouldn't it be more miserable to deceive a guy who can find out who you learned your performance from? Good. Roland's reply made Spielberg close the file. At the same time, he handed the script in his hand to the staff beside him. Pick the most reliable clip yourself, and give you 5 minutes to prepare. If you can impress me, I can pretend that you never said this. Of course, before you choose, I have to make it clear to you. The opportunity is given to you by Robin, Chris, Joe, and Daniel. Even if you can't find that feeling, you should act well. When Roland turned his attention to Robin Williams, the man he had never met smiled and nodded. Although Roland did not understand why Spielberg suddenly mentioned Robin, he estimated that, when he did not know, Gennett must have asked for help again. Since Spielberg's words were so straightforward, Roland did not hesitate. He directly selected a clip and prepared. 5 minutes later, when he performed the clip of Jack being controlled by Captain Hook in front of the 3 bosses, the 3 people behind the audition table actually got the answer. I heard Chris say that you ask many people about acting and filming on the set. I can see that you acted well, but there is a lack of pure feeling in your eyes. I won't say anything extra. If there is nothing else, you can go back. Well, after hearing what Spielberg said, Roland did not feel that he lost to Charlie Cosmo. He lost to himself, to time, and to a problem that could not be solved at all. Although the audition failed, Roland was not too discouraged. Yes, he really wanted this role, but that didn't mean he couldn't afford to lose. He simply put away his depressed mood and tried not to think that his more than a month of study had been in vain. Before leaving, Roland took out the autograph book from his bag and made a small request to the 3 people present. If possible, can you give me an autograph? At least it can prove that I have been here. The 3 big guys did not refuse Roland's request. They wrote their blessings on the book one after another and left their names. Holding the heavy book, Roland pushed open the door of the audition room. When he watched Charlie Cosmo go in, he suddenly felt a little relaxed. Perhaps, not participating in this movie is the best choice for him. As Spielberg said, he has lost his innocence. Forcing such a role in this situation will only backfire. Home Alone was a good start. He couldn't expect that every movie he made would be the best in history. Of course, although it was a failure, it didn't mean he had no gains. At least, he knew that Spielberg had put him in the Jewish gang. Note, Charlie Cosmo was really recommended by Dustin Hoffman, and he did know Al Pacino, Warren Beatty, Bill Murray, Richard Dreyfuss, and the actors in Captain Hook were basically all relatives. Charlie Cosmo is not poor. His father is the chairman of the FHA, Federal Housing Administration. He acted because his elementary school days were too boring, So he asked his father to find him an agent. The fun of filming for him is that he can make more friends. After filming Captain Hook, he went back to school for his studies. Later, he was admitted to Yale University. He has a bachelor's degree in physics from MIT and a doctorate in law from Yale Law School. He is now an assistant professor at Case Western Reserve University. It was said before that Macaulay Culkin's father threatened Fox with Home Alone 2 for the movie Little Angels and asked for a salary of $5 million. The original star of the movie Little Angels was Charlie Cosmo. It was he who refused the salary of $1 million first, so Macaulay had the opportunity because he didn't want to go to school in California and he didn't want to be away from his parents for too long. The world is so small. Thanks to Old Monkey 7 for awarding 4,000 starting coins, and thanks to Dark A for awarding 100 starting coins. Chapter 47 new project on the table. 5k 5 chapters. Please recommend. Although he had high hopes for the audition for Captain Hook, and as insider information continued to emerge, Roland suddenly felt that he was the right person. But even so, Roland was not confident enough to think that he had to succeed. Captain Hook was originally a pleasant surprise brought to him by Chris Columbus. If it weren't for the two audition directors who remembered him, he wouldn't even be able to get Spielberg's signature, although it seemed uneconomical to exchange tens of thousands of dollars in teaching fees for 3 signatures. Being able to stand in front of those big guys was already a great success. However, those guys without connections couldn't even make it to the last round of auditions. So when Charlie Cosmo came out with an excited look on his face, Roland really showed a congratulatory smile. This smile was even brighter than when he met Spielberg. "You win." "Yes, so I'll treat you to lunch at noon." Charles smiled. "But before that, you need to wait for me. I need to talk to my agent first." It only takes a few words to say hello to the agent, but even so, they still delayed leaving the Sony studios until after 11 o'clock. The reason was simple. Before they left, they found Spielberg and the other 2 main creators inspecting the construction site. Although they couldn't make a movie, they could still learn about other people's sets and camera positions, and there was no harm in listening. So Roland followed them with a flattering face. During this time, he also chatted with Robin Williams for a few words, and the other party confirmed Roland's guess. Before the audition, director Howard Storm actually came to him for help with Ganetti's expectations. In Robin's words, "Our own people will definitely help, but the decision is in Steven's hands." For Roland, just one sentence was enough. Hearing this, Roland even joked, "Then when you start filming, can I come over to learn?" This time, before Robin responded, Steven, who was standing on a high place and overlooking the panoramic view, said without turning his head, "You have also gone to Universal Studios to learn before." I asked Robert, and he said he didn't teach you. But if you want to come, come. Our crew just happens to be short of children playing on Neverland. It's no problem to take a few close-up shots of you then. To outsiders, Spielberg is an unyielding, stubborn and rigid Jewish guy. But to his own people, he is a very kind old man. Although he is very principled in film, these principles are also for his own people. Just like today's audition, there is no one else, except the one with connections, and some other roles in the film have also been divided by him. For example, Maximum, the youngest son of Dustin Hoffman, will play Peter Pan at the age of 5 in the film. For example, Spielberg's goddaughter, the future Queen of Water, will also have a cameo in the movie. In this case, it is not difficult to throw a few shots to Roland. At least for Spielberg, this is a good way to maintain relations between all parties. In public, getting the other party's personal promise was a pleasant surprise for Roland. The pay and shots are actually not important. What is important is that he can enter and leave the crew of Hook openly. Being able to watch them filming in person is much more useful than going to film school or acting major. Even if they may not answer every question of Roland like Chris Columbus and Joe Pesci, the various ideas that are inadvertently revealed may help Roland improve. So you really like movies? Since it was lunchtime, they had their meal in the restaurant next to the Sony studios. Looking at Roland, Charles spoke his mind without hesitation. "When Dustin told me that your uncle wanted you to get into the circle, to get you out of your sadness. I thought we were the same. I took part in filming because I felt that life at school was boring. I don't think this job is fun. If I had known you really liked movies, I wouldn't have come. I'm really sorry for robbing you of your opportunity." Although Charlie Cosmo's words were very annoying, Roland understood that the other party did not mean to annoy him. No, no, no. Facing Charles' words, Roland shook his head. "Even if you didn't come, I don't think Steven would have chosen me, because when I auditioned, he directly pointed out my fundamental problem. He said that I don't have a pure yearning for fairy tales, and it's very inconsistent to act it out." "What?" Charles raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. "Pure yearning for fairy tales? Didn't your mother tell you these stories?" "I remember when I was very young, my mother would read me a bedtime story every night. At that time, I really hoped that I was Peter Pan and would never grow up." Well, this is the problem. No matter how cheerful Charles is, he is still a child after all. He longs for Christmas every year, longs for life in fairy tales, and can immerse himself in the fairy tale kingdom created by Disney, not to mention that his family environment allows him to daydream. But for Roland, all this is fake. Now he can no longer continue to dream like a child. After crossing the innocence of childhood, there is only reality. The reality brought by growth. As for saying that you like movies, this kind of question can only be discussed after he is financially free. If he can't even get over the hurdle of living, how can he pursue his dream? Even Spielberg became famous before pursuing his dream. Want to shoot what he wants without even a name. That's not chasing dreams. Chasing dreams. Chasing dreams. Showbiz circles. 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 Okay, I admit that I don't believe in these things. Roland nodded helplessly, picked up a piece of lettuce with a fork, and stuffed it into his mouth. "I don't think those stories in fairy tales will happen." "Oh, then I feel sorry for you. Don't you have anything you like?" Charles shook his head regretfully, and his eyes also glanced at the edge of the table. There were several comic books placed there, and on the top was the latest single issue of Spider-Man. For example, comics. Comics. This thing was bought for James. If it weren't for James asking Roland to treat him, Roland would not have left Sony Studios again. Before entering the restaurant, he bought the latest issues of Marvel and DC Comics in a bookstore next to it. Despite this, Roland did not answer like this. He shrugged and said indifferently, "Comics? I guess so, but I like money more." Perhaps because Charles and himself had no direct conflict of interest, or more like Jack's role was settled, Roland felt that he could chat with Charles quite well. Not only that, he didn't have to worry about Charles asking endless questions on various issues like James did, which was a headache. When he said the word dollar, Charles was even more surprised. "What a joke, you are short of money." "Oh, Roland, it's meaningless if you say that." Charles didn't believe Roland's words, and Roland also understood that this was the generation gap between him and the other party. Or it could be said that it was the generation gap of the times. For Roland, a time traveler, money is not omnipotent, but without money, it is absolutely impossible. You know, the reason why Harper Lee was able to write To Kill a Mockingbird was entirely because Harper Lee's friend gave her a year's salary as a gift on Christmas in 1956. It was with this year's salary that she was able to stay at home and concentrate on writing without going out to work. Forget it, let's not talk about this. He shook his head and threw away the thoughts that Charles couldn't understand. Just when Roland wanted to change the topic and chat with the other party about daily trivialities, a dark brown figure suddenly appeared in his sight. "Oh, Charles, why are you here? I heard that Steven's audition was over a long time ago. I thought you had gone back with your agent. Is this your friend? There shouldn't be any classmates of yours in Los Angeles." The slightly surprised words were like a dark cloud that got in the way, standing between Roland and Charles. Looking in the direction of the voice, a blonde woman in her 50s was looking at Charles with joy. Although Roland couldn't tell the other person's identity from the wrinkled face, the neat and sophisticated clothes and the words that came straight to him revealed her profession. She was also an insider. And Charles's next unexpected words also proved Roland's guess. "Mary? I didn't expect to see you here. You are also at Sony today. What's up?" Let me introduce you. This is Roland Allen, a friend I just met today. I don't know if Charles deliberately emphasized that he and Roland just met today, or maybe the other party just wanted to chat with Charles. Anyway, when the woman named Mary heard Roland Allen's name, she just nodded politely at him, and then turned her eyes back again. "Oh, Charles, isn't it because of you? If you take our role, then I don't have to work so hard to find someone now. By the way, did you get Steven's Captain Hook? If not, then are you going to join our crew?" Fuck. Roland was jealous. Although he didn't know who Mary was, and he didn't know what project Mary and Charles were talking about, but the other party's enthusiastic attitude alone made Roland envious. Fucking. If this was a novel, then Charlie Cosmo would be the protagonist, right? He was from a wealthy family, started out as a Jewish gang, and people gave him scripts wherever he went. He was a perfect role model. Compared to Charlie Cosmo, Roland felt that he was shabby. He got the project of Home Alone by cheating, and Hook was directly defeated by the other party. And now, just having a meal with the other party, some Hollywood guys licked him and wanted to give him a script. Damn. This is really a comparison that makes people angry. However, before Roland could get over the sour taste, Charles' answer made him roll his eyes. "Mary, I'm sorry, I've already got the project for Captain Hook today. We agreed before that if I get this project, I won't act in other movies. After the filming of Captain Hook is finished, I'll go back to school. So, please find someone else, please." At this point, Charles seemed to remember something and raised his hand and said, "If you think it's troublesome to find someone, then what do you think of Roland Allen? He is also one of the candidates for Jack and Captain Hook. Steven praised him today. Even if he is not suitable for fairy tale movies, Steven promised to give him a role." Listen. Is this human language? What do you mean by agreed before that? If you get Captain Hook, you won't take other projects. What do you mean by Steven praised him? Even if he is not suitable for fairy tale movies, he can get a supporting role. Are you praising yourself or belittling others? Although it is the truth, why does it sound so irritating? However, after hearing what Charles said, Mary, who had been devoted to him, turned her head away. It seemed that she knew Charles' temper, but it was more like she was evaluating Roland. After Mary's scrutiny lingered on Roland for a few seconds, she asked, "Roland Allen, have you ever had any acting experience?" Yes, he acted in Home Alone, produced by John Hughes and directed by Chris Columbus. Before Roland could speak, Charles took the initiative to reveal Roland's past. Home Alone. Mary was a little surprised. "So you are the Roland?" The bad things in the crew of Home Alone were spread all over Hollywood. There was no way who let the power struggle in the crew be tied to the most powerful Jewish gang. Although some news is not known to the public, it is not a secret for people in the circle. Even though Roland has not received a decent film contract so far, everyone has heard of his name. The boy adopted by the Olsen family, a newcomer who just stepped into the Jewish gang. These titles unknown to Roland have long been included in the databases of various companies. If nothing unexpected happens, after the movie is released, a detailed analysis report related to him can be directly generated. Of course, although we haven't seen his finished film, no one would think that his skills are problematic. If a guy who can win the leading role of a $15 million investment project in the power struggle doesn't have two brushes, then he is making things difficult for himself. Not to mention, Charles also indirectly proved that Spielberg also thinks he is okay. Yes, ma'am, what's the problem? Roland felt a little uncomfortable when being stared at by the other party. Because the other party's eyes were emotionless, she seemed to be looking at not a person, but a batch of goods. But what can we do about this? Without knowing the other party's identity, Roland was not prepared to resist. If Charles hadn't mentioned himself, Roland might have left long ago. The image is okay, it meets the requirements. Without answering Roland's question, Mary went straight to the point and asked Roland for personal information. Date of birth. January 1st, 1980. Roland hesitated for half a second, but still reported it. 10.5 years old? It's about the same as the character setting. Mary murmured, and then continued to ask, "Do you have a film contract now?" "No." Roland shook his head. "Does your family allow you to take the project?" Mary asked again. Yes, if not, I wouldn't be here today. Roland replied affirmatively. Are you interested in auditioning? It's at Sony Studios. If you go in the afternoon, James should still be there. Roland's eyelids twitched when he heard the continuous questions. Although he didn't want to offend the other party, wasn't your behavior of covering up a little too much? Since you are here to find an actor, you should at least tell me what project you have in hand. Ms. Mary, please wait a moment. Before I agree, can you tell me what your project is called? Now you know me, but I don't know you. If I don't know you, and I tell the Guardian that I want to audition, what do you think he will think? While asking, Roland lowered his head and cut the steak on the plate. Seeing Roland's calm appearance, Mary, who was still working, suddenly laughed. Seeing that Charles wanted to help Roland solve his doubts, Mary quickly raised her hand to stop him. Are all children nowadays so individual? Charles said he would not act if he didn't want to act, but you had to ask clearly before you were willing to go. If it was 10 years ago, when someone heard on the street that he was spotted by the crew, then he would have packed up and left with us. But the problem is, it's 1990 now. Roland picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth, and at the same time, his eyes also slightly raised. That sloppy look was extremely asking for a beating. Just when Roland thought that he could persuade the other party to give up with this look. After seeing Roland dealing with her like this, Mary's eyes suddenly lit up, and even her attitude changed 180 degrees. Not bad, that's the cool feeling. James will definitely like it if he sees it. Roland was a little annoyed by the one-sided evaluation. He had never seen such a person who was playing dumb. Oh, ma'am, can you tell me the project directly? Even if there is a confidentiality clause and you can't tell the project name and the director's full name, you have to give me some hints and let me guess, right? For example, what is the subject of your project? What are the director's hobbies? If you don't tell me anything, I definitely can't go with you. After noticing Roland's impatience, Mary not only didn't get angry, but nodded. Not only that, she also said what Roland meant. Okay, since you want to know the situation, I'll tell you. Science fiction action film, a sequel to the series. Director James likes diving. If this information is not enough, I can give you another one. The Spider-Man comic on the table may be his next new project. How about it? Can you guess it? Squeak. When Mary looked at Roland with a playful look, the little guy who was busy cutting steak shook his arm, and the knife in his hand slashed heavily on the ceramic plate, making a sharp sound that made people's teeth ache. The boy trembled uncomfortably, and the next second, he raised his head. When the shocked eyes were cast on Mary, who was over 50 years old, surprised words came out. The speed of speech was like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube, and it was as fast as a car flying. What did you say? Science fiction action film, sequel to the series? Director is still James? Like diving? And he wants to make Spider-Man? Yeah. The old woman nodded heavily. For her, it didn't matter whether Roland guessed it right or not. What mattered was that his shocked expression was great. However, for Roland, this special code was very important. Because in his memory, there was only one director who met all the above requirements, James Cameron. And there was only one movie, Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Note, at the 25th anniversary of Terminator 2, James Cameron officially announced that he would take over the Terminator IP again and create a trilogy. Not only that, in the Terminator Dark Fate to be released this year, the three main creators of Terminator 2 will all return. When talking about Edward Furlong, the actor who played John Connor, Cameron confirmed that in 1990, when filming Terminator 2, the first actor confirmed to play John Connor was Charlie Cosmo, but unfortunately, Charles went to the next studio to play Spielberg's Hook and gave up Terminator 2. It was because Charles refused that the audition for Terminator 2 was held, and Edward Furlong was able to take the role. Dustin Sun actually played the 5-year-old Peter Pan in Hook. Thanks to Rescue Man for the reward of 400 Kidian coins, and thanks to Roland Allen, book friend 2017071321224861, book friend 201707242217477776, for the reward of 100 Kidian coins. Chapter 48 Two Big Bosses, please recommend. In the 1980s and 1990s, sci-fi action movies were all the rage in Hollywood. Mad Maximum helped Mel Gibson reach the top. Arnold Schwarzenegger opened a new chapter in his career with Predator. Sylvester Stallone reignited his second spring with The Furious and Judge Dredd. Even Jean-Claude Van Damme, who had never learned how to act, became a B-level kung fu star with Cop. Not to mention, Will Smith and Harrison Ford, box office superstars with both acting skills and personality. In this era, no action star could avoid the field of sci-fi action movies. Even more than a decade later, when comic book series movies were popular, this theme was still popular. The invincible Superman in the original Fast and Furious has achieved a perfect transformation in the spin-off. Black Adam and Bald Ego-4 teamed all, who was laid off from Asgard and re-employed. John Wick, who fought against the whole world for a dog, also perfectly interpreted the essence of an assassin. The theorem that the best stealth is to kill everyone was interpreted vividly by him, but The Last Fall and John Wick, Chapter 3 made the B-level action movie completely deviate from its original flavor and officially promote it to the field of science fiction. Only Inna, shot by Luc Besson, who paid tribute to himself, has a sense of old school action movies. Unfortunately, Lei and Yan are the biggest highlights in it. For decades, science fiction action movies have cultivated a group of loyal fans, and the breadth of the group is really astonishing. And its far-reaching influence has made many big directors become beneficiaries of this type. For example, John McTiernan, who made Predator, David Fincher, who took over Alien 3, Luc Besson, the creator of The Fifth Element, who gave science fiction a more imaginative approach, Tim Burton, the creator of the first Batman, Ridley Scott, who finally overturned his conviction with Blade Runner many years later, and so on. These people all became famous for science fiction action movies. But compared with the above directors, James Cameron and his Terminator can be regarded as a symbol of an era, and this symbol is not the $100 million investment in Terminator 2, nor the $500 million box office that swept the world in the 1990s, but the shooting techniques of science fiction movies that subverted people's cognition. While everyone is shooting science fiction films with traditional models and special effects makeup, truck drivers are crazy about computer visual effects. In this era when punching each other is the romance of men, truck drivers create a plastic villain. When the future governor's acting skills are criticized, truck drivers make him rich in a different kind of charm, and in the face of the routine of robots acting as villains. How to let machines learn emotions and reflect on human nature with machines. This topic raised by truck drivers has sublimated the film as the first most collectible movie of the 20th century voted by the American people. The influence of the Terminator series on this land is far-reaching. To put it bluntly, its weight is no less than Home Alone. Unfortunately, Charlie Cosmo is not a time traveler. He doesn't know these things. But the investment of $100 million alone is enough to attract countless people. Even if James Cameron at this time cannot be compared with Steven Spielberg, who has already made Jaws, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Indiana Jones series, Et the Extraterrestrial and The Color Purple, then you see Terminator, Alien 2 and The Abyss. There should be no problem for him to take on two movies at the same time. Hiss. No. It seems to be a bit problematic. To be honest, if I were Charlie Cosmo, if I really wanted to develop in Hollywood, it would be much more cost effective to cling to Spielberg than to bet on Cameron. After all, those Jewish gang bosses are all acquaintances, and it is a sure win to make a movie with them. If Cameron's $100 million blockbuster fails, then the reputation he has worked so hard to get will be gone. Of course, for Roland, Charlie Cosmo not taking this movie is the best news. If before this, when he didn't know the identity of the old woman, Roland might have persuaded him, but now, if you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. As for the possibility that Roland's behavior might make Edward Furlong, who had no background, disappear, ever since Roland traveled through time, this was bound to happen. Roland didn't think it was a big deal at all. At least it was much better than plagiarizing other people's movies. Plagiarizing other people's works is equivalent to directly using other people's ideas. But if he took away a role that was destined to be successful, he couldn't act completely in the way of the original owner, and he still had to work hard on his own. Moreover, even if he tried hard, He might as well encounter a situation like today. Because of his own reasons, he was defeated by a guy who perfectly fit the role. If his morality is so noble that he would have a guilty saintly reaction when stealing other people's roles, then he might as well just take a table knife and cut his own throat. Why bother with people like Mohammed? So, James Cameron. Terminator 2, Judgment Day. When Roland reported the two names with trepidation, Mary, who thought he was good, smiled even more. But, I didn't expect you to be able to guess it. It seems that you know James well. How about it? Now can you tell me, are you interested in this project? Do you have time to come with me? Of course, I can go right away. After getting a positive answer, Roland swallowed the steak in his mouth directly, picked up the napkin, and wiped his mouth. At this moment, he felt that, if he didn't agree, he would be a fool. The kind of fool who needs to eat Italian canon. If Jack in Captain Hook, the son of Peter Pan, is a key role in the film, because it was Captain Hook who kidnapped him first, so there was the subsequent rescue plot of Peter Pan. In terms of seniority, he is at least the third male lead. Then John Connor in Terminator 2 is the real second male lead, and his role is even more than Captain Hook. Not only that, compared with Jack, a child full of innocence, John Connor, a rebellious role, is more suitable for Roland. He does not need to show his inner purity and can completely conquer this role with the skills given to him by those big guys. Of course, the same family attributes as the characters in the play are also a plus for Roland. Although the Olsens did not treat Roland the same as the host family in the play, the gap between them still exists. However, in addition to the above advantages, Roland's disadvantages are also very obvious. That is, he has no time to prepare for the upcoming audition. But Roland thinks that this does not matter. He would rather come to a surprise drill than participate in the open audition. He would rather be the replacement for Charlie Cosmo found by Mary than be put back into the sequence and wait for Cameron's screening. Not being prepared is indeed a big challenge for him. But at the same time, Spielberg's comments this morning and his signature are precisely his biggest help. As long as he could meet Cameron today, he could tell him boldly that Spielberg had praised him this morning. So, in order to meet Cameron today, Roland didn't even finish his lunch, and he hurriedly urged Mary to take him there. When he left, if it wasn't for Charlie Cosmo's kind reminder, he would have even forgotten the comic book he just bought here. Thank you for helping me. If I can get this role, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Such words made Charles smile and nod his head. Compared with Roland's excitement, he didn't care about this project at all. For him, entering Hollywood is just a hobby. If it wasn't for the discovery this morning that Roland was shamelessly trying to join the crew of Captain Hook, which made Charles feel that he might be blocking the way of movie lover, he would not have given the opportunity to Roland in front of Mary. Then I'll sit here and wait for you to come back. Charles winked at the excited Roland. Okay, then wait for me. Roland thanked him sincerely, and after answering, he grabbed Mohammed, who was a few tables away. Ever since he learned that Roland was personally passed by Spielberg, Mohammed's heart has been very depressed. He felt that half of his money bag was missing. So, during lunch, even though he was a few tables away, he didn't pay attention to the eavesdropping. Not only that, even though Charles' manager was a beautiful woman, he, a straight man, didn't think about saying hello, but turned his grief into appetite and tried to finish the food on the plate. But, when Roland patted his knee and asked him to take him to Sony Studios to audition for James Cameron's project, the guy who was struggling with the startup booster jumped up instantly. What did you say? James Cameron? The shocked Mohammed had enough professionalism. Even though he was surprised, he asked with a pinched throat. Roland was relieved by the stealing look. After giving him a positive look, Mohammed, who understood Roland's idea, threw away his knife and fork, took the documents in his left hand, and dragged Roland with his right hand, like a mother cat carrying a chick, and dragged him out of the restaurant. When they returned along the same route, Mohammed also asked Roland the reason. When he learned that Charles had so easily handed over the Terminator 2 project, he opened his mouth so wide that he could even stuff the new Wang's steamed buns from Want Company directly. Unfortunately, Mohammed had not been influenced by ancient poetry. Otherwise, he would definitely use after many twists and turns. You may think there is no way out, but when you turn around, you will find another village. To describe Roland's current situation, instead of becoming an illiterate without culture, like he is now. Fuck. You are kidding me? Okay, I'm nervous too. Please don't put pressure on me, okay? Looking at the manic guy in the central rearview mirror, Roland took a deep breath and said, "Now, you can pray for me. Because, if nothing unexpected happens, this should be a one-on-one meeting." This was certainly a one-on-one meeting. Or in other words, James Cameron had just received the news that Charlie Cosmo was poached by the crew of Hook Next Door, and then Roland was brought here by his casting director Mary Finn. When Cameron, who was hiding in the temporary office on the set, saw the two guys coming out of nowhere, the guy who was eating lunch raised his hand and wiped his mouth. This truck driver, who had not yet shouted "I'm king of the world" at the Oscars, was not yet 40 years old, and his hair was still black. Perhaps because he was busy with the movie and didn't sleep well, his eye bags were a little obvious. Of course, eating, being tired, and having dull eyes were not the point. The point was that in the huge office, besides him, there was another guy wearing round framed glasses. Spielberg. "Mary, why are you here? You've only been away for 20 minutes and you finished your lunch." "Roland, didn't you leave with Charles? Why are you here again?" The two questions that appeared at the same time made the four people present a little confused. However, after a moment, the two big guys were the first to react. "Mary, are you here to tell me that Stephen has snatched Charles away?" "Roland, you and Charles were having dinner when Mary bumped into you?" Well, before Mary Finn could explain the matter clearly, the two big guys had already guessed the ins and outs of the matter. In fact, after Roland and Charles left together, Spielberg also parted ways with the other two main creators. However, unlike Dustin and Robin, Spielberg did not go home, but turned around and came to the Terminator 2 crew next door. Of course, Spielberg came here not to announce to Cameron that Charles had been signed by him. This kind of small matter is not important to them at all, and besides, he and Cameron are good friends. In addition to eating for free, he actually wanted to talk to Cameron about a movie related to dinosaurs, Jurassic Park. However, before they officially started, Mary Finn came over with Roland. Although the two big guys had guessed the cause and effect, Mary Finn still repeated her purpose. When they learned that Roland was Mary Finn's new choice of John Connor, Spielberg was the first to laugh. "Mary is right. I did see him act this morning. I also watched the tape of Home Alone. His acting style is very diverse. In some places, it seems that he was taught by Robert Zemeckis, and in some places, you can see the shadow of Michael Fox. His method of analyzing the role is the same as that used by Joe Pesci and Robert De Niro, which is the expressionism that Martin likes to use the most. Of course, although it is very diverse, it is used very well. If you don't mind, you can give him a script and let him act it out for you. Anyway, we have to eat. It won't waste time." Note, the timeline of the Jurassic Park project is not wrong. The novel was indeed published in 1990. However, before it was published, Spielberg had already spent $1.5 million to get the project. When Cameron received the book, he also wanted to make this movie, but after contacting the author, he learned that the project was intercepted by the Jewish guy next door. So Cameron talked to Spielberg about the dark version of Jurassic Park, but was finally rejected by Spielberg. Spielberg decided to shoot it from the perspective of a 12-year-old child. Source: AMC's 18-year-old sci-fi documentary James Cameron Science Fiction Anecdotes Episode 3. Spielberg and Cameron said it themselves. Terminator 2 and Captain Hook are the crews next door. The interior studio scenes of Terminator 2 were shot at Sony Studios, but when they were shooting, Captain Hook was still building interior scenes. Thanks to Lynn Jason, Relief Man, for the 100 starting coins reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Roland's Doubts. Please vote for recommendation. To be honest, when Roland followed Mary into Cameron's office, he was excited. This excitement was not due to the Terminator 2 project, nor was it related to Roland's own development. What really excited him was that he could see two big guys in person in one day. Charlie Cosmos said before that Roland seemed to really like movies. Faced with Charles' question, Roland chose to avoid it at the dinner table. It was his dream, when he filled in his application form, to tell everything in his head through movies. After the baptism of time, he could no longer remember what his hands were thinking when he wrote the code. Now, although he still likes Operation Red Sea, is moved by dying to survive, and is moved to tears by thank you for playing my game, his heart has been occupied by money, and most of the time, he starts with the word profit. But even so, he still can't forget the gorgeous world created by these great directors and the vivid stories written and constructed. Whether it is You Jump, I Jump, or One Day We Will Look Back and feel that Saving Private Ryan is a masterpiece we have completed in this war-torn era, or Bilbo is destined to find the ring, and you are destined to get it. These classic lines will be unforgettable to Roland, and they are also the key to his choice of this line. Because of this, Roland shamelessly asked Spielberg for his autograph after being eliminated. Getting the role is his goal in this life, and asking for autographs is his obsession in his previous life. In fact, when he was riding back, Roland was not thinking about how to get the role of John Connor. He was actually thinking, fuck, I can not only meet Spielberg today, but also the truck driver. This is really a big profit. For him, the project means fame and fortune, and people are the foundation. Roland has even thought about how he should behave in the audition to attract the interest of the tyrant. Even if he didn't get the role in the end, he still had to leave a good impression in front of him and then enrich his autograph book. However, before he could show all his skills, Spielberg suddenly appeared and stunned him on the spot. When Spielberg smiled and admitted that he had seen his performance this morning and hoped Cameron would let him act, Roland felt that all his ideas seemed to be less important than the other party's light words. At this moment, Roland seemed to see the truck driver's signature waving at him, and behind it, there was a vague figure approaching quickly. Unfortunately, after listening to the other party's words, Cameron put down the lunchbox directly and said angrily, "Steven, what do you mean by this? You stole someone from me first, and then sent me a new one. Why do you always like to point fingers in my crew? Didn't I just steal your shooting location? Wouldn't it be the same if you shoot later? What? The truck driver could be so tough?" The sudden change in style was like an invisible hand, forcibly pulling Roland out of his beautiful memories. Seeing Cameron transform into Corsanglin and perform a scene of smashing wine, boxes, and bottles, rice, and scolding Fang was how Roland's heart, which was still full of expectations, sank to the bottom in an instant. Roland, who had memories of his previous life, certainly knew that Cameron had a series of labels such as set dictator and tyrant. As a guy with a strong desire to control the crew, his story was enough to stop a child from crying. But, because the actors performed poorly, it was completely fine for you to rant at them. Because there was an error in the set, you yelled at the production director and the set designer, which was also understandable. But now, you are complaining to Spielberg. What does this mean? He just recommended an actor and explained some facts. Why are you so anxious? As for the fight over the filming location, although Roland didn't know the twists and turns between the two, he felt that this shouldn't be the key to the truck driver's anger. However, just when Roland thought that Cameron, a guy with a strong desire for control, was angry because of Spielberg's words and was about to be kicked out, Spielberg smiled and shook his head without saying anything. After seeing his performance, the truck driver cleared his throat and knocked on the books on the table, saying, "But as long as you let me be the screenwriter of this project, we can talk about the location and the actors." Well, after all this time, they are still talking about the thing before he came. Looking at the dinosaur logo on the cover of the book, Roland almost rolled his eyes in front of these big guys. Cameron is indeed a certified master, and the topic is almost thrown out. Spielberg is also an old driver, and he is unmoved, no matter what the other party says. When I got the rights to film Jurassic Park, I had already agreed with Michael that he would be the screenwriter for this project, so if you want to join, you have to talk to him. The Michael in Spielberg's words is naturally Michael Crichton, the original author of Jurassic Park. Although screenwriters are at the bottom of the entire Hollywood food chain, and the saying scriptwriters have no human rights is widely spread, the original author who has a contractual agreement still has a certain say. J.K. Rowling is a good example. The reason why Harry Potter did not become ZHU Zone 1 is entirely because it is stated in the contract that the director and screenwriter can modify the lines and the appearance of the characters in order to ensure the drama of the film, but retaining about 90% of the plot in the book is the basis for the adaptation and filming. The same is true for Jurassic Park. Although it is not as exaggerated as 90%, the original author does not want the dark brain of the truck driver to appear in the movie. So, when Spielberg brought out Michael Crichton, Cameron, who wanted to join the project while the iron was hot, waved his hand directly, not wanting to talk more with this insincere guy. If he could get the original author, why would he bother looking for Spielberg? He coughed, got the topic on track, and formally turned his gaze to Roland. As the scrutinizing gaze descended, Roland stood up straight. Although he understood how awesome the two big guys were arguing about, and was shocked by the Jurassic Park project, he knew even more clearly what his goal was at the moment. Jurassic Park, the future #1 box office project in film history, had nothing to do with him now. All he wanted was John Connor. However, just as Roland was thinking about how the truck driver would test him, the guy who wanted to be the screenwriter of the Jurassic Park project suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with the movie. "Your name is Roland? Have you ever played with a gun?" "What?" Hearing this, Roland was stunned at first, then replied, "I've been to the shooting range and played with guns." Cameron nodded, rummaged around on the messy table for a while, then held up a green covered book, flipped 2 pages, and turned to Roland. "Tell me in order. M1911, Walther P38, Winchester M1887, M134 rapid fire machine gun, M401, M79 grenade launcher. Is this a question test before the audition?" Roland was a little confused as he reported the names of the guns at a constant speed. Because for him, this was simply a 3-point question. He had never played with guns in his previous life, but in this life, he had played with them in the time loop. If he couldn't recognize things like M1911 and Walther P38, he could have slapped himself to death. Gatling guns and grenade launchers were weapons he had known since watching The Terminator in his previous life. How could he forget the scene of the governor carrying a Gatling gun and sweeping the world from a high position? Not to mention, he also watched every episode of the Strategic Deception Bureau. He still remembered the scene of the director using the Gatling gun incorrectly and complaining about the governor seriously. If he could still call out these weapons incorrectly in this situation, he would really be ashamed to see anyone. When Roland listed a whole wall of weapons and equipment word for word, the truck driver, who was testing him, showed an unexpected look, turned his head, and said to Spielberg, "He knows more than Charles." HMM. Spielberg shrugged, just chuckled, and didn't reply. Cameron shook his head at this. Of course, he knew that the other party was protesting against his previous complaints. "Didn't you say before that I was bossing around in your crew? Hey, can I just keep quiet now?" The truck driver didn't pay much attention to this silent protest. Not only that, after Roland finished telling the name of the weapon, he still didn't mean to test Roland's acting skills. Instead, he threw the unfinished hamburger on the table into the trash can, grabbed the hat next to him, and put it on his head. "Follow me." After throwing out a neat and clear sentence, Cameron rushed ahead. When Roland followed him to the studio next to the office and saw the neatly arranged Harley Fat Boy, the truck driver raised his hand and pointed, saying, "Can you ride it?" "Of course." "Then go and try it." "No problem. You don't need to run too fast, just go around twice." "Okay." Although Roland didn't know why the truck driver's audition was so weird, but the other party had already given the order, so wouldn't he just do it? What's more, Spielberg, who had been watching them, didn't say anything. In this case, Roland would have no objection. After he got on the motorcycle, tiptoed, bent his body, and circled the interior site for 2 weeks as required. As he stopped, the truck driver asked directly, "Steven, do you still have the copy?" "Yes, I didn't destroy it." This time, Spielberg did not choose to remain silent. "Show me." Cameron continued to ask. "Okay, go to my place." The simple and neat conversation made Roland a little puzzled. And when he found that the two big guys ignored him and turned around and left, he jumped off the motorcycle and was even more confused. He had never heard of such a situation before. During the audition, he was just asked to show his skills, and then nothing. Damn, the truck driver is a big guy after all. How could he be so careless when casting? It seems that he saw his doubts, but it seems more like an explanation for Cameron's jumping performance. When Mary found that Roland had been looking in the direction where the two bosses left, she laughed. "Curious, huh? That's normal. You're not a newcomer. It doesn't make much sense to give you a script and ask you to act directly. Steven said you acted well, so there's no need for James to waste more time on this. He only needs to look at your movements and identify your posture when riding a bike, and then look through the filming copies and check your sense of the finished film to determine whether to use you. After all, no one can just act directly with a script. Letting you take a single clip and find the feeling of the character in the play is a test of your acting talent. But science fiction action movies don't actually require too much talent. As long as you can understand the director's words and perform perfectly according to the director's intentions, you can shoot this movie. Yes, acting skills are actually the weakest link in the entire project for Terminator 2. To put it bluntly, the real selling point of Terminator 2 is the governor in T-1000. John Connor is just a guy that the governor needs to protect. He is a seasoning. This seasoning only needs basic acting skills and does not need to compete with each other in acting like Depp and Leo in A Different Sky. To put it bluntly, the movie is actually the director's expression of thought. In most cases, actors are just tools. It is enough for the actor to perform the director's requirements according to the director's requirements. After all, even the talented Leonardo, after working with Martin Scorsese many times, has become the second generation of Jack Nicholson who is fat and frowning. Moreover, Charlie Cosmo, who was selected by them before, also accepted the same test. As long as he is handsome enough and the way he rides a bike can make little girls feel cool, that's enough. Of course, the above selection criteria are limited to those with connections. If it is an open audition, those who come to participate will not enjoy such treatment. After all, Spielberg's recognition is also the key to Roland's ability to skip the camera inspection directly. The guy who is best at filming children said it's okay, so why is James Cameron still working on this? Not convinced? Sure. You deal with Spielberg first, and I, James Cameron, will talk to you slowly. So, when these two big guys finished looking through the copy footage shot by Columbus and reappeared, Roland heard the most perfunctory words in his 2 lifetimes. "Call your agent and guardian to sign the contract." Oh my god. The matter was resolved just like that. This happiness really came too suddenly. Spielberg just killed him in the morning because he didn't have a childlike heart, and in the afternoon he got Cameron's thigh. When Roland looked at Cameron with confused eyes, his whole face was full of disbelief. "What? Do you have any other questions?" The truck driver, who had verified Roland's acting skills through the copy and was very satisfied with him, sipped his coffee and asked, "If you have any questions, just ask." "Questions? Of course not." Roland suppressed his excitement and shook his head like a rattle. "Then go call your agent." However, just when Roland was about to answer, he suddenly remembered something. He shuddered, twisted his neck, and nodded. "Ah, yes. I don't have an agent." "No agent?" Hearing Roland say this, Cameron, who was sitting there, was stunned. In Hollywood, it is very rare to have no agent. Although it is more common for child actors not to hire an agent and have their guardians act as managers, Roland has participated in a project with an investment of 15 million yuan. In this case, if he does not find a professional to take care of his career problems, he will encounter a lot of trouble. Moreover, it is a project with an investment of 100 million yuan. In such an A-level project, if you don't bring out an agent to negotiate the contract, although it is reasonable, but they always feel that something is wrong. Of course, these are not the point. The point is, you are a member of the Jewish gang, and you don't even have an agent? If this matter gets out, wouldn't it be ridiculous? Seeing Cameron's frowning expression, Roland, who hadn't been excited for 2 seconds, suddenly panicked. If he lost the project because he didn't have an agent, then the snow in June couldn't explain his heart. However, just as he was thinking about how to explain this matter, Spielberg, who was sitting next to Cameron and flipping through the novel Jurassic Park, leaned out and whispered, "He has an agent." What? Hearing this, Roland turned his eyes and looked at the other party. When their eyes met, Spielberg's affirmative words appeared again. "James, he has an agent. It's just that his family didn't tell him." What? Hearing Spielberg say this, Roland was immediately shocked. "I have an agent? How come I don't know about this? That's not right. Even if I have an agent, how would Spielberg know? Could it be he is helping me? It shouldn't be. This Jewish guy is a little too nice to me, isn't he? Today is our first meeting. Why is he helping me like this?" Roland reacted and felt that something was wrong. After thinking carefully about what happened today, he suddenly found that Spielberg's attitude seemed a little strange. Even if Ganetti asked director Howard to help him find Robin Williams and ask him to help lobby, even if Chris Columbus, Joe Pesci, Daniel Stern and others helped him endorse, but these guys together would not let Spielberg help him get the project, right? You know, from the moment he met James Cameron, Spielberg took the initiative to put him in the category of his own people, and this is obviously not in line with common sense. Chapter 50, The Birth of the Biggest Connection in Hollywood. Please recommend. Although Roland was excited about getting the project, he was not stupid. At this critical moment, he would not show his doubts. Following Spielberg's instructions, Roland left Cameron's office. He found Mohammed, borrowed his cell phone, and called Aunt Canetti. When Roland told the other party that he missed the important role in Captain Hook, Canetti on the other end of the phone did not show any surprise, and when he continued to tell the other party that he got the second male lead in Terminator 2, Canetti just exclaimed, then sighed for a few seconds, and returned to calm. Such a situation made Roland a little puzzled. What's going on? Why are you not surprised at all? Roland felt that he might have fallen into a trap. And when Roland told the other party again with doubts that he needed an agent, Canetti's answer surprised Roland even more. "Okay, I'll notify her now and let her find you. Call David yourself and ask him to come over to sign." What? Do I really have an agent? Spielberg didn't lie. Roland hung up the phone, his head a little confused. He didn't know what he was going through at the moment. When he didn't know, the Olsens actually found him an agent behind his back. Hiss. This shouldn't be the case. You know, when Roland was trapped in the time loop, he had communicated with David countless times in it. According to his understanding of David, this guy who cares most about children's feelings would not sign a contract with others without his knowledge. Not to mention, it's such a big deal to finalize an agent. And now, Ganetti told him in person that he actually has an agent? Why is this matter getting more and more wrong? Roland, who felt strange, sat in the waiting area of the crew, his eyes blank and dazed. At this moment, he was like the little leopard next door who had just changed his job to a druid, irritably trying to figure out the whole situation. And just as he was thinking about it, Mohammed, who was sitting next to him, was extremely excited when he heard that he had won the project. Unfortunately, no matter how he behaved, Roland had no intention of paying attention to him, not to mention sharing his joy with Mohammed. This state lasted for more than an hour. With the appearance of David, Roland, who was about to turn into a stone monkey, finally had a little popularity. Looking in the direction of the footsteps, Roland also found that a blonde white woman in a suit and skirt was following him, although Roland did not know her and could not tell the identity of this white woman with the naked eye. Mary, who learned of their arrival with her appearance, directly called out her name and said her occupation. "Samantha, so you are Roland's agent. I should have thought of it a long time ago." "Oh, Mary, nice to meet you." "Damn, she is my agent? Oh no. Do these people know each other?" When Roland saw with his own eyes that this new Samantha passed by him and hugged Mary to say hello, he immediately turned into a black question mark face. What's going on? Just when Roland was at a loss for what to do, Samantha, who had separated from Mary, turned around and looked at Roland with a smile, exuding kindness from head to toe, saying, "Roland Allen. Hello. I'm your agent, Samantha. I'll be in charge of your film contracts, pay, and details of cooperation for the next 2 years." Well, to be honest, Samantha has a nice voice. She's also good looking. Of course, the above 2 points are not Roland's focus. Although Roland has lived 2 lives, he can't think of a good solution, except to ask David for help. Because he doesn't know the ins and outs of the matter, he doesn't know how to answer. After seeing Roland asking David for help with a confused look on his face, Samantha, who didn't get any response, didn't care at all. With a chuckle, she turned her head and looked at Mary, asking, "Is Steven still here?" "Of course." Mary nodded. "James won't let him go." "Is that so? Then I won't go over to say hello. Let's go read the contract first." Samantha shook her head, not wanting to touch the landmine. "Okay, I'll take you to find Mario. He's been waiting." Mary replied immediately without objection. "Then David, I'll go over first, and after I read the contract, I'll call you over to sign it." Samantha turned her head to confirm the other party's opinion. "No problem. I just happened to talk to Roland about what's going on." David, who hadn't spoken since he came in, finally spoke, smiled and nodded, then raised his hand and patted Roland's shoulder, signaling him to come back to his senses. As he patted, Roland's eyes twitched. Although his head was a little confused, he heard the brief conversation in his heart. Even though Samantha didn't reveal her identity, her address to Spielberg had already proved everything. She is an agent belonging to the Jewish gang. That's right, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Spielberg, who is a director, when he takes up the baton, and a businessman, when he puts it down, will not help him for no reason. Just as Roland thought, at first, the Olsens had no intention of helping him find an agent. But things changed when Roland learned that he was pushed into the final election hosted by Spielberg himself by 2 casting directors of the Captain Hook project team. As Roland confirmed with Robin Williams this morning, after knowing that Roland might have a thigh, Gennady took the initiative to find director Howard, hoping to get through him and get the role through Robin Williams. Since director Howard has come forward, Robin will naturally give face. He called Spielberg personally and communicated with him. After hearing Robin's request, Spielberg said nothing and promised the other party very happily that he would seriously consider Roland. Of course, if it was just this, it would be fine. It's just a personal audition, no big deal. But, at the same time, when Robin Williams recommended Roland to Spielberg, Chris Columbus was not idle either. Roland's appearance enabled the Home Alone crew to be quickly formed and run efficiently, and the venue sponsored by David out of his own pocket also made their filming work much easier. In the face of this situation, Columbus helped Roland in return, which was also considered to be a repayment for the favor when the crew was formed. Therefore, compared with Robin's simple communication, Columbus directly took some filming copies and handed them to Spielberg for review. And this one look revealed the problem. If Robin's call only let Spielberg know that there was an additional relative during the audition, then the filming copies brought by Columbus made Spielberg remember Roland. The reason is nothing else. It is purely because Roland has the shadow of director Robert Zemeckis. Robert Zemeckis, who filmed the Back to the Future trilogy, is indeed a member of the Jewish gang, but compared to Chris Columbus, his identity is more special because he is Spielberg's apprentice. Both parties admit that this relationship is an apprentice. No one knows Zemeckis better than Spielberg. The relationship between the two of them is like that between Francis Coppola and George Lucas. At the beginning, it was Spielberg who taught Zemeckis everything about movies. How should the script be written? How should the scene be directed? How to guide the actors to dig into the inner world of the character. Everything Zemeckis knows was taught by Spielberg, and now, the apprentice has just graduated, and he has accepted another apprentice? Isn't this his own grand disciple? The grand disciple is coming to film, and he is hiding his identity? Are you playing snakes? Give me a call, and I won't choose anyone. Isn't it my word to decide whether it is suitable or not? Even if Roland can't perform the feeling I want, with his skills, he can perform at the level of 80 to 85. With this level, he can go on stage. However, when Spielberg went to Zemeckis to question him with the excitement of being a grandfather, facing the teacher's questioning, Zemeckis was a little confused. Because he only remembered that director Howard, who often drank with him next door, had asked him to help him deal with John Hughes, the producer and screenwriter of Home Alone. As for whether he had taught Roland, he had no impression at all. However, after watching the copy brought by Spielberg, he was a little shaken. Because it was too similar. He suspected that this was his own apprentice. Because of this, even though Zemeckis was sure that he had not taught Roland. But his reply to Spielberg was very ambiguous. I don't think I taught him, but everything he showed in front of the camera is really the same as what we use. He should have come to Universal Studios and watched me filming. Or maybe he asked me questions, but I forgot. This result surprised Spielberg. However, after the two looked at each other, they both felt that the answer just now was simply nonsense. The techniques they use cannot be learned by watching for a few days. If you don't stand behind the camera and watch others act, watch them film, and let them answer your questions, you will never learn those shooting routines, character positions, and character composition in your life. Self-taught? They don't believe it. If their techniques are really that easy to learn, then Hollywood's famous directors would be everywhere. However, even though Zemeckis denied that he had ever systematically taught Roland and just pushed it all to the unknown, Spielberg didn't believe it. He felt that, even if Zemeckis didn't accept any apprentices, he must have taught methods. Who made Zemeckis a very unique guy. In order to prove himself, he first filmed Emerald, and after it became a great success, he asked his master Spielberg to help him get investment for Back to the Future. In the face of such a bloody past, Spielberg did not believe his lies. He simply thought that Zemeckis felt that he did not teach well, and was unwilling to admit it. So, after parting with Zemeckis, Spielberg communicated with Columbus again. When he learned that Roland was diligent and studious in the crew of Home Alone, he instructed him to reveal more of his own information to Roland. And when he found that Roland really learned various skills according to what Columbus said, he was more certain of his guess. With such a diligent and studious apprentice, why would he pretend to be ignorant? Zemeckis was the same. He taught him. It was no big deal. It doesn't matter if he didn't teach him completely. If he has talent, he will take him in. He is only 10 years old. What's the hurry? As for his identity, although the Jewish gang is mainly composed of Jews, they never exclude other talented white people. Letting them accept their favors and making them stick together with them is a real reason why the Jewish gang is invincible. As long as the real bond is the Jews, that's enough. After all, the entertainment industry is different from other places. In this industry, luck is important, and luck can't always be on the side of the Jews. If they still cling to their sectarianism in this situation, it's over. In this way, he found Robin again and asked him to pass on a sentence to the Olsens through director Howard. Steven has seen a copy of Home Alone and thinks Roland played well. After learning that he has no agent, he also asked about it with concern. Although the subject was not pointed out, how could Ganetti, who has been working in the circle for many years, not understand the meaning of the other party's words? So, Ganetti told her husband David without saying anything. Although David hoped very much that his daughter and Roland could have their own childhood. But in front of Spielberg's olive branch, David, who likes to calculate, still chose to accept it. Everyone knows what it means to sign a contract with the agent given by Spielberg. This not only means that you have officially entered the camp of the Jewish gang, but also means that you don't have to worry about film contracts in the future. As long as you don't defect, they will never treat their own people badly. After signing the contract, Spielberg also took the initiative to express his thoughts. He frankly stated that Roland was not suitable for the role of Jack. He could let Roland show his face in the film, but he would not give him a supporting role with a heavy role. He hoped that Roland could first focus on the project of Home Alone and promote it with the identity of the Jewish gang. After the film is released, he will consider the next project. Of course, if there are good projects during this period, he will also let the agent notify them. Not only that, he also hopes that the Olsens will not tell Roland about this. He hopes that Roland can continue to prepare for the audition. He wants to test what Roland's level is. David and Ganetti both chose to agree with the 2 points raised by Spielberg. There is no way to disagree. Spielberg is the Bear Grylls in the Hollywood food chain. He has said it so bluntly. If you still insist, won't you be making things difficult for yourself? It is precisely because of these things that Roland did not know that Spielberg gave him the opportunity to perform during the audition this morning, even if Roland was very frustrated. As for the question the opportunity was given by Robin and others, these words were just excuses. He was the one who really wanted to see Roland perform. After seeing Roland being brought by Mary, Spielberg thought that Roland could take over Terminator 2 and pushed him. Not only that, Ganetti's attitude was also caused by him. It was precisely because of Spielberg that when Roland called to tell Aunt Ganetti that he did not get Hook, the other party was very calm. When Ganetti learned that Roland lost something in the East and gained something in the West and won James Cameron's Terminator 2, she was only shocked for a few seconds and then calmed down. After all, in her opinion, with Spielberg around, it would be normal for Roland to take on any project. Is there anyone in this circle that he doesn't know? I see. When Roland finished listening to David's story, all the doubts in his heart were solved. Spielberg thinks he acted well. Isn't that a bunch of bullshit? His acting skills may cause all kinds of problems for everyone, except for Spielberg. He was taught by director Zemeckis. Can there be any problems? Roland emptied director Zemeckis in the time loop before he chose to leave. Can there be any problems? Not only that, in his previous studies, he used Spielberg's movies as inquiries, and director Zemeckis also used Spielberg's movies as examples for guidance. In this case, can there be any problems? When Roland sorted out everything, he, who was still puzzled, clenched his teeth. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't laugh out loud at the door of the office. A time loop, 600 days of learning, while skipping Macaulay Culkin, the Home Alone holdout. He also directly made him the biggest Hollywood connection. Robert Zemeckis is Spielberg's apprentice. I learned from Steven Spielberg. This is simply awesome. Note, in 1994, on his 50th birthday, Lucas invited 6 people to his Skywalker Ranch to celebrate. They were Ron Howard, who directed A Beautiful Mind, The Da Vinci Code, and Apollo 13, Brian Palmer, who directed Dawn of the Fallen, Scarface, and Mission Impossible, as well as Steven Spielberg, Martin Scorsese, Francis Coppola, and Robert Zemeckis. Among them, Zemeckis was Spielberg's apprentice, Howard was Lucas's apprentice, and Lucas was Coppola's apprentice. This relationship chain was told by Lucas himself when the Hollywood Journal interviewed him after the report. He said that he had known Coppola since 1965. He learned his film skills when he was filming You're All Grown Up with Coppola on the Warner Studio. Later, when filming American Graffiti, he found that Howard was very eager to learn. So he wanted to teach him to make movies, just like Coppola taught him. After Spielberg found out that he accepted an apprentice, he thought their way of inheritance was quite interesting. So after working with Zemeckis on 1941 and discovering that the other party also had a dream of becoming a director, he endorsed him and found the chairman of Columbia Pictures, who was also Spielberg's first agent, to increase the investment from $2.7 million to $8 million after Zemeckis' Sex and the City failed, so that he could film The Deceptive Man and passed on his own filming experience. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.